And welcome back, everybody, to Week 8, Day 2 of NACL Summer Season for 2024. I'm Kangas, I'll be your play-by-play for the day, and I'm joined once again by Beatdown. Beatdown, you're looking great. I like the necklace. What's on that?
Thank you. It's from my favorite game of all time. Oh no, don't zoom in on me. This is too much pressure.
No, this is great. You look fantastic.
Thank you. So do you. I really like that shirt. This is from Nier Automata, my favorite game ever. Everyone should go play it. That's really all I got.
All right, that's your little plug for the day. Well, I'll give my
yeah.
plug. I got a fancy pen, everybody.
Okay.
I just grabbed this before going live. I'm very proud of it. It's the first time I've ever spent more than like $5 on a pen.
Why, though?
So I'm going to be showing this off all day. But you know what else we're showing off today, Beatdown? The narratives from the summer split because we got playoffs right around the horizon and we have standings to catch up on because the race for the final playoff spots is actually pretty close. There are 2 spots available and 4 teams competing for that. And we're going to see a lot of that storyline kind of come to a head today because there are teams that could lock in spots, and there's also teams that can keep their dreams alive going into the final week.
I think the most interesting thing about our standings is that there are only 2 places locked. It's DSG in first, or rather Dragonsteel, excuse me, in first, and AoE in 10th. Sorry, AoE.
Yeah.
And those are the only things that won't move. Everything else is kind of up for grabs, especially Winthrop, CCG, Blue Water, even PSG in some of the few scenarios that we have remaining. Could potentially lose their playoff spot or take it from the ones above them in the standings.
We actually have it here. Out of all possible scenarios, 3.13% of them, DSG does not make playoffs.
Possible.
Really good chance that they do make it in, but possible they don't. Let's take a look at the schedule today so we can go over what the seeding into playoff implications are, as well as who can lock their spots, at least a spot in playoffs, depending on how they do. First up, it's Blue Otter versus TLC. Team Liquid is looking to move up in the standings, try and get a easier seeding going into playoffs, whereas Blue Otter is still one of those teams fighting for their lives after a really big win against FlyQuest last week. And Supernova Winthrop's the big one, because if Winthrop win that beat, they will lock in a playoff spot, and then they'll be fighting for seeding, or rather waiting for other people to determine what their seeding will be. But let's talk about that first series first, because Blue Otter versus TLC is big. I highlighted it. Blue Otter got a huge win last week. Can they do it again?
Yeah, they really kind of pulled the rabbit out of a hat with that one. I don't think anybody could have reasonably predicted the win that they got, but they made it happen. I think the drafts they pulled out, especially in those last couple of games, were really good into what FlyQuest challengers were looking to make happen. And yeah, I mean, I talked to Sammy Kin yesterday. These players are really hungry to prove themselves. He even told me how that win was very cathartic for the team because, you know, we've all talked to them. They've been saying all split long that they believe that they are at least a middle of the table team, and even though they believed it themselves, getting that confirmation by knocking down a team like FlyQuest Challengers, that's got to feel incredible, and that's momentum they want to ride into today's match. Samikin even specifically said to me, Kangas, I showed you last night, we just have to wait for the results to show, just like our mentality for the FlyQuest game. A miracle won't win us the match, we will.
That's the mentality to have from a team that took games off of Dragonsteel and Furex Starforge at the top of the standings, just took out FlyQuest. Now they're looking to take down Team Liquid Honda Challengers. So let's talk about Team Liquid Honda Challengers. This roster, on paper, still one of the top rosters in the league. They're sitting more middle of the pack right now, but they still have some superstar players to play around. We talk a lot about Roamer in particular when it comes to this team.
And we do, and I think Roamer is definitely the big highlight in summer of 2024, in that he came into the league last split, you know, we were already a good laner, but was still trying to gel with the team. You know, his first time in North America. Now, there were a lot of kinks to work through, but going into the summer split, he's basically in that conversation for best mid in the league. And since this is Team Liquid Honda Challengers' last match of the split, this is that one last opportunity for him and the rest of the team to try and make those push for some of the awards that we're giving out at the end of the split.
I'm happy you bring that up, Beat, because as we're getting ready for pick and ban for game number 1, that is a good reminder for everybody. Most Valuable Prospect, the prestigious award we give out at the end of every split, is a regular season award.
That's right.
It is how well you performed in the regular season. And this is Team Liquid Honda Challengers' last series of the summer season. If players like Roamer, not only trying to make the argument, am I the best mid laner in the league definitively, but also can I make a push for being the most valuable prospect and put my name in that conversation? This is kind of your closing argument.
Yeah.
You want to end strong and on a really high note. So that way your name is going to be in those conversations that we have after the final week. But we'll see if Romer can do just that, because we are into pick and ban for game number 1. And would you guess it, Aurora banned away immediately by TLC.
I mean, if we want to look at Samikin's champ pool, I know Aurora is kind of a flex, but she's actually quite good in mid lane. I mean, he's the big mage player. Even in this meta where we have a lot of marksmen being predominantly played in the mid lane, they will find angles to give him those mage picks. That's why you're seeing the Hui band as well. A lot of respect paid toward his champion pool.
But notably, Zoe not banned. Samikin was fighting the allegations of being a Zoe one-trick coming into the NACL. I think he's beaten them, but it has still been a staple ban against Blue Otter. Interesting to see that that's now dropped in priority. I don't think it has the greatest spot in the meta right now, especially not to pick too early in a draft, but we have to keep that on the radar because we know Samikin likes the pick.
Yeah, instead, it's going to be a lot of the stock standard stuff. Ashe first pick, I think, is something you often see these last couple of patches. In this marksman meta, it's just so valuable. As that 80 carry role, you have that long range engage, you are a good laner. I think it's just perfectly fine.
We'll see what TLC decides to opt for now. Things like Corki, Tristana were on the table, but they're going to leave that handshake, if that is going to be the handshake, and instead go for Misfortune Lilia. Very early Lilia pick. I've been hearing other casters talk about this. I have the same opinion. Lilia early in a draft is usually not where she's strongest, because now Blue Water have the ability to try and pivot and go for more of a ranged kite back style to make it hard for the Lilia to ever get in, or just a hard CC lockdown.
I was about to say.
Just stun you.
I mean, Leona, Nautilus, especially in this first game where a lot of the engaged supports, are still up and available. None have even been banned yet. Yeah, I agree with you, Kangas. So it is pretty bold for Keel to be able to grab that Lilia right away. But I mean, Keel, we know, even in the metas past where it wasn't really about jungle farm, about getting ahead, he was still able to flourish. He is a very efficient player, able to impact the map, able to get his farm up. And when he has opportunities to take from the opponent jungle, he's usually quite good at that. And that's actually what makes this jungle matchup interesting, because we've seen Music do that these past couple of matches as well.
Yeah, Music had a fantastic early jungle against FlyQuest challengers and getting all around shade. And can he do it again is going to be the question. I'm probably going to ask that a few times today for Blue Otter, because they're going to have to do it twice, back-to-back upset victories over teams much further above them in the standings. They are going for that Nautilus, like you had highlighted. So there's a lot of lockdown CC for something like the Lilia, making it harder for her to utilize that movement speed passive and run around the fights. But what they are currently lacking is damage to actually blow her up once you CC her. I think that's going to be the focus in the second half of the draft, and I like this from TLC, banning away something like the Talia, because that would theoretically kind of fit that game plan of just locked down target, seismic shove them into the Unraveled Earth, and do the full combo.
Yeah. And I like what Blue Water, the direction Blue Water is going into. I think the Rel Misfortune combo is really strong. You just want that out of the picture, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just banned the Leona as well, just remove two big engage options. To prevent TLC from kind of rounding out this comp. That's looking like it's becoming this kind of front-to-back. I think we can safely say that it is this front-to-back composition. They just need a little more engage from that support role.
If it is... Okay, so if we do get the Zoe ban finally, that actually would have been that extra burst of damage to take out a stunned Lilia. But if it's the Leona ban, I'm wondering if TLC pivots to something more like a Braum, and they just embrace the kite back style. I know it's weird with a Misfortune. Typically, you think Misfortune's a wombo combo where you get engaged and then she layers damage on top, but also can be used for zone control. If you have a Braum standing in front of you and a Lilia trying to kite back as well, maybe they just allow Blue Otter to come into their territory and try and control it there. But we'll see what Coach Mash and the rest of TLC have in store for us here, because it is that Leona ban.
Yeah, they might be picking up what you're laying down, Kangas, hovering that Braum. Maybe they lock that in. I'm very curious if where this Udyr is going to go. It is fine top. It's perfectly fine into that Gnar, but I could actually see it going into the jungle as well for Music. We have seen it into those AP junglers just because you can outduel them, but maybe it just ends up being the Brand as well. That would be a fine option as well, since Blue Water's comp was lacking that damage that you correctly highlighted earlier, and I think this would be a good way to get that.
The interesting thing about this, though, is Brand has to be really fairly close to you in order to layer damage. So you're putting yourself in a rough spot. If everyone's using their abilities to lock down the Lilia, then you could be in trouble yourself after the fact, but it is still going to power clear the jungle. You have Corki on top of it, so you have a decent spread of AP and AD damage. So I can see theoretically what Blue Otter is going for with this type of draft. And again, there is range to play around that Lilia. They don't have an overabundance of melee champions that Lilia can try and abuse.
Yeah, I mean, Music wants to play a little further ahead than his other carries there in Sammykin and Levitate, but you still have that all-in with this Nautilus. You still have great space creation there with the Udyr as well in the top lane. So I think Blue Otter's comp ends up being pretty fine. They have some clear go buttons. They have ways to start the fight and make space for their carries while they do damage. And yeah, you called it Tristana. It's a champ that Roamer is very comfortable on. That's going to be paired there with the Lilia and that mid-jungle duo. And I think that's going to be that's going to end up being a pretty interesting matchup in the mid lane as well.
I think it is telling, though, that Blue Otter went for the Corki instead of the Tristana. Both are up. I like the Tristana more in a vacuum just because I feel like she can do a little more for the team, specifically with the ability to split push and take turrets fast. But the advantage of the Corki is more ranged damage follow-up with those rockets that you're going to pepper in, which goes along with the line of, hey, we got a lot of pick tools. We have the Ash Arrow. We have the Nautilus Depth Charge. And as long as we're not hitting the Braum, everybody's relatively squishy.
Yeah.
But that's going to put a lot of pressure on Kim Down from Team Liquid Honda Challengers, the only returning member from their past rosters after a rebuild happened this year. Can Kim Down keep everybody safe? Keep PLCs, keep playoff runs alive. Fighting for seeding right now. They are in playoff. Blue Otter ultimately in their own hands. A win here means that they control whether they make it or not. A loss means that in the next series, they're waiting on other teams.
30 seconds until
Loaded in to game number 1.
And I think on TLC side, much like, for those who are watching the FlyQuest series yesterday, I think both our LCS affiliate orgs honestly haven't been playing as well as we've seen them play in the past. I know TLC, that's been that big question mark where they have had struggles closing games out. I mean, I asked Keel about it this morning, literally, when he got back to me, just about what he attributes it to and things like that. And the way he would describe it is just that it's the same problem that a lot of NACL teams have. It's just that prioritizing the wrong things in that mid to late game. And I think that's something I, of course, agree with. And the hope is that TLC will show us that they've worked on that today. And, they'll take that extra week since it's their last match to work on that in practice going into playoffs.
What I will say is I think the good news is that Blue Otter, from what we had identified, we talked about it a little bit leading into today's broadcast, being their win against FlyQuest felt like it happened a lot in the draft, specifically that third game where they had the full Wombo combo team composition and they were just able to run through FlyQuest Challengers. I would argue that this doesn't feel like a massive draft gap. I don't even know exactly. I don't have a strong opinion on who I favor more. Not sure if you have one yourself, but here we go. Bot lane, Spawn already having to burn the cleanse early on to get rid of that ignite. So Summoner Spell trade, but health bar favors Blue Otter.
Yeah, I think with Blue Otter's comp, it's hard for me to really pick one. I think both have their strengths. Like on Blue Otter's side, the way I'm expecting these fights to go later on is that you're looking for picks between Levitate and Rovex, hoping that you can blow someone up immediately. But in these extended fights, I really like the Tristana. I think MF can do a lot of damage, especially as she's one of the marksmen who won't really hurt by some of the marksman item nerfs on this current patch that we're on. Plus, I think the Braum is really good at creating space. I think TLC's comp, it is just about getting that Wombo combo off. Jenkins, there is a lot of pressure on him to be that first engage just because, Braum isn't the kind of champion you want to be your primary engage. He wants to follow up on somebody. So between Jenkins and Keel, who's going to be fishing for ults with that Swirl Seed, I think that's TLC's big way to win these team fights post, 40 minutes.
Kick down, throws up the shield the wrong direction there. A little oopsie.
Happens.
As I also noticed, Levitate threw up the hawk shot in the jungle pathing there while you were talking about the importance of the engage. Keel, that person that could start off the fights, not spotted by that hawk shot. At least I didn't notice. So thank you to the observers for highlighting that. We have a ward down here in the tri-brush. TLC will spot Music if Music looks to get aggressive, but I think Music's just looking for this scuttle instead. He's utilizing the priority that his bot lane is giving him to have a uncontested takedown here. Let's see if Keel can trade for the top one.
Could be. looking for more. I mean, Music's wrapping his way around here. There isn't a particularly large wave too, but I don't know if Kim Down and Spawn are necessarily expecting it because the vision was cleared.
Okay, engage now onto Kim Down. Has flash available. Oh, I like the look, Music.
Yeah.
Tried to throw out the Q, anticipating Braum using stand behind me, that W to get to safety, but Kim Down held it a little longer. But I like the attempt to try and predict the movement.
Yeah, I do too. And there you go. That second Hawk shot from Levitate will reveal that Keel is just going for his Wolf respawn, it looks like, after getting the Scuttle Crab before he goes for that first recall. So it ends up being fine for Music to spend a little extra time trying to set up a play like that, and it just guarantees that Levitate and Rovex, they're going to have an easy time crashing the wave and backing off.
Crucially, it also gives information that Keel has not backed to spend any gold. So Music can maybe theorize, okay, actually we'll have to get back to that. Levitate's going to have to cleanse here, maybe flash. Spawn and Kim Down both have their own flashes. How aggressive do they want to play this? Spawn's going to get that movement speed increase. Slow from the Winter's Bite. That is flash out of Levitate. Well done from Spawn and Kim Down. What I was going to say is Music might have the ability to make some action happen, but now there's less areas to make that action happen because Levitate, a bit of trouble bot side. Jenkins should be able to get away just fine here. Quacker's just asserting the Udyr dominance in lane. Udyr privilege.
Yeah, it's just what it is. And I'm thinking with Music trying to make things happen, it's probably going to be more on this top side just because of how threatening Quacker can be in this matchup. A lot of vision in favor of TLC topside does make you think they want to go for that early grub priority. And you have Jenkins, who may have that opportunity to be a pretty potent side laner, getting those grubs, making it easier for you to knock down structures later in the game is probably good for them.
Yeah, also the Tristana as well, because you're
right.
going to eventually get that in the side lane. So I got to echo that sentiment. I feel like the grubs matter more to TLC's composition. Not that an Udyr can't split push, but we just expect more of the Gnar being able to actually auto-attack the turrets and summon those little grublings. So let's see if they actually do prioritize top half. We do see Keel up there. Ooh, the back not stopped, so Quacker will get this teleport off and get to the top side. As Music is hovering around too, so Blue Otter getting in position for the Dragon. They're going to position for an engage on the Kim Down, but the shield is up. Electrocute off of Brand. And nothing's actually going to go down mid after the fact. Rovex does not have a team behind him, and they're just letting the grubs go. Blue Otter have yet to hit the Dragon. Yeah, thank you, observers, for highlighting this. Heal is going to take these uncontested, and there's also a window now for TLC to go contest a Dragon.
Yeah, and I think that's part of why Rovex is just there being annoying. No, actually, I guess they do really just want to go for this play. I think there was an opportunity to just take the Dragon instead, but they'd rather fight.
Oh, we don't have a wave. It's not a big enough wave. No, we do have another wave. Okay. Dive comes through. Rovex will want to be the one to tank it up, I imagine. They're getting Music in position to actually fire the damage out. It's Music that tanks first, and he misses the Q. Kim Down's taking damage, but now Keel's going to find Music in an awkward spot.
Surely they
can all collapse on the one. Flash from Keel will get to safety as Romer has teleported down to help back up the fight. TLC give up first blood. The burn from Music is enough. Keel goes down. It wasn't the dive they were looking for, but they'll take it.
Hey, first blood's first blood. 400 gold is 400 gold. You love that start to the game there for Blue Otter. Yeah, it was a little messy, a little dicey. At the end, they get everything they could have hoped for, and now Music actually gets to take away the Grump as well from Keel, getting himself just a little bit further ahead.
Now got to get out of there. Unfortunately, cannot get the buff as well. Keel is back on the map and on the bottom side, but you can see the attempt of the dive. They were a little hesitant on it, and I actually think it worked out in their favor, because if they had committed to the dive, sometimes it's just tough to pull those off against a Braum. You might just die on your way out and trade a 1-for-1, but then you're also going to be in a really awkward position when the teleport comes in and such, so I actually think it was beneficial for them that they didn't commit to diving under that turret and instead picked up first blood regardless.
100%. I think that's just good recognition from Blue Otter. You have the information, of course, that Romer could TP. So instead, they were looking, it seems like they were looking to get that out and then walk it out. And honestly, I think they were just fine getting that TP and then walking away. But then Keel kind of gifted themselves over to him with the path that he took. So it's like, hey, man, this isn't what we were looking for, but I'll sure as hell take it.
It's just one of those timing issues. We see that a lot, especially in the NACL. Where the play, you understand what the team's trying to do. They had a 4v3 in that scenario, but one person just a couple of seconds ahead of the clock means that they go down for it as Quacker Gonna absorb the damage of Jenkins right there and be just fine again on the
Udyr, man.
It's just Udyr things.
It's never worth commenting on his health bar unless you see it go down to 0. It just doesn't matter, man. But the other side of the map here, still nobody has gone for the Drake yet. I think TLC have done a good job maintaining vision, honestly, on both sides of the map. They had deep vision top side, now they have a lot of it bot side as well. They have the information on Music that he's on his red buff. So there's this chance for Keel to move bot side, potentially look for a play because Levitate and Robex are pushing up. Oh, there's already a fight.
Right, you are beat, but we're actually have a play in the 2v2 itself as Levitate has to burn the Robex the dredge line to get the safety of the wall, but that's already a huge chunk of health out from the bot lane of Blue Otter as Dragon has started. So TLC, I mean, the vision helps, but also they're just able to brute force this because the bot lane trading up in that 2v2.
Yeah, really nice move there from Spawn and Kim down. And yeah, that first touch on the Drake means you just don't want that fight at all. And I think I'm fine with that. Blue Water, I like what Sammykin was doing in the mid lane. He was hovering towards the top side, getting the wave in, hitting the turret to try and collect plates. So it's just good recognition from Blue Water to, you know, not take fights that will go horrifically wrong.
Yeah, you know,
We like that.
Let's give up some objectives so that we don't throw our gold lead.
The entire
because they
game.
do currently have, not the biggest one, but it's maybe significant, depending on who that gold is on.
That's Music.
I mean, the first blood to Music's definitely going to feel good for him, and Leandri's completed, actually. That's really big.
Wow, yeah. That's a good call. It's really fast. And now you can see, too, Robex is moving up with Music, so they have that set up for the next grub spawn. Brand does this especially quickly. That's even without Leandri, so this just prevents TLC from actually getting that grub again or anything close to it. No way.
I want Kim down to try for it. Come on. Yeah, no, I mean, Music is the only one with an item completed in the entire Rift. You cannot walk up and contest this as TLC, nor were they even in a position to do so, but they are rotating around the map. Look at Jenkins. Already bot side hitting that turret, and Blue Otter are slower on the play. This is what I was hitting on when I was saying the way that Blue Otter won their series against FlyQuest was not necessarily a lot of playing the map better outside of Music's one fantastic early jungle game. It was the compositional difference. And right now we are seeing TLC get around the map a little bit more efficiently, get some more resources in their pocket faster than Blue Otter are able to answer.
And I mean, that's something we see even a TL do in the LCS, I guess. Something they're very good at. I need to hold that thought to Spawn.
This org, man. All right, I like this. Giga Chad Rovex just walks forward confidently, throws out the ultimate, and never mind. We just are not going to go for the play because the rest of TLC are here. Lullaby used, but Music is still alive, and he tries to... Oh, he doesn't flash away. He got Buster shotted away. Still goes down regardless. One kill traded back. Can Sammykin make it more? No, he will go down alongside Levitate. Double kill to Spawn. TLC find a big play top lane.
Huge fight. Even though some kills, or actually no kills went the other way, excuse me, it just ends up being very big in TLC's favor. They end up picking up a lot of gold as a result. They've turned this gold lead to about 800 in their favor. And that's such a big thing too. Spawn with 2 kills is great. Roamer with 2 kills as well. It's going to do a lot of damage in these late game team fights.
My goodness, Quack.
Sorry, man. This is just what it is.
I do believe as well Kim Down did go down, so there was one traded, but it's not the end of the world. You know, you're still happy if you are TLC. You got a lot of kills in your pocket there onto your carries. Remember right before that play we said Music the only one with a completed item? Well, now there's 3 people on TLC with their first completed items, so that really changes the momentum of this game.
And I want to shout quickly, Keel, that first item going for the Cosmic Drive. I like it. It was always a good item on Lilia, but it did get buffed this patch, 100 extra health. It does make it really nice for the Lilia early on. You get that extra move speed. You get a lot of ability haste. It's great on a champion where you're going to be doing a lot of fishing with your E.
Yeah, I mean, that can be 2 autos early game, 1 auto late game of difference right there. Which when there's a lot of auto attackers like the Corki and the Ashe, that can be the difference maker. You're happy to be tankier because, like we had said, you also kind of have that target on your back from draft phase. You lock in the Lilia early. Your opponent locks in, I guess Ashe was already on the table, but they get the Udyr and the Nautilus. A lot of lockdown, a lot of CC for you. but Blue Otter haven't gotten that avenue to really utilize it outside of that one first blood play bot side. We haven't seen anything since then where they really grouped up for it. But as we're passing 14 minutes, the plates are going down. We're kind of leaving that early game laning phase, and we're entering the mid game, which is really when you start to see teams group up and actually fight for these objectives.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams want to play out these team fights. Again, TLC.
Ooh. Nice little find there, but Kim Down is playing Braum, so
it's okay.
Fine. Yeah.
Yeah. You're already kind of seeing that first bit of those looks you were talking about there, Kangas, and that's the nice thing about the Ashe. I mean, yeah, that missed. You know, feels bad for Levitate, but you can do that over and over again. And when it does land, someone dies.
But what I want to see, and what I will also preface this by saying we haven't seen, is actually use it over and over again. That was our first Ashe ult of the game. At least that we saw on camera. Maybe one happened off-screen bot side. I wasn't paying attention to the cooldown. But the first one that we saw proactively used by Blue Otter, and it whiffs at 14 minutes in the game. That's way slower than I want to see this pick used for. When you watch the professionals play at the top levels, obviously that is not this. This is the developmental league. But if you're trying to replicate that, you want to be action-packed with the Ashe. Utilize it as that pick tool, as that engage tool.
Yeah, I'm sure as we now get that 15-minute mark and we're leaving the laning phase, we will see that happen a lot more often. It's kind of what I'm expecting from Levitate. And now Blue Otter, I like that they backed off, waited for Jenkins Meganar to time out, then took the chance to go for his Rift Herald, so they now do have another opportunity to make a play for the next dragon spawning. Nobody is on it yet. TLC haven't really made that move, so there's the chance to just drop the Herald mid, get space for it like we've seen teams do so often in the past.
Yeah, we'll decide or see what their decision is for how they want to utilize it. But currently the turret race seems like it's going to TLC. We talked about the fact that this Tristana can hit these side lane turrets. They didn't get the 4 grubs, but regardless, Tristana still can take side turrets quite fast. And Jenkins also put a lot of work in that bottom turret earlier, as Dragon started up now by TLC. So it's not about sieging these side lanes. It's not about threatening a dive on the Corki. It is about utilizing the Tristana push to get that priority to continue Dragon stacking. Now, what will the soul be? It's not Chemtech, it's not Mountain. We should see it on our screen here. Infernal Soul. That is a pretty strong win condition. TLC happy to see that one because they are already winning the Dragon race.
Yeah, everybody loves... I think everyone benefits from Infernal Soul, no matter what. It's just free damage, especially when you have that Tristana. It just feels even more powerful when you use the Satchel Charge. So, on top of that, TLC won that first brick race, so Roamer is really strong right now. Both him and Spawn, actually, we can take a look, are topping the gold charts. And these are the 2 big damage carries on TLC's side, so them getting a lead because of those early game plays really bodes well for them for the rest of this game.
Well, I mean, Roamer also just getting a lead from that free turret take. I'm very surprised that Blue Otter just gave that up to him. I mean, you look at all the vision. This is why Roamer felt confident to do it. All the wards placed bot side. Yeah. Blue Otter are going to try and answer with the turret top, but look, Roamer, he backs and he gets up here before Blue Otter can do it. Yet again, it's just Blue Otter being a little slow on the global map plays and TLC being much faster to them. They get a free turret essentially and now can still defend their other ones and are just playing the map so much more efficiently, netting them a 1.1 thousand gold lead alongside winning that early fight topside, the skirmish there. That definitely helps, but still just impressed with how they're approaching the map play in general.
Part of it is because Blue Otter are grouping up really hard. They've just been basically 4-1ing this entire time, and TLC have done a pretty good job at responding to it. Wherever Quacker is, he's basically just weak-sided this whole game. So wherever Quacker is, you know Blue Otter is going to be elsewhere on the map, and TLC, A, having good vision, and B, responding accordingly, sets them up really nicely just to stop whatever Blue want to do.
Glacial Fissure used. Kim down, trying to get around there, but the Lilton Willoughby will set up Roamer to go for the play. Got the reset, but he's sticking in the fight. He fancies himself some more autos, teleport from Quacker, and he immediately says, nah, I don't want it anymore. Low health bars on TLC. Samykin and Quacker try and make something happen. Levitate's actually trying to make something happen, but Jenkins is getting Mega, has the flash, locks him down, and TLC's top laner finds another kill. Now Roamer wants to make it an ace.
Oh, he's gonna
Couple more autos, he got the reset, rocket jump forward, flash out from Samykin, 2 more autos, flashes forward, and he gets it! TLC with the unofficial ace.
Oh, and it's looking really good. Quacker, the only one who doesn't end up going down in this entire situation. And TLC, they balloon this gold lead up to 3,000. And they're not done, Kangas. You see the teleport coming through from Romer. He has his second item. He is very strong. Oh my god, he's so
We forgot about Quacker, but Romer did not, and maybe should have left him alone.
Yeah.
Quacker just started wailing on him right there. And is still fine. Ash Arrow. But it bought time. Sidestep for Rovex to come in. No, Romer did still have the rocket jump. Should have been fine there. Yeah, Quacker living actually is pretty big because he's able to catch that wave. If Quacker went down there too, Romer can just take another turret. But still, these are more kills and more gold going over to TLC.
And they just have so much of it at the moment, Steve. They have everything going for them. They're halfway to a Dragon Soul. Their carries are fed out of their minds. And I think the biggest tragedy for Blue Water in that last exchange is that Quacker TP'd while Jenkins walked his way up. So now it's going to be harder for Quacker to match Jenkins in the side lane in the next couple of minutes here when setting up for some of these objectives.
Jenkins laying a trap potentially for Samikin. Really hard to lock down the Corki, but you can trade a lot of damage on him right now. And actually about to hit Mega. Maybe he does find the kill. Into the wall. Wall up down. Stone toss. Couple more autos. And Samikin soloed by Jenkins.
Woo! That is brutal. And yeah, Samikin isn't quite at that 2-item mark where Corki feels really strong, and just being taken off the map constantly, it just slows you down to that big power spike. And it's just another avenue where TLC are continuing to pull ahead of this game, and it's hard to. Music has to drop that Herald because it was just about to expire, but even then, it might not even give the play that they're hoping for. Romer, and he's still pretty safe.
I think he should be just fine. The rest of TLC are trying to pincer, though. They're teleporting up. Jenkins gets pulled right on back. This is actually a lot of time for Blue Water to play with, but the little lullaby from Keel is going to be the difference maker. Double kill to Music feels good for Blue Water, but TLC still fighting for more. Whiff of an ult from Jenkins. Levitate, trying to kite back. Romer getting big damage in. Is that explosion going to be enough? Just barely not. TLC still trade some kills back and forth. Blue Water that time fight back a little harder. Oh, is this on Vision? It is! That ward from Tribrush was spotting that, so Sammy can get some revenge!
That's definitely got to be at least a little bit of a relief. You do cash in on a shutdown. You are wasting the time of Romer because Keel is just spawning. Your team isn't going to lose the mid-tier 1 turret. Maybe there's an avenue here where Blue can try and get that first touch on the Drake, but it's so hard. TLC, they are so much stronger. We're going to see what happens again in this replay. You can just see it. Samikin was only just respawning. Levitate was late to the action. Even though Keel does go down, a lot of your damage was just not present in this team fight.
I like the idea of Rovex trying to buy as much space, as much time as possible for everybody else, but Keel just did so much damage there, had so much work, as Spawn and Romer, both yet to die, are just pumping out damage in these fights. And nice from Samikin here to clean up a little at the end. And as we see live at the end of this replay, it looks like the dragon stacking is being denied. Yeah, that's actually really big from Music right there. Blue Water find a little window. Oh, what a call from Team Liquid Honda Challengers. It's going to be spotted. Rovex will walk forward. Like, is it contested? Everyone's pretty far away. I think that TLC can just burn this. Teleport in.
Look at Jenkins.
Quacker. And that is enough for TLC. They will not go for the 50-50. They're just happy to get teleport out of the Udyr.
Yeah, there it is. So that's a play that they can replicate very, very soon on the side of TLC, because now Blue Water, they have no teleports to work with. Samikins is still a few minutes away. Quacker just used his. So if one of them shows on the other side of the map, I think TLC are going to be looking for that. That's why you're seeing Romer being sent to the bottom. He still has his teleport. I think TLC now just have this option where either Blue Water are going to match you bot and you start the Baron, or they don't, and Tristana's just going to be able to knock down a tier 2 and get even more gold.
Yeah, I think that, again, it goes back to the point that TLC seem more comfortable making the map plays right there, pulling everybody up, getting the teleport. Yes, they lost about a wave and a half to that bottom turret, but they still got down there and cleared out some waves, and now they have push in every lane, even getting an uncontested mid lane turret right there. yet again, Blue Otter just a little slow on their resets. That's one of the biggest things that we see in this league in the NACL. This is developmental League of Legends. These players are not at the same caliber as LCS or international competitors. And these are the types of lessons that the players can take away from is when are we choosing to back, when are we choosing to reset? Because teams like TLC will have the ability to punish you heavily for taking these mistimed resets.
Right now, Rovex just clearing away some vision, moving the pink ward, so Blue Otter will at least have an idea of when TLC tries to start this Baron, but it's basically immediately undone. And the problem is still the same. Look at the bot side Kangas. I had Romer's there. He's keeping Sammykin in this lane to the point where Blue Otter, it looks like, look at the minimap. They're sending Quacker in that direction as well. I feel like TLC could just start the Baron. I think this is too easy.
Yeah, it's tough. Blue Otter need to keep people around there to contest it, but making a play on the Tristana side lane is such a tantalizing option, especially with that Ashe arrow. And I go back to the purpose of the Ashe. You are not picking this for pure raw DPS, carry a team fight. You are picking this so that you can find plays, so you can find picks, find people out of position, and we have just really not seen Ashe arrow fishing. Now we're going to fish for Kim down. Braum yet again will shield a lot of that damage. He'll still take about half of his health bar, so not a bad look for Blue Otter.
At the end of the day, not a whole lot going to come out of this one. At least Blue Otter will get an opportunity again, another turn to remove some of the vision here, as you're seeing Rovex go a little deep into TLC's jungle. He has a lot of close calls. Blue Otter, they still have this opportunity to blow someone up. Rovex syncing up with music, Levitate setting up a pick with the Ashe arrow, and that's pretty much the only way they can win some of these encounters, Steve. It's just the hope that you blow someone up like Romer or Spawn instantly before the rest of the team of Team Liquid Challenger can actually show up and help.
In the words of Taylor Swift, that's how it works. The arrow does go out. Not going to find anything. Jenkins now in a 1v1. Almost 100 to zeroing Music here. Has the backup of Spawn to try and get that extra damage in. Music had a really good stopwatch, but still goes down. Jenkins is traded because Sammykin joins at the very last second. Flash used, but Jungler down for Blue Otter. The TLC can look to position at the Baron.
It is not going to be that easy. They don't have a lot of front lines, so I don't actually love the Baron take for TLC without Jenkins, and neither do they. Clearly, they were setting up in the bush. They were trying to see if they could get a catch. I think the play is just going to end up being Dragon. TLC, it's their soul point. Infernal Soul still very powerful for them. Something they could benefit from greatly. And yeah, that's kind of where my eyes are set right now.
And again, we see, I want to pay extra close attention to the reset timers, to the map tempo play of Blue Otter. We see that Rovex backs and runs straight back up to the top side. 30 seconds till Dragon.
Yeah.
Look at these deep wards that TLC already have down. They've set these up a long time ago, and now are resetting as a team. Everybody backs at the same time, everybody on the map at the same time. And I think that they're going to position for mid lane and then head towards the bottom side. Do Blue Otter have the numbers to actually threaten a Baron take while TLC are on the Dragon? Now TLC are realizing that that's the play that's happening, so they're going to walk and approach.
Yeah, but then again, remember Blue Otter, they have some great pick potential here. Maybe they're playing for a teleport. Maybe they're playing for Levitate's Ashe arrow. Got to keep an eye on both of those things.
Yep. Levitate and Rovex are positioned. Oh, Levitate gets hit. Open will by not coming down immediately onto the Ashe. Levitate now trying to position in a really awkward spot. Romer can just try and 1v1 the Ashe. Arrow lands onto Kim down. The Braum is the focus, and they got him. A traditional front to back, I guess, works out for Blue Otter as they do trade up in that one, not losing any members, but they don't have mid push and they don't have quite enough ultimates to still try and fight for that Baron.
Yeah, that's the problem. It was a great play. TLC, the only thing they end up expending is that Glacial Fissure from Kim down, and because of the low health bars, you just got to walk this one away. So yeah, Blue Water get a kill, but it doesn't get the Baron, it doesn't get the Dragon, and TLC are going to easily pick up their Infernal Soul point, still maintaining a pretty solid lead.
It's a good death, Kim down. It's a good death right there.
You died for the cause.
You give up your life, but you took every ultimate with you, which means that Blue Water cannot play the map nearly as well as TLC despite being up a champion. and TLC are rewarded with the dragon. So the attempt from Blue Otter was to try and pull TLC in, but they clearly wanted more than just that. They are still bleeding resources on the map. They're still losing a little bit more gold here and there, but most importantly, there's Dragon's Soul to fight for TLC. Quacker will teleport up here. Blue Otter, I think they've still identified that they really want this Baron.
When you're behind in a game like this, it's either slowly bleed out or make a crazy play like a Baron flip. So there is an angle, yeah. They're all grouped mid lane. You can see TLC recognize this. They're in the area. They do have that one ward in the pit, yeah. So if they can wait out the Mega Gnar, Blue Otter could look to turn for a fight. It's probably going to be their best chance.
Yeah. And we do have our ultimates back, so Blue Otter are right back into a position. Could be a 50-50. Keel's looking to get into the pit. Watch for Levitate Arrow. You gotta fish for Keel here if you're Levitate, but Kimdown's positioning in between, so I think Keel will have an angle to try and get into that pit. Kimdown's taking a lot of damage, and it's secured by Sammy Kid of all people.
Oh my
and
God!
Now Blue Otter can take the fight afterwards. TLC had the worst of both worlds. Oh, but the misfortune ultimate on top of the sweep is not enough. Health bar's blinking, but that works for Blue Otter. They still stand strong. Rovek's the only one to go down, and they got that Baron buff. They can still play for the map.
You couldn't have asked for a better sequence of plays for Blue Otter when they went for the flip like this. It landed on heads. They picked up so much gold, and Sammy Kid, he's going to TP top. They're going to instantly make the most of this wave they have here. That is several thousands of gold that they just picked up on. Remember, TLC were ahead almost 3,500. Now Blue Otter are almost up 3,000, all because of this flip. And again, the timing was so big because Jenkins, he was mini Gnar. So Blue Otter, this was their best chance to look for the angle. And because they secured that Baron, they were all grouped up. The damage coming through from this brand was insane.
And Spawn almost pulls it off.
It was crazy.
The Lilting Lullaby at the last, I think that was Lilting Lullaby at least. They locked everybody in place there, but then Blue Otter just able to barely burn through the misfortune before they die themselves. And as we're going to come back to live here, not only is that the Baron and the team fight win, they stay on the map with low health bars because they had the waves. Like you said, Sammy teleports top, gets a tier 2 turret. They take tier 2 turret mid lane. They take the Krugs, the Wolves, I think maybe even a buff there. They got everything on the map before resetting, spending all that gold. This next fight could look even more one-sided.
Yeah, and this is the soul coming up for TLC, but just like that, they're not in a position to be able to fight for it. Nice moves from Roamer. And this is what we were hoping for, Kangas. Levitate just fishing at every opportunity that they have. And now they're going to use this power that they've gained in the last couple of minutes. They're going to be the ones to finally set up some deep vision ahead of an objective, because not only is the their second Infernal Drake coming up soon if they secure it, but there is one more tier 2 to take, and it's this one right in front of them.
Baron buff is being utilized. They're a little mistimed on their waves, because Quacker's wave is hitting mid well before this bot wave is crashing in. That should give TLC a window here to actually defend the siege. I don't think Blue Otter can take a turret. In an instance like that, I think Quacker needs to actually play off of the wave and allow that space, allow the time for Blue Otter to get the bot wave in time. But now this second crash will line up a little better, and the cannon's still up, so Blue Otter they're peppering it. It'll go down eventually. Yeah.
And there's another wave. It's almost there. Look at the mini-map. And at the end of the day, it's CLC. There's a whole lot they can do about it right now. They're just going to lose this tier 2. Finally, Blue Otter is going to continue to make the most out of this Baron bombing. You see it right there, guys. A 7,500 power play right as it ended.
Yeah, TLC did not feel confident enough to try and fight and defend that tier 2 turret, instead opting, all right, we delayed it, but let's call that good enough. They let it fall. They only have their inhibitor turrets left now, as Blue Otter have yet again just cleared out all these objectives. And crucially, as you had highlighted, Beatdown, they have the deep wards. We see the current vision line heavily favoring blue side.
And I think Blue Otter pretty much understand how they want to be playing these team fights out. This Mega Gnar timer, Kangas, is going to be so important for both sides here. All the fights that went well for TLC, it's Jenkins getting a big ultimate, being that big front line, and the big fight that turned this game around is when his Mega Gnar expired before he could interact. And again, that Swirl Seed from Keel. He's going to keep pushing.
I like this look from Jenkins, actually. He's showing his Gnar mechanics. He actually starts stacking the Rage Bar on the Wolves as the Ash Arrow goes wide yet again there. Mid-wave priority belongs to Blue Otter currently, but watch for Jenkins engage. He's got the flash. He's going in there, and he found Music. Doesn't get the stun, but there's the stasis. Blue Otter are ready to fight back. Music just presses R and says, I will give my life for the team fight gladly. Blue Otter can just run through the rest of TLC. Spawn, the only member to live, as he will try and mount a base defense now. But Blue Otter heavily winning that fight.
Not only that, they could push for the end here. These are long spawn timers. I think they just have this game on lock. Kangas Spawn is the only one left, and you can see Rovex is already in the base, making sure he's not stepping up too much.
15 seconds on Kim down. Spawn has the ultimate, so I don't think this wave survives. Rovex needs to position forward to give up his life to stop this Misfortune ultimate. Spawn needs to stand behind the turret to make sure that that can't happen, and there we go. Teleport will come in to defend this one minion. Can they end the game off of that? Quacker is real tanky. They're going for it. One last Nexus turret, and Quacker's actually deciding to back off.
Their wave's gone.
Kim Down's shield just blocked all the damage on the turret. I think that Blue Otter expected it to die much faster. Great from Kim Down to hold the line. I still think there's a world where Blue Otter could have taken the turret on the way out, but they're out of there now, and they're going to try and go for this dragon. But now, talk about tempo, talk about map plays, talk about TLC. Everyone's back on the map.
Yeah, this is the problem now. Because they overstayed, they risked it to try and end the game. TLC are going to be able to pick up their Dragon Soul unabated. You can see Rovex's body still in the enemy base as they're waiting for him to respawn. But that is a big buff that TLC have gotten for themselves and a way for them to kind of close the gap a little bit. Again, we're going to take a look at this replay. Honestly, was really nicely done from Jenkins, but no one else followed up onto Music, so he is still able to get his full combo after the Zonias. And I look at Quacker. This is the late game Udyr. He is just ruining your carry's lives. They can't damage him. They can't outrun him. And it made it so easy for Blue Otter.
Yeah, I feel for Jenkins right there, thinking that you have the play, you have the engage. Well, one Zonia is enough for Music to turn the entire play on its head. And Blue Otter now with almost a 5,000 gold lead. Now Dow Dragon's Soul, though. TLC with that objective, do a little more damage in these fights. Is that going to be enough to make up for the wallet difference Blue Otter currently have?
It definitely helps. I can tell you that much, Kangas. I don't know if it will be the difference maker. Again, big thing, Jenkins, Mega Gnar timers, the objective to play for. It is the Baron currently. TLC don't have a lot of vision on it. Actually.
Yet again, arrow goes out. And I think it's time. I think we can officially say this.
Yeah?
It's ARAM o'clock beatdown. These teams are ready to stare each other down as 5 mid lane. Fight for priority, fight for access to Baron. Currently, TLC have it, and they're going to start this up.
Yeah, they take this one down really quickly. If they're going to make a play, it has to be now.
Okay, Glacier Creature goes out. It knocks up Levitate, but there's no follow-up. So Braum ultimate down. Kim Down taking a lot of damage. As Jenkins looking at Levitate, uses the cleanse to get the move speed back. Blue Otter are low, but they have reset the Baron. So TLC go back on it. TLC feeling desperate to make something happen here. Right now, Levitate's about to have the arrow back up again. Watch for the Ash Arrow. I think TLC are realizing that. The music's on the other side. Ash Arrow will land. Stun there on the Kim Down. Braum left out to dry. The burn should be enough. One final rocket. And now Quacker can jump and Spawn. Spawn tried to throw out the Bullet Storm, but Music has the flank for the retreat path of TLC, and the wheels are falling off. TLC get heavily punished for attempting that Baron, and 2 members will walk out alive. They're going to have to try and mount a miracle-based defense.
Oh, and it's going to take a miracle here, Steve, because Zamikin, he is full health, TP'd into the base. There's one Nexus turret left.
And
how about
gone.
Blue Otter?
Jenkins just hit Mega. Cannot find the engage. Does get one final push, but Keel cannot follow up. Blue Otter with a win over TLC in Game 1.
Wow. Blue Otter are the ones to strike first, Kangas. It was a little dicey in the beginning for a lot of the reasons that we were pointing out, where TLC were the ones playing the map better. I feel like they had a read on everything Blue Otter were trying to do. and there isn't really much of a response. But in the team fights later on, I think we have a replay that's got to be that big turnaround here for this game.
Yeah, I mean, this was TLC trying to go for the big, I guess, like, it feels kind of desperation, Baron, but this was basically where everything fell apart because they take too much damage, and then they re-engage the Baron.
Yeah, you called it during the play-by-play. It just did seem like desperation at this point because they lost so much of their health. Music was so strong at this point, and they were going to get walked down by the likes of this Brand and this Udyr. So at this point, they were trying to walk it out. They were trying to hope that they could walk away, but I think at this point, the game was just already over.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles right there. And TLC yet again dropping a game here, or rather Blue Otter yet again picking up a game, an upset victory over their opponent. So it's time to talk about a player of the game because it was pretty close when we're thinking about who had the biggest impact. But at the end of the day, one person had that flank at the end to stop the retreat path of TLC and also just outputting insane damage on that Brand. So Music picking up our player of the game.
Yeah, not just that. I think he got, I mean, you can see he did a lot of damage throughout that entire game, especially in the back half. But I think he got a lot of really high value stasis. Stasis is off, was able to take a lot of space for his team on top of outputting all that damage he did on the Brand. So it was a good look.
Yeah, there we go. Blue Otter up in the series. A reminder that what they are fighting for today is not their playoff lives, but their playoff agency. If they win this series, then their agency, their destiny is in their hands. They just need to win their next series next week to guarantee playoffs. If they lose this, then, you know, even if they win their next series, it comes down to tiebreakers and, you know, series scores, game scores, things like that. So they're hoping that they can actually pull this upset off. And it's looking likely based on game number 1 and how last week went. So we're going to send it to a short break before we are back to decide, can Blue Otter 2-0 TLC? See you after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for Game 2 of our first series of the day. Blue Otter have continued the momentum beatdown, and they picked up Game 1 against Team Liquid Honda Challengers. Another upset game win. Can they turn it into back-to-back upset series wins to keep their playoff dreams alive?
Yeah, it would be incredible if Blue Water walked away with the 2-0 here today, Steve, because, again, it would just be so great for their chances to make it into playoffs. Again, it is all about them reclaiming their agency if they win this match. Even though it was in the past a lot to ask for them to not only beat FlyQuest, but also Team Liquid, it's suddenly looking very possible.
Hey, if you want to do some quick maths here, their overall game record against the top 3 teams in the standings is 5-4. They took a game off of both Dragonsteel and Fearx Starforge, and they won the series against FlyQuest and ZXT. This team, I mean, we had hope for them, but then they would also drop rough series against teams at the bottom, like losing to AoE, or not AoE, or at least dropping games to AoE, but like losing to, other teams around them in the standings, which was the concerning factor. But picking up wins, especially series wins now against these teams in the middle of the pack, top of the pack, is huge for this roster of guys. They have the core still that qualified into the NACL through the promotion tournament. And this would be a huge success story for this roster and this group of guys to make a run and actually make it into playoffs, because there is a chance that they could lock it today. We actually have updates that if they win this series, then the next series is very important, because Winthrop dropping that could lock Blue Otter that playoff position. But I'm also seeing a welcome LCS Raiders. Thank you, LCS, for the raid. Strap in, because right now, I mean, I know we saw Team Liquid win their match against Cloud9 earlier today, but right now the Challengers team is struggling against a team with a Blue Otter as its logo and mascot. Huge underdogs, but currently putting on a great performance.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I mean, we can just get right into it with the champs that are no longer allowed in the rest of the series, just because, again, we are playing full Fearless for those LCS fans who are not aware of what this format really is all about. Is when a team picks a champion, no one else can play it for the rest of the series. And so far, this is what has been eliminated from our match today.
And we got an Udyr win. Beat down. Udyr's,
meaning what exactly?
Is he back? Is this confirmed? Well, I mean, we've seen Udyr. I just didn't think he was going to be meta relevant for quite a while, but Whacker pulling it out and picking up the victory, and it also looked really good.
Unfortunately, Udyr, I must begrudgingly admit that it is a good champion, and although I'm not happy about it, that's what I love about Fearless. It's gone for the rest of the series. I don't have to see it anymore. Maybe the next series, but that's future beatdown's problem.
Also notable, we will not see Corki Tristana for the rest of the series, because any champion that was played in game number 1 cannot be drafted again for the rest of the games, as TLC are looking to bring it to a third game. They're going to have to win back-to-back here in a very rough position, because I still felt like they were playing the map better in game 1. They had better setups. They got that Elder Dragon, but they also just had, I think, more egregious mistakes in some of the team fights, like Jenkins overextending for engages, and then, trying to overcommit for certain plays that the team wasn't set up for. Made it really tough for them in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Blue Water's comp, it did have a lot of CC and a lot of upfront damage. I think something they utilized very well. And this is something we've seen from TLC kind of throughout the entire split, Kangas. I mean, a stat that I tell you about pretty often is how often a team wins when they're ahead at 15 minutes. And TLC actually have a really low win percentage when they're ahead. Before today, it was 45%. That is startlingly low. And that is kind of the problem they've had, being able to close out games when they're ahead.
If I'm hearing you right, that was at 15 minutes, right? Gold lead at 15?
Gold lead at 15. Yep. If they're ahead at 15 minutes, they win less than half the time.
That is not an ideal stat to have, because it means that regardless of how well the early game goes, you're making mistakes in the mid to late game, which is exactly what we saw in that game number 1. So TLC hoping to clean things up a bit. Let's catch up on picking bans, though. A lot of focus on solo laners alongside the Lucian, who's arguably back to solo lane Lucian from Blue Otter. And TLC banding away a lot of the Quacker top lane picks with Olaf, Darius, and then Hui for mid lane, locking in Ezreal first for them.
Yeah, and you're going to see the Zeri answer immediately. Of course, could be Samikid, could be Levitate. We'll have to see. Levitate's definitely had his fair share of good games on this champion, even in the qualifiers and promotion tournament before Blue Otter made it into the NACL. And it's going to be immediately followed up with the Sejuani. I think something Music has had some great performances on in some of Blue Otter's wins.
And it's also a hard engage, which is, like you said, they had a lot of CC in the last game, and then follow-up damage on top of it. Zeri is not going to be that same amount of poke follow-up. You got the little zap, but that's it. But still, having the trigger pull button, the Sejuani, is fantastic. Let's see what TLC want to answer with. Things like Maokai sometimes are chosen into this. It's going to be the Rumble instead. And Leona locked a little earlier since it was banned in the second rotation last game. TLC say, nope, we want this for Kim down now.
I kind of wondered if it was going to be the Rel, because I know that is a really good combo. But I mean, Leona, kind of the premier support right now on this patch. Really strong. The nerfs, who cares? It was just damage. She's still tanky as hell and very difficult to take down. So that's that trigger pull for TLC on their side, especially with not a lot of CC being there in the top lane with the Rumble coming through.
And so it's going to be further engaged for Robex. I was curious because we've seen rising in the NACL the prevalence of enchanters, things like the Renata Glass, things like
sometimes
the Lulu
Seraphine, yeah.
Right? I was like,
Here
maybe we get more like a Renata with the Zeri or a Lulu with the Zeri, but no, we are doubling down on engage options. Robex has typically been more of an engaged player, so
100%.
Playing to the style of Blue Otter, which means second rotation of bans gives us a time to kind of digest these first picks and what it could mean for the identity of the compositions. Feels like maybe TLC have a little more wombo combo immediately with that Rumble locked in.
Yeah, potentially, and I think you're just, for Blue Otter, they're just removing things like the Jhin, so you don't get a good pairing there. Probably expecting Roamer to be piloting the Ezreal mid.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the Cassante ban, so they're expecting Quacker to take this blind, or rather not blind on 4, probably answer on 4. So they just want to remove the safe tank option. I don't know if that's the route we'll see him go, just because I'm waiting to see a lot more damage on Blue Otter's comp. So far, it's only the Zeri, but TLC, they would just rather get it out of there.
Yeah, I'm imagining that TLC will continue to ban out top laners that they don't want the Rumble to play into, because Blue Otter will probably just lock in a top laner, assuming Rumble top, but keep in mind, we've seen a couple of Rumble flexes to the jungle, so maybe that could be a flex pick.
Yeah. The Vi ban is definitely an interesting one. I know Keel has played it, probably is willing to play it in the right angle. It is a good answer into Zeri. Something we saw a lot when Zeri 80 carry was very popular. So it might just be them making 100% certain, like, yeah, you can't do that. So fair enough. Just being cautious. Yeah,
being cautious. Don't want to give that extra engaged tool. But TLC taking away, rather than another top laner, they take away the Talia from Samikin's tool belt. Samikin does like to play more of the AP champions. What? We've seen all the ADs already drafted in game 1. So it's going to be Sion picked for Quacker.
Wow. Okay, so not the tank matchup we were expecting. This is interesting because, again, what's this last pick going to be? Like, we need damage. Tristana's out of the picture.
Azir?
Corki's out of the picture. Maybe I would like Azir. I would actually like Azir a lot, so maybe something along those lines, and Levitate ends up taking the Zeri. But, yeah, I'm really curious.
And look at this. It is flex. TLC, like I had said, it's not guaranteed Rumble in the jungle, or rather in the top lane. They're pivoting to Rumble jungle so that they can counter pick this Sion with the Aatrox. Aatrox is a champion that's been sneaking around as the lower tiers of the meta, but I do think it will be prevalent as patches continue, and it's the Ezreal mid with the Kalista Leona combo bot lane.
Wow, and I can't even focus on that. I just really want to know what Blue Otter's last pick is going to be, Steve. And, I mean, we need more damage.
I don't know if I like the Vex into an Aatrox.
I don't like the Vex either.
Do we get it? Are we going to get Samikin Zoe finally?
No.
Oh, they're just teasing us right now.
There you go.
So they're going to want range. No,
oh, they locked it in!
Okay. Samikin Zoe's logged in for NACL. This has been almost perma-banned against Samikin since he entered the league. Very new player to Tier 2 competitive League of Legends in North America. He was known for being a Zoe one-trick, and then Luxus is secondary on the solo queue ladder. But he hit rank 1 at the beginning of the season, playing mostly Zoe games, and now we get treated to witnessing it here on a stage game.
Yeah, this champion rarely gets through against Samikin, even in his time as Tier 3, the promotion tournament. Here at NACL, there are very few times he actually gets to play this, and when he does, he almost certainly wins. You do have a lot of range. It is good at getting push early on, which is what I think Music and the rest of Blue Water are looking to play for early on, and as long as you can avoid throwing those paddle stars at the Leona, who's probably going to have an easy time soaking them up, I see a lot of squishy members on the side of TLC, so there's room for Samikin to do a lot of work.
And I'm looking up the numbers right now. Samikin has played this one other time, according to the data I'm looking at this summer split, and it was a win against Tier X Starforge, the second-place team in the league. Can Samikin continue the 100% win rate on his big Zoe and sweep TLC along the way to guarantee they can get, or rather hold their agency in their spot for playoffs? Huge pressure. When you're a pocket pick player on your pocket pick, all eyes are going to be on you to say, how good are you actually?
And just kind of to echo that sentiment there, Kangas. TLC, this is their last match of the split. Trying to avoid getting swept by Blue Water, of course, and to show us a little bit of that improvement from, again, kind of dropping the ball in the mid to late game in a lot of their match losses, which is why 4-4 at the end of their split is not where any of us really expected them to be. So the hope is that they can show us at least a little bit of something before they take a break for 2 weeks going into playoffs. And Blue Water fighting for one of the last remaining playoff spots, trying to get this win over TLC. It won't guarantee them, but it'll pretty much be the next best thing.
Yeah, it gives them a very high chance, because if they win this series, then Winthrop loss would lock them. Even if Winthrop wins their next series, it's fine, because Blue Water's destiny is in their own hands. They just need to win their series next week, and they're in playoffs. So they're happy with a win. Obviously, they're happy if they can make that playoffs run and keep showing us what they got this summer, because otherwise it's a long off season where you get a chance to compete again. So let's catch up on this early game so far. Music is spotted on this ward because of the invade from TLC. They walked forward and Kim down dropped the ward, then backed for the sweeper, as looks like bot lane priority will belong to the Callista and Leona early. No surprise there.
Yeah, I think Music's path is interesting. He started on the Raptors and is just doing this sort of reverse clear so that he ends up on the top side. Probably just doesn't want to interact with Keel during his first clear. And just hopes to avoid him when it comes to Scuttle Crab fights, especially because Keel's pathing to his bot lane that we already just know, looking at draft, is going to have that priority. Callista, despite the nerfs, still a really strong laner, especially when paired up with something like the Leona.
But I would argue low chance that we get an early dive down here. I mean, Leona can tank up quite a bit, but you don't have a secondary tank after the fact. Maybe you can blow up, so I'm assuming that they'll be fine down there. But you're right, Music going for this kind of reverse clear is now getting back to the top side as Quacker has shoved this wave in. Remember, this was Jenkins' counter pick, and landed a big combo on Quacker, maybe showing us why this is the chosen counter pick, winning that trade pretty decisively. But I want to bring the conversation to mid lane now, because top lane probably not going to see a lot more action. We went into this series beatdown talking about Roamer, Korean player coming in to play in the NACL, watching a player like, Quad just make the same trip as him, but get to LCS in one split. And this being Roamer's last regular season game to make a big argument for himself. Am I definitively the best mid laner now in the league that Quad is gone? Am I a player that can make a push for an MVP vote consideration? But here we are talking about Samikin on the Zoe instead. Like, we really haven't been seeing too much out of Roamer so far, which is really tough for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, if we want to talk about Roamer's split as a whole, I think he definitely has improved. Also, you were wrong, Steve. There is a dive.
Yep. Looks like we are going to commit to this. The cleanse used early from Levitate, and it's Kim down tanking early, but first blood to Keel, and Kim down will fall. Rovex had the ignite on the Rumble, but not enough to get the damage on him for a kill. Still, though, 1-for-1 trade. That is why the dives are rare to see so early from comps like this.
Yeah, I will say you're honestly not too upset about that one if you are Levitate. It only costs you your cleanse, and you go 1-for-1. And I mean, your opponent in spawn isn't the one who got that first blood. So you're actually kind of ahead of the curve. You don't even lose much of that wave on the bottom side either. So honestly, it feels good for Keel. to get that first blood, and they do have that slight gold lead. But I honestly think it doesn't look as good as it's not as good as it looks.
Yeah, and I actually think Levitate's got a freeze down there based on what I'm seeing on the mini-map, so
worse.
Wave's in a good spot for him. Yeah, I think that overall Blue Otter could potentially walk out with a better, you know, a more advantage even if they're behind slightly due to that first blood gold that Keel picked up. But it's going to be up to Keel as, ooh, mid lane. Looks like Sammykin getting punished here. Xenoblade under the turret, and Kim down picks up the kill. Drowsy might trade it back. No. Limps away. Can Music get there in time? Has the flash. Arctic Assault flash should guarantee the kill. There it is. And it is traded right on back.
So that is something, a response coming through from Music. You can see Sammykin, even though it is his signature pick, not having the most amount of fun right now against the Ezreal. But later on, that's where a lot of the value is going to come through from the Zoe. And something we didn't really talk about yet on TLC's composition is that Kim Down is their only real frontliner. He's their only engage on this team, Steve. So with that in mind, if he's not directly in front of Sammykin, that is a lot of potential damage that Roamer and the likes are going to be eating.
And speaking of eating damage here, okay, this is how Roamer gets the initial trade onto Sammykin. Just an outplay on the Ezreal.
Yeah.
I think that Sammykin was trying to get the wave shoved. He was in a bad spot. Kim Down gets the kill. But again, think about the gold allocation. Your Leona's picking up the kill, but the fact that the bubble lands, Sammykin was real fast on that ability pull to guarantee that there's time for Music to trade the kill. You'd rather have the gold than the Sejuani, I have to imagine. So, yeah. But currently back to live, Keel is on the Grubs, so we're trading objectives since the Dragon's been started up by Blue Otter.
Yeah, that Grubageddon actually would be really nice for TLC this game, just because you got to imagine Jenkins is going to have a pretty good time in the side lane. I think Roamer will too. So there's going to be a decent amount of opportunity for TLC to hit structures outside of 5v5 and big siege situations. I think it's something Blue Otter might want to keep an eye on to just not allow to happen if they can help it.
And we saw the last game, TLC got the first 3, but then lost the second rotation. A lot of that was just brand damage. He got the Leandries early and was able to burst them faster. I don't imagine we're going to have the same situation with a Sejuani. So I'm hoping that TLC find a window here to actually fight for those second rotations of Grubs. And as we're actually noticing now, it looks like the Dragon wasn't secured by Blue Otter. I thought that they were on it from what I saw on the mini-map, but it looks like, no, they didn't actually commit to the play.
I think Dragon's hard for you, especially when your opponent's working with a Kalista Leona bot lane. I think you're just fine with sacking early trades, because you don't actually have a choice in the battles. So this is perfectly within my expectations there, and it's really nice for TLC to get that first set of scrubs and secure that Drake, Steve. They're 2 for 2 in terms of early game objectives.
Yep.
Or, you know,
same as the
depending
last
on
game.
how you view the Grubs. Would they be 1 unit to you or 3?
No, I think that's 1 objective, right? Yeah. Well, but that does get awkward then, because what if like you get 2 and they get 1? Did you get 2/3 of the objective?
You know what? For the sake of hold on, we gotta fight.
I think we'll have to get back to that one here. The cleanse actually used to dodge out. It was a late cleanse, but it was still in time to get away from the Q of Rel. And flash used, ultimate used. Fate's Call will save Kim down. So a lot of cooldowns, but TLC get out of there.
Yeah, the play doesn't pan out the way they're hoping, but I like the look. This is a lot of what we can kind of just expect to see there from Music. He's a player who is a big voice for the team alongside Robex, so playing things like the Sejuani where you have that go button kind of in your hands, I think ends up suiting him really well.
As we see also the mid lane here, Roamer's just winning the trades early against Sammykin. This was Sammykin's big counter pick. Assuming that it was the Ezreal in the mid lane. We had all the information. I think that should have been the expectation. Struggling early, down about 4 or 5 waves of CS to Roamer. As top lane, they're smacking each other around. But I think that this is Roamer. This is the Roamer I expected to see more of throughout the summer, and especially in this final series. Make that statement, make that argument for yourself. As argument being made top lane, Jenkins trying to get onto Quacker, and Quacker's just dodging everything. Damn. So World Ender, cooldown used, and not a lot of reward. Quacker got his dancing shoes on.
He sure does. Nicely done there from Quacker to avoid successful all-in coming through from Jenkins. But I want to bring it back to mid lane, Steve, because it is a good point that, hey, Roamer has just been running this lane phase. You can see he's got a big lead over Samikin. Not a whole lot of jungle intervention there. We saw Robex to try and bail Samikin out a little bit. The hope is that you can, well, not go even, that ship's kind of sailed, but not fall too far behind, because you still have a lot of long-range poke, a lot of long-range damage that will find value, especially if you can get to objectives first as Blue Otter.
Yeah, the thing about the Zoe pick is it doesn't necessarily feel like it has to win lane, because you're always going to provide those sneaky bubbles late game. That is the annoying part of Zoe. If you don't have an adequate front line, which you had highlighted, it's really just Kim down. It's going to be able to absorb a lot of that.
Wow.
Okay, Roamer is
he's styling.
Definitely showing us what this matchup can do on the Ezreal side of it. It does not seem fun for Zoe to play this. Doesn't seem fun for bot lane right now on the side of Team Looking Out of Challengers. Everybody's trying to jump on a Spawn, but he's kited away successfully. Now Keel is here to clean up. Spawn with the double kill as Blue Otter over-eager on their engage.
Yeah, that was...
Oh, we still have mid connection.
Oh.
Bubble lands. And I think it was buffered there by Roamer with the True Shot Barrage or something. It looked like that bubble actually
Jenkins
hit.
Is here. Jenkins is here.
Oh, Jenkins on the flank. Samikin has flash available. And actually spots Jenkins right there. Okay, nicely done. Good spider sense.
Spooky. I think the big thing in the picture is that Robex actually walked out.
Got out.
Somehow.
Yeah.
But that last fight, I mean, that was a tough one.
Staying.
Oh.
This
I was
is
gonna
the
say
grub
why.
spawn.
Oh,
I mean, they saw Jenkins walking up there, so maybe your thought process is if we can collapse onto Jenkins. No ultimate, or at least there was no ultimate earlier, but Jenkins has now gotten it back up off the cooldown. And we're going to go for the grubs. Okay, so Robex still on the map, about half health here. I don't know if this is going to work out in favor of Blue Otter. They could just get pincered.
Yeah, I mean, you have ults to play with, but this is pretty tough. All TLC needs is one grub, and they'll get the Void Bite spawn. They'll get that extra benefit of damage on the turrets. And yeah, I mean, Keel's here.
Oh, no, they're jumping away. Okay, so Music just smites the first one. I thought maybe they would just give Music's life to try and steal away the last grub, but 4 grubs for TLC does help their side split pushing and turret taking abilities.
Yeah, and now you can see as a result, too, of that last play, that attempted dive coming through. Spawn, he's sitting on 2 kills. He's very fed on this Kalista. Levitate, early on, it was doing fine. Things were looking okay for Blue Otter's bot lane, but just like that, TLC find themselves heavily in favor.
Roamer's just shoving these waves in constantly. We have new lane assignments pretty early in the game, only 12 minutes, so there's still lots of plate gold to pick up here, but Roamer's bot lane matchup against Samikin, while Spawn and Kim Down have gone mid, and the Dragon has spawned. Chemtech. It was Infernal Soul last game. Not going to be Infernal Soul this game or the Chemtech Soul, but see if TLC want to prioritize that. They did a great job of stacking the Dragons early in game 1, and I think that we're going to get a repeat of that here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, mid's pushing, bots pushing. This is a really easy take here, and unfortunately for Blue Otter, there isn't really a response available to them. They have some deep vision on TLC's top side of the map, but we're still a minute away from the Rift Herald. Nice of TLC to be able to take that. It's at a point where there is only going to be one objective on the map in a minute's time, and they're going to be in a perfect position to get it once they back and spend all their gold.
Yeah, I think that would be not 100% objective taking, as, you know, they lost 2/3 of one of the objectives. Jenkins forces out the unstoppable onslaught from Quacker, who has to now back and probably TP up to that top lane to catch the next wave coming in.
Yeah, I can't see him really TPing or trying to save whatever's going on in the bot side. I think it's just still all in favor of Team Liquid Challengers. They're still hanging around on this bottom side as we're getting close to this Herald spawning. Okay, now we're seeing the recalls come through, and I'm sure that's what TLC's next focus is going to be.
2 plates picked up for Jenkins here, as he will back off now. Has his teleport as well. Does he save teleport advantage or go for the back and then pick it up? Okay, I like that actually, going into the alcove. Pull off the back. Riker not stopping this, but you're right. The Herald seems to be the next magnet for action. Who's there earlier? It's TLC's support getting some deep vision down, and heal on the top half of the map. Meanwhile, Music's only just now resetting from the bottom side, so theoretically, this is TLC's window. They can just take this right now.
I think they will. They're just faster to rotate. They're faster to get to these objectives. This is exactly what we were saying about them in that first game, Steve. At this point, though, it's going to be about closing it out. We didn't see that last game. It has been a tendency of TLC to kind of stumble at the finish line. I think they have a lot of tools to close this game out. Again, a lot of this team's engage. In fact, basically all of it is on Kim Down. As long as he is on point, I think TLC are going to have an easy time in a lot of these fights.
It makes it really hard for Blue Otter to walk up and try and contest something like this, because one Solar Flare plus Equalizer combo, and unless you're the Sejuani or maybe the Rel, you're just dead to that alone. So you got to give a lot of respect, and they're trying to approach from the top side here. They're losing the bot turret as Teleport comes in. The Solar Flare from Kim Down, I think it whiffed a little bit there. Blue Otter still just fine right now, but Jenkins is joining on the fight. They got the Herald. TLC can just back away now. Watch Sammykin on the flank. One Sleepy Trouble Bubble could be a game changer, but instead Fate's Call engages onto him, and Sammykin's now in trouble. Flashes to safety. Blue Otter trying to lock down the other members of TLC, but Jenkins is in here. Sammykin does kill Kim Down on the clapback. Levitate unleashed in the fight. The Zeri pumping out damage as Sammykin's dancing around. Flashes over with another bubble. Paddle star to the face. Triple kill to Sammykin. And TLC get the objective, but they do not win the fight. But maybe Jenkins can find a little more. Double kill picked up. Dodges that Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Levitate's jumping forward, but you got to give respect to the lifesteal, the drain tank of the Aatrox. But no, Sammykin from over the wall will get his 4th kill of the fight.
And TLC, they were split in that engage, Steve. Hey, Kim Down, you're going to see it. The Equalizer is already down, the Solar Flare is down. That's the big combo out of the picture here. So this fight, you already don't have a lot of your key tools to win this out. So instead, they try to go on to Sammykin. But here's the problem. When your only engage is focused on the Zoe, who's still able to flash out, Levitate feels really good about these team fights. Now he's able to Lightning Crash. Now he's able to auto attack. And look at him, he's just completely unencumbered this whole fight.
And what an engage from Rovex right there. Played that fight beautifully, absorbed both ultimates, repositions, finds that angle. And Jenkins almost turning it around for TLC. But then Sammykin over the wall. What does he even hit? Oh, it's just a paddle spar through the wall. That's why I didn't even know what hit him in the moment, but clearly Sammykin got the kill. But he angles the paddle star through the wall, so you couldn't even spot it on the map. That is a pocket pick Zoe if ever I've seen one.
That's right, and now goes from struggling laning phase to 4-1 and 2 Kangas, and just like that, he's caught up and surpassed Roamer when it comes to itemization. You can see he's getting pretty close to the Lich Bane. This is actually a build that Sammykin said himself that he was working on, Steve. I popped into his stream earlier on. He says Fleet Zoe with Rocket Belt and Lich Bane. He says it's the tech.
Interesting. A lot of damage from your autos then, and even more mobility, which Zoe sometimes can struggle with. You use the ultimate, but you're going right back to one position. Well, you can Rocket Belt away, you can Rocket Belt forward to get that extra range. There's a lot of creative uses from that one. And I said it earlier, it doesn't really matter how laning phase goes for Zoe, because you're going to have burst damage and you're going to have pick potential late game anyway. It almost feels like an Ashe that just packs a huge punch of burst damage, because that bubble can be a game winner, game changer. TLC, game focus is still the dragon stacking. They get onto this 3rd one, and Music yet again not in the same quadrant of the map. So this will be Dragon's whole point for TLC.
I think this is fine. They didn't have the setup, and I like the call to just focus topside, take camps, and get more gold into your pockets, especially onto a carry like Levitate. Getting close to that big 2-item spike. He's level 11, so that Lightning Crash is at that 2nd level. So I think this ends up being fine as long as Blue Water contests the gold. Speaking of gold, I do want to bring up something that I think is interesting looking at the gold graphs right now. TLC, they're about 2K ahead. But look who's at the bottom of the charts on Blue Water. A lot of that deficit, Music and Quacker. Steve, those are tanks. I don't care if they're behind. They still have utility. They still have use. So as far as I'm concerned, in terms of power, I actually think these teams are on relatively even footing, especially with how hard TL's comp kind of is to execute. If Kim Down isn't able to land all his CC and the team can't focus on that target promptly.
And even Music not that far behind there. 2 items completed, close to kill and overall gold, and just using the very efficient tank items that junglers can utilize right now. Basically support items, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
But hey, you know, they work out.
Literally
they give you the stats. Oh, Spawn's very far forward right here. Now remember, music on the Sejuani. We talked about how Kim Down needs to be the engage for the side of TLC. Well, Blue Otter have 2 engage options. I think the Sejuani a much safer primary engage. Rel kind of has to throw herself in, so you want to guarantee the fight. But watch for music, because at any time you can decide to go in.
Yeah, and remember, Quacker is also an engage option there for Blue Water Steve. He has that unstoppable onslaught. He has a big health bar to play with, even if he is a little behind Jenkins, who's hit 2 items with that Black Cleaver coming in. So now, with this Baron spawning on the map, you can see Blue Water very wisely focusing a lot of their vision here on this top side. TLC will take it pretty quickly. Blue Water aren't careful, but the focus has to be that next Drake. Ocean Soul, I'm not an Ocean Soul hater like other people on the broadcast, Steve. I won't name names. I actually think it's quite a good soul, especially when you're playing against something like Soul. There is, but it's good. It's not only do you get a good amount of healing over time, you get mana regen too, which is great. No one talks about that. Yeah, Keel doesn't care about that, but that's not the point. What I'm trying to say is, Blue Water, you don't want to let that one go.
All right. You know what? I'll double down on that with you there, B. I've always felt has been disrespected as well.
Exactly.
Maybe just less opinionated overall. Oh, Jenkins of the opinion that he can just walk up on his own. Sammykin dodging out on the Solar Flare, and there's that Rocket Belt to dodge out the damage from Roamer. Now the turnaround. Fate's called used, flash used from Jenkins. No equalizer available. Can Blue Water keep the chase going? They don't have a lot more engage. Unstoppable onslaught will go forward with the knockup. That's flash out of Keel. Kim Down with a nice stun will sacrifice his life. No, he flashes too. Everybody's flashing on the side of TLC. Only Roamer with his left up spawn as well, so the carries can still play aggressive, but I mean, Blue Otter just absorbed that play and got a lot of cooldowns for it.
They did. Again, Kim Down, Solar Flare, whole combo comes out, not a single death on the side of Blue Otter. So it gives that opportunity for Blue to chase them out, run them down. And it's good for Roamer to be able to get a response on the other side, but still, I think this is a fine spot to be in as Blue.
Surprised the Roamer was allowed to actually get that. I think that's another one of those instances where expectation coming into the series was the TLC understand the map so much better than Blue Otter when you just watch their decision making. I think it's highlighted right there. Blue Otter had numbers advantage. You could imagine that they should have been able to defend that turret, but they just give it up to Roamer, who now backs, teleports back in, has 2.5 items completed. So Roamer is going to need to be that carry. I know that Sammykin got the unofficial quadra kill earlier, but the CS numbers have only gotten better for Roamer. He's very far ahead and could be the key carry for TLC in a Game 2 win.
And now you can see TLC are the ones who have taken control over Vision on the top side. They're still keeping Roamer as well there, who doesn't have teleport. So I think that tells you a lot about what TL are trying to do right now. Big focus on this Baron, potentially either looking for a fight or looking to try and start it when they can.
They have to find a pick. They're losing the map again. Top lane shoved in by Roamer. Bot lane's been shoving in. And we see Blue Otter clumped as 5 playing the ARAM game. Sammykin had TP, so he could have gone bot and fixed that way, but instead topside. So again, Blue Otter just seemed like they're not quite sure what they want to do here. Solar Flare misses. Quacker's going to absorb a lot of it, and we're just going to fight in the mid lane. Why not? Levitate pops the ultimate, trying to get that damage down as the Zeri cleanse early on to Kim Down. 1 for 2 trades so far, but Jenkins gets out of the backline. Can he take down Levitate? Just barely not enough as Sammykin now in full retreat mode. Jenkins misses 1, gets flash out of the mid laner. And TLC win the snap fight, and it's for the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, they're going to end up collecting that one really easily. And now you can see that difference for TLC when they get a fight, where a lot of their CC turns into a kill. And Blue Water aren't trying to run them down. Not only do they get that soul, they can actually potentially look for a Baron pull here. And Quacker doesn't quite have teleport. TLC actually don't want to do that. Rather just spend their gold, not take a risk for a Baron.
Yeah, that play was set up for TLC because of the fact that Blue Otter, I think they just misread the map state. They were clumping around the top half of the map when Dragon Soul was spawning. They didn't have control of their side waves. And then by the time they realized, oh, we need to fix these side waves, then TLC was like, well, now we know that you're all grouped together in a really weird spot. We can just chase you down. Blue Otter will re-establish control of vision around the Baron so as to not just give that over for free either, but TLC are in a very dominant position right now. The gold lead is not insane, but that Dragon Soul feels great, and they have gold where it matters.
Yeah.
The key carries are ready to kind of take over this game.
I will say Blue Otter's carries are also in a pretty damn good spot. And Samykin, he's only a little bit behind. Levitate's almost an item ahead of Spawn. And this is 3 items Zeri. He's very powerful right now. It's just about whether or not Blue Otter can enable him in these fights. In that last one, Jenkins was able to get a lot of pressure. So was Kim down. And in fights past where Blue Otter were winning, that wasn't the case. So again, that's really just coming back to what I've been saying this whole time. Kim down, especially, there needs to be a big focus on that Zeri. Because even though Samykin at 2 items does decent damage, this whole comp hinges on Levitate.
Can Levitate find the big team fight play? We almost saw it there. Even when TLC were in a much advantageous position, Samykin had to teleport in a little late. Quacker was dead before the fight even really started. Levitate almost had enough in the tank to turn things around. And it can only get more in the Zeri's favor as we get more into this game. Blue Otter are back onto the Baron, trying to get this control. Equalizer goes down, so some damage, but mostly just going to push Blue Otter off. That's the advantage of having the Rel and the Sejuani. Big health bars, a lot of resistances.
And not just that, Warmogs too, so interesting that Keel just went ahead and dropped the Equalizer. I mean, it's a pretty low cooldown. I guess Blue Otter won't really have a window to do anything while it's down. I guess that's why he feels confident in throwing that out. But right now, you can see a TLC, playing all 3 lanes really nicely, are keeping Blue Otter smothered on their side of the map. Music can barely get in to take his Raptors, and now he's just walking into darkness, so he just has to back off.
Quacker is in the bot lane trying to fix that, has the teleport, but yet again, I think at any point in this game, you pick a random time. We've had bot priority and arguably top priority for TLC for the vast majority of it, and it's allowed them to make plays like this now where they're onto the Baron and they force Blue Otter to come into them. Blue Otter, if they want to take this fight, they're going to hope that they can win it with their Zeri. Their Zoe's very far away.
Teleport.
They will land on the Kim down. Big damage from Levitate to start things off, and TLC actually just back off of it. Okay, they're going to take the fight instead. Solar Flare nicely buffered by Quacker right there, so ultimate for ultimate from the tanks.
Honestly, it's fine. TLC can kind of do this over and over again because they do have the Ocean Soul where they will just kind of heal up.
Yeah.
They're kind of done with that Baron push for now. They wanted to see if they could bait resources out of Blue Otter. It doesn't seem like that was the case. They will maintain both their teleports. And keep your eyes out. 2 minutes, Steve. That Elder Dragon is going to be coming up, and that's what everyone's going to want to focus on soon.
And that can always be traded for the Baron, potentially. I know the Elder's a little scarier of an objective, but if you get the Baron trade, you can just try and wait it out. So we'll see if either of the teams go for a trade or if we will contest one or the other. If you're Blue Otter, I mean, like you said, Levitate seems to be the win con. Now picked up Component here. So has some grievous wounds now in the build as well, but not going to be pumping out that much more damage. So it's going to be about the same as the last time around, which still was enough to threaten a lot of TLC's game plan.
And this game plan right now, it just remains to keep Blue Otter away from this line of scrimmage they've clearly set up. To the point where you can even see Roamer, he's just throwing those true shot barrages from downtown to help keep making space for TL. So Blue Otter can't really approach this Baron. And it doesn't seem to be for any reason other than they want to make sure Blue Otter don't have vision set up around the Baron going into this Elder fight in a minute's time. Because that's what it's going to be all about now. I don't think Blue Otter are going to want to go for a trade because even with the Baron, if they end up trading it for Elder, TLC have a lot of damage. And with that Elder execute, there's a very, very easy world where TLC take us to a Game 3 when they get that buff.
I think it's likely, but I still want to zoom out a little bit since we have 40 seconds before that Elder fight to talk about how much this win would mean if Blue Otter could find it. But they're actually struggling right now as I say it. Levitate's got to burn the cleanse. and then jump over the wall. So TLC, they might have just guaranteed the dragon off of that. We just spent the last minute and a half saying Levitate is the win con for Blue Otter. The Zeri is the win con, and now the Zeri has to reset with 15 seconds before Elder Dragon spawns.
Yeah, that's a feels bad for sure for Blue Otter. I mean, there is no Ocean Soul on their team, so Levitate has to back. He did finish the Mortal Reminder, which I think is really big. Nice on this patch, especially when you're dealing with healing. The likes of the Ace, yeah, they haven't
TLC
actually
are trying to poke
yet.
out rather than going for the dragon itself. Roamer is hitting a lot of these Qs. Sammykin chunked out, importantly. But now Levitate is back. 4 items Zeri. Can Blue Otter set up the fight? Music's going for a deep flank here. They know somebody's behind that pit because he drops down a control ward, but Music can still look for a just 50-50 steal. Jenkins trying to play goalie here. Music's in the pit. Now TLC are going to turn on to Music while everyone else from Blue Otter, they take down Jenkins. Music's still alive. Can he get the 50-50 fight?
Wait, he's just going to get it.
The other Dragon Levitate's in there. They got it. Blue Otter, the AD carry unleashed. Levitate can clean the fight with the objective secured. A triple kill to Levitate and an ace to Blue Otter.
And just like that, they dismantle Team Liquid Challengers. They aren't going to be able to end the game, but Steve, they're going to be able to get the Baron. They just picked up so much gold. Again, both games, TLC in favor, and one fight flips it on its head.
When we talk about NACL, we talk about developmental League of Legends, we celebrate moments like this. Watch Levitate, watch Music, the heroes of the moment.
Just so much damage coming through, and again, that last item spike coming out for Levitate. Having that Mortal Reminder must help so much as well. He just rips everyone to shreds when he's autoing with that Lightning Crash. So now it's Blue Otter. They have Elder. They have Baron. Early game, be damned Macro, be damned Steve. It's just all about team fighting for these guys.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if your button clicks kill them faster than their button clicks kill you when everyone's clumped up around a giant dragon, yeah, that's going to be a win con in and of itself. And Blue Otter have shown that it, like you said, it doesn't really matter how the laning phase goes. It doesn't really matter how the map play looks. If they are set up for a team fight, they are a very strong team fighting team. And that is taking a lot of these other rosters by surprise. FlyQuest felt the brunt of it last weekend. And TLC are now facing a even more polished version of it. Blue Otter are on the precipice of a 2-0 upset over TLC, making it a back-to-back upset, and meaning that their playoff dreams are in their own hands.
And it would just be such a big deal for this team who, again, we've said it in matches past, had punched above your weight. You said it. They took a game from Fear X Star Force. They took a game from Dragonsteel, who've only dropped 2 games all split long, Steve. And now we're finally seeing the culmination of those sparks of brilliance against FlyQuest, potentially here against Team Liquid Challenger. And if they're able to secure this one, that confidence we've been hearing from this team all split, how they think they can punch up, how they think they're at least a middle-of-the-table team, I think it's just proved 100% true.
The fact that they have such a strong win record against the top teams still raises question marks why their win rate against the bottom teams was struggling so much.
That's not what we're here to talk about.
That's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to celebrate what's happening on our screen right now. Blue Otter showing that throughout a split, throughout a season, you can scale, you can improve, and you can show up when it matters and keep those dreams alive. You don't want your season to end after just a couple of weeks with a single round robin. You want to make that playoff run and make that argument for yourselves as scouts, as coaches, as other orgs in the LCS are looking at players in the future of the region. The splash out from Sammykin, that was actually the Zoe's flash there. Came down with the Solar Flare, gets the actual summoner spell, but regardless, Blue Otter get the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the damage is done. And Blue Otter got a big Baron power play. They got so much value off of that Elder and the ensuing fight that they won that they're now 6,000 gold ahead of Team Liquid Challengers, and they've also managed to push these waves so far, get so much deep vision, especially on this bottom side. We're 2 minutes till the next Elder, Steve. So with that in mind, Blue Otter are set up really nicely as long as they're able to maintain that vision line to get that first touch on the next Elder Drake.
Surprising, I will say, though. Maybe not too surprising, but the fact that an Elder and a Baron was not enough to close out the game for Blue Otter, it will come down to a second rotation. Unless something crazy happens right here. Oh, Kim down! Almost one shot by Sammy Kid and Levitate right there. Fake call from Spawn will keep him alive. And I think that will come up before the Elder fight, but that is concerning that your frontline tank almost died that fast.
Yeah, Levitate does damage. He's got the shield bow. Yeah. He's got the BT as well. So he has a lot of sustain in these next couple of fights. Yeah, the only thing he's missing is the Zephyr, which you probably won't get in the next minute and a half, but he is still the strongest person on the Rift. Again, Blue Otter, this whole comp is about Levitate, one of the two rookies coming into NACL this split alongside Sammykid. One of the reasons Sammykid believes that people doubt this roster, because they have two unproven players in him and Levitate, and they're stepping up big time. This game, the past game, just these last couple of matches that these two have been playing in.
And a reminder of what this would also mean for the developmental system in North America if Blue Otter is able to have a successful run in this summer split and into playoffs, because they are one of the teams that promoted into the NACL. A reminder, this is a relegation league, as the team that won their spot are now fighting TLC, the LCS affiliated org in the mid lane. We're back to an ARAM, as Quacker had to flash away there and now reset, teleport back into the fight. TLC have a little window here where they have priority at the Elder spawning in 25 seconds.
Remember, this is exactly what happened before. TLC were there first and Blue Otter win the fight anyway. Again,
huge chunk.
Oh,
and look, the teleport came from Quacker, not where TLC might have expected, but gave an angle for the engage. Now Music jumps in there.
Oh my God.
Pops Kim down, and it's gonna be a slaughter. Levitate unleashed to the fight as Blue Otter just run through TLC like butter. Spawn tries to take down Levitate, but still falls. It's only Roamer left alive. And TLC, they played with fire. They're gonna get burned. That's an ace to Levitate. Blue Otter Esports, what a run from this team at the end of the summer split. Back-to-back upsets, taking out FlyQuest Challengers last week, taking out TLC this week. How high can this team soar? Don't call it an upset. Blue Otter take down TLC.
And Blue Otter solidify themselves as the LCS killers, Steve, because not only do they beat FlyQuest and TLC back-to-back, but they 2-0 TL, and they get control of their destiny when it comes to playoffs. Even if the next match doesn't decide it, because of this win, Blue Otter can decide whether or not they make playoffs next week.
What a wild world that we live in, where Blue Otter, who felt like they were out of the playoff conversation, are now going to be watching this next series very closely, because if Winthrop drop it, they do luck. If Winthrop win, then all Blue Otter needs to do is guarantee they win their next series, and they are in the playoffs. And look at this damage graph. Roamer tried his absolute hardest on the Ezreal in the mid lane, but it was Levitate, the main character of Blue Otter, who just pumped out damage in those team fights, and that was enough for Blue Otter to take the win. Man, this team, there is so much reason to love them, and we're going to hear from them after this, because we will have an interview with the hero of Blue Otter themselves right after this short break. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for our Rally Cry post-game interview. I have the bot laner for Blue Otter, as well as the main character of that last game, the Zeri, with 5 items, just sweeping the last team fight. Levitate, congratulations on back-to-back upset wins over LCS-affiliated orgs. I want to start there. Are the LCS-affiliated orgs just cursed against you, or like what's going on here? What's the reason for this late summer surge for Blue Otter?
I mean, maybe we're just the kryptonites to the LCS affiliated teams. But yeah, I mean, it just feels really good to have 2 really big back-to-back wins. And I think we're proving to everyone that, we're actually good, like 1-5, it was a fluke and we have a resurgence now. So it feels amazing to be here.
Well, the 1-5, I feel, is almost not accurate to how well the team has actually performed, because we go back, you took games off of the top 2 teams. Like, you took one of 2 teams to even get a game off of Dragonsteel, who's currently dominating the entire league, and then also beating FlyQuest, now beating TLC. So I want to go back to the earlier games in the summer split where you had these leads and you were losing, but still picking up a couple games against top teams. What was it like for the team to identify the mistakes that you were making in games and then try and improve on them?
Yeah, I think we were always playing relatively decently, but we just struggled to close out games. For example, the Dragonsteel series, the game 3, we were playing Acel Swalder, like a super late game heavy team. We made it to 42 minutes and we lost to the Elder, which is pretty embarrassing in my opinion. Like, I think I'll remember that loss for the rest of my life. But yeah, I think the most important thing was that we kept our heads in the game throughout, the entirety of the season and even to this, to this date. We always knew we could win, but the most important thing was just understanding that we had things to work on and we weren't a bad team and we could take games off of an even series off of teams like, FlyQuest and Team Liquid. So just most importantly, keeping a good mental throughout the whole season.
Yeah, I think mental is always important to keep, and especially as one of the teams that promoted into the league, Blue Otter have a lot of that core roster still together to maintain that mental. But I want to hear some more, firm lessons that the team picked up from the earlier losses. What's something that you actually worked on, either individually or as a team, that like, okay, we got to do this better, and that being a direct reason for the recent string of wins?
I think the biggest thing for us, and honestly me probably the most out of anyone on the team, is we needed to like really hone in on our discipline. So just playing the game naturally and like playing kind of like the story of the game. So if you're playing a late game comp, like try to reduce volatility in the beginning of the game, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I'll be the first one to, call myself out because I was not the best at that, and that's something I'm trying to work on. So yeah, just want to give a shout out as well to like Phil and Steezus for like, really getting on us for that and not letting it just slide under the radar.
Yeah, it's always helpful to have the coaches alongside it. But I want to give you the podium now to give any additional shout-outs, either any other players, maybe somebody out there watching, or anything else you'd like the audience to know. Now's the time.
Yeah, I want to once again shout out Phil and Sneezes. They've been amazing coaches for us throughout the whole split and, really helping us improve every single day. So shout out to them. I want to shout out my brother, Abraham, who's been watching. Yeah, really big supporter of mine. And also I want to shout out Anthony. He's a good childhood friend. He's also watching. So yeah, shout out them. And also, of course, my teammates for being Smurfs, being amazing at the game. And yeah, I love every single one of them. They're all super good teammates. And yeah, I think we have a great team here at Blue Otter.
Shout out to the family, friends, and teammates helping out Blue Otter's miracle run at the second half of Summer Split. We're going to keep our eyes on you going into next weekend, as I'm sure you're going to keep your eyes on our next match. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back with our final series of the week after this. Oh boy, we are over halfway through the NACL Summer Split, Cubby, and there's been a lot of games already.
We've seen 110 unique champs, and it's making me excited for next winter, where Fearless Draft will be adapted internationally for the first split and tournament. We're gonna have to start doing some homework, assistant coach, because...
Ooh, that's a good point. Can you help me out, talk to some coaches?
I got you. Let's do it.
I would for sure say I like full Fearless much more than the regular Fearless we had last time. This split feels like you actually have to have a lot more champions going on.
I do have mixed feelings about full Fearless. It's not so much that I think you can't draft with it. I just think the problem is the level kind of just goes very, very low in a very quick span of time because people simply aren't good enough to play a lot of champs.
Initially, when I first heard of it, I was pretty overwhelmed, but as you begin practicing with it, because that's what teams are doing, like you practice full fearless, it doesn't necessarily feel like very formulaic. There's like a rhythm to it, right? Like game 1, it's like this is our game 1 comp. Game 2, these are like what will be our game 2 comp based off of like the priorities in game 1. Game 3, it's kind of like, all right, well, we really need to start adapting here.
Yeah, I like it because that's like a little bit more strategy where one champ is really contested between both teams. If you can like kind of change your meta prowess to try and steal it away, for example. I think that's nice, and it feels more clean this way.
As a viewer, I think it's super fun. I wouldn't mind like seeing it done and I guess across the world.
I don't know if they should have it on for the entire league. I think I like what the LPL did, which they had it on a bit at the beginning.
I think some regions might have to get a bit used to it. We had to, you know, like we had to get a little bit used to it. I think it's good for the fans.
I think it will be really fun to watch on a very high level. Like LCK, LPL, LCS, LEC, I think would be very, very fun to actually watch people try to draft because they do have the champ pools for it. So at that point, it's just creativity.
One of our games versus Blue Otters, the second game I believe, we started off with like a normal Sejuani jungle with Yone Renekton pairing. So we just embraced the Fiesta and we're like, okay, let's just whip out Kalista Taric, which is a combo I haven't seen too many people play, but we've been cooking it up in scrims and it worked out quite well. I really like that game.
Game 3 versus AoE. I think we had the Rumble first pick, and then we flexed the jungle, which should be pretty shocking because if anyone was looking at Winnie's accounts, you wouldn't see a single Rumble jungle game, but we've talked about it before and we've got some scrim games on it. And then Dark Wings gets to whip out his Zed that he's been trying to play since I've quite honestly met him. It felt like an anime movie moment.
Give me a second here because I don't want to just like throw out a random champ. I want to actually try to snipe it.
I need to scroll through real fast.
Let me just do a little control F here.
I think we're going to see Milio as the 111 champ. It's a support pick that pairs quite well with like long range ADCs, which we have seen a bit in the league. So I'd be quite surprised if we don't see him for the rest of the split.
So let me tell you, a league with Jenkins and Zamudo, we're seeing Warwick. I just feel it in my bones. Like these two teams, maybe they might whip it out. Maybe there's a good angle. Hey, people didn't think Volibear was very good, but then Jenkins whipped up the Volibear versus the Skarner, right?
Well, I think Hecarim is actually strong right now. Like, I think it's actually a good champ, but I don't know if anyone will play it. I mean, we might play it, to be honest. Like, Jay's playing it a bit in solo queue, so we might play Hecarim. But I was also close giving it to Shyvana, who, in my opinion, is also absolutely broken champ. Or Milio. I think Milio is actually not too bad right now, but it depends a bit. So, one of those three.
Oh, wow, Cubby, you were a lot of help talking to those coaches. You ever considered being a coach yourself?
Thanks, Kangas. Way ahead of you. Excited for next year.
I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm going to do Google Translate 200.
They need inner balance so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's going to get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr the Spirit Walker.
What?
Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
Do you guys know what Battlestar Galactica is?
No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually main. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I kind of get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a Brainbusters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer, good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise, it's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kazakhs to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my
And
god.
and
my.
Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know. Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lis and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven,
Like
it's
Riven.
it's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curity of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny.
Okay.
Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Diego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my gosh, Mordekaiser's numero uno.
Numero uno and Priscilla Hui. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'm gonna say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports. Tennis.
Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where he's like, get over here. So get over here and give me a kiss. That's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer because scorpions are part of the arachnid class. No. Okay.
Oh no, can I have them? Can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple questions, 500.
Philip, you?
Yumi.
No. The answer to this one is nah. Me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry.
Is Aurelian Soul, the Star Forger.
Oh.
Because he was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none aches in the best. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Hey, Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who would main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was controller champion, what was your answer?
But like controller is like fighting games kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last. Oh, well. Yeah.
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0, 0, and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst League game show ever?
Stay far away from this cursed game show.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for our second series of the day. We're all still reacting and recovering from Blue Otter and their surprise win against TLC. But next up, we have Winthrop University taking on Supernova in a very important match for the standings going into playoffs beatdown, because both of these teams have a lot on the line. Supernova technically have a line to get top 2 and make second place seeding going into playoffs. Winthrop, they could either win here and lock in their spot, or if they lose, they, funnily enough, lock in Blue Otter's spot into a playoff situation.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just saw Blue Otter topple TLC in a 2-0, and this is what they've earned. Either by the end of this match, they could have playoffs locked in, or Winthrop could lock it for themselves and force Blue Otter to have to win another game in a week. I mean, either way, a lot of implications today, a lot of implications next week.
Yes, and importantly, Blue Otter are the biggest haters of Winthrop in this series right now.
Sure
because if
are.
Winthrop lose, Blue Otter spot's locked. So Blue Otter fans are probably cheering against Winthrop
They're singing
right
Euphoria right now.
And I got good news for anybody who's hoping the Blue Otter can lock in their spot, because unfortunately there has been a last-minute roster swap for the side of Winthrop University. Their jungler, Winnie, has had to last-minute step back, and that means that Deus will be coming in.
Confirmed yet.
I believe it was.
No,
but
no, it was not.
Okay, we'll wait for production to confirm that. Either way, we have some time to fill here. So before we get into pick and ban for the next game, we're gonna play a little game.
Okay.
In Beatdown here on stream. So Beatdown, I've prepared something for you.
Okay.
So strap in, everybody. We're filling some time so that the teams can sort out the roster situations, and we're gonna cover all the potential playoff scenarios that still exist. Now, this does not mean that this is the chance that the games go this way. It means that this is, the number of how games go, like the percentage chance that they could end up in that spot, right? So it doesn't mean that there's a 25% chance that each team gets 8th place. It just means in 25% of remaining scenarios, each team has that chance to get 8th place. Hopefully I explained that correctly.
I think you got it. I think the funniest thing for me is that Supernova, that random 9% chance to get second place, which, part of today's events could potentially lead towards that. And I think I said it at the top of show as well. I find it very interesting, purely for symmetry reasons, that first place is 100% locked and last place is 100% locked.
Yeah.
I really like that.
That's the big stuff, right? We know number 1 and we know number 10, but the top 8 make playoffs, and that's where everything in here, wait, I just lost my mouse. Yeah. All of this matters a lot.
Yes.
Because these are the teams that are fighting for the last spots here, and Blue Otter with their win, I mean, they just did huge work for their chances of making it out. What is it? Only 12.5% of chances remaining of all possible futures. Does Blue Otter not lock playoffs? That's fantastic for them, and I think a huge win for developmental League of Legends overall.
Yeah, and it's got to be such a great feeling for that roster because, again, 2 rookies, some players who we've seen in Challengers League before, but just being able to make that run after promoting. And I actually tweeted it out in between games while we were on break, Steve, and airing content, that I think it's an amazing thing that Blue Otter were able to keep their mental in check. Levitate alluded to it in the interview with you as well, and just focus on improvement. Before they faced FlyQuest, I wrote them off. I thought, okay, guys, their season's over. I'll see you at the promotion tournament. It was really fun. I hope you make it back, because I looked at their strength of schedule and I thought to myself, like, just go next, man. Like, it's over. Who could have predicted them to beat not just FlyQuest, but also Team Liquid? Like,
yeah, that is crazy. And we are still waiting. A reminder for anybody, if you're just tuning in right now out of the break, we are waiting for final roster confirmation and it's just time for the teams to set up for this last game, because it's a very important one for the season for both of these teams. So that's why we're covering this right now, to give the teams time to sort out what's going on behind the scenes there. So point out something else here, Beat. I want to talk about one other thing, that fact that each of the teams 25% of chance of getting that 8th place spot, but we do have Winthrop up here with 50% chance of getting 7th and only 1/4 of scenarios. Still, 1/4 of scenarios not making playoffs is not a very comfortable position to be in.
No.
They still would like to lock it in here today against Supernova, who are looking like one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, 100%. Supernova at the moment on the higher end of the standings. I think early on, we were talking about it last night. They played some of the toughest teams in the league and lost, understandably. They lost to Dragonsteel. Everybody's done that. You know, those kinds of matches where it didn't feel that bad. They were at what was their record at one point? It was like 1-3 or 1-2 or something like that. And when we look at the players on that roster, we knew they were better than that, and they've been slowly climbing through the ranks as a result of it. And yeah, you even see it. The percentage is small, but they could finish second, only behind Dragonsteel.
Supernova had one of the hardest strength of schedules front-loaded.
Yes.
So they played all the top teams early on. You never know at the beginning of a season or beginning of a split who the actual best teams are going to be, so it's tough to tell. But hindsight 2020, yeah, they had a very tough first couple of weeks. Next thing I want to talk about here, Beat, is the fact that DSG, disguised, technically are not locked for playoffs. There are still 6.25% of scenarios that they don't make it, and I don't want to raise alarm bells, but despite it being such a small number, it's been growing over the weeks. Because last Sunday, going into the game Sunday, it was like a 0.18% chance, something crazy low. And now we're above 5% chance of that happening because they keep picking up losses, and the teams that are below them keep picking up wins.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually how teams move up and down placements. Yes, thank you, Steve.
True.
Yeah.
I'm very smart, Beat.
You are, dude. You're doing so great. Like, I'm proud of you.
And also, I'm going to go take a look here because Supernova strength of schedule, I remember the last week being an easier one for them. Oh, I just clicked on something accidentally. Do you ever, like, click on the wiki page and then you just start clicking on stuff, but then ads start moving things around? Yeah.
No, I have an ad blocker personally.
It's pretty based. Winthrop University today, and then guess who their last week opponent is, Beat? Actually, let's do a little trivia here. Do you remember who Supernova have to face?
We talked about it last night, too.
We did. And even I didn't remember. I had to look it up. But shows how good of notes we're taking.
Yeah, their last match next week is it CCG?
It is AOE, the guaranteed
that's even, like,
10th place team. So Supernova, if the stars align, I know that, what was it? It's only 9.38% of chances. Here, let me click on it again. There we go. 9.38% of remaining scenarios, Supernova get a top 2 position. But they have a decent amount of control over that because they have 2 of the easiest teams remaining in their schedule. And if they can 2-0 both of these, and then depending on how Fear-X Starforge versus Dragonsteel, which keep in mind, Dragonsteel has only dropped 2 games all split. If Dragonsteel 2-0 and then Supernova can 2-0 all their games, I think this is a higher percent chance than 9.38. I know it's only 9.38 of remaining scenarios, but I would say it's way higher percent chance that Supernova actually can clutch top 2.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing with foldy sheets and things like that. It's because the assumption is always that each match there's a 50% chance of it going either way when, you know, we all know as viewers, casters, talent players, that is not ever true. Or
you know what we can do?
99% of the time it's not true. What can we do?
We can do a survey. That's the best way to get better percentages, right? We can ask
from Twitch chat, of course,
what percentage they actually think Supernova can lock in top 2. What should they be? Because we had to give, like, options, right?
100%. What do you want to focus on first, though?
I think the top end should be, does Supernova have a 50% or higher chance, in your opinion, of making top 2? Because strength of schedule, if they 2-0, and then Fear-X Starforge gets 2-0'd by Dragonsteel, Supernova can take it.
Yeah, okay. I'm cool with that.
Is that over 50% chance that future is the one that we're looking at?
I mean, over 50% chance. I
think that's ambitious.
I think that's ambitious, but I still want to see what Twitch chat thinks about that, because I'm actually leaning towards yes. Because I think there's a good chance. I mean, if I were to just put the predicting hat on, I think Supernova wins both their next series. I know, crazy guys.
I know, crazy.
And it really, what I'm really betting on, and we can't say for certain, is that maybe Fear win against Dragonsteel. I mean, Dragonsteel have been owning everybody and their fathers and mothers, but there's a chance that finally doesn't happen.
There is a chance, which would mean that Supernova, just for series score, everyone at home keeping track, Fear-X Starforge's illusion would put them at 6-3 series score. Supernova, if they win their next 2, 6-3 series score. It then goes down to game percentage wins. What are you laughing at, Beat?
Our producer Emily put showed us some of the results
yes.
in chat because she's great
Twitch
like
very
that.
creative with the percentages. I mean, if we want to add that to the survey, I'm not the one in charge of the survey. We just need to have 4 options, so whatever they want to put in there.
All I'm saying is, nice.
Nice. Nice. So, anyway, breaking down the way that the tiebreaker situation works, since, again, we're just taking this time to go through it while the teams get ready for our second series of the day. It is series win percentage. So, if you have more series wins, you're the better team. If you're tied in series wins, which would be the case given this hypothetical scenario between Fearx, Starforge, and Supernova, it goes to game win percentages because these are best of 3s. Now, Fearx Starforge is 13-6. Supernova is 10-7. And that is why Supernova needs to not drop a game and at least have Fear drop. I guess Fear could maybe pick up 1 game, so it might not have to be a 2-0. I'm not looking that closely at the numbers. But as long as Dragonsteel can win that series, then that's the future that Supernova can overtake it, and that's the reason why. It's because it would come down to the game win percentage, even though they're tied in series score. Oh, what a future that could be.
Yeah.
All right, are there any other crazy ones that we haven't covered yet?
I think Blue Otter could potentially be 4th place. I think that's probably the most interesting thing on there now that I look at that.
1.56% of futures. That happens. Same as TLC. Wait a minute. Blue Otter.
Wait, that's actually really funny.
Same chances of getting 4th place as TLC. That's where you want to be. All right. Well, I think that is enough time stalled for the teams. Again, we were just doing that while the teams were getting ready to hop into pick and ban, but I do believe we have definitive update here. So I'm going to drop my fancy foldy stat sheet from the screen, and we're going to hop into pick and ban, and then we can cover what's actually going to be happening here. So here's the schedule. We just saw Blue Otter 2-0 TLC, and now Supernova going up against Winthrop University next.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a big one here, of course, again, because one of the remaining playoff spots is going to get locked in by the end of this match. Again, Blue Otter, big fans of Supernova, big haters of Winthrop University because of their win today. If Winthrop lose, Blue Otter are guaranteed playoffs. And that's got to be such a big thing because, again, a couple weeks ago they were 1-5, but it's all going to depend on how Supernova performs, Steve. And this is a team where, you know, especially in this back half of the split, as their schedule's gotten easier, they've really started to turn things up.
And you just look at the star power on this roster. Players like Kenvi and Diamond having that LCS experience, even fairly recently. And then, you know, Faisal, mainstay in the Tier 2 system, has always had an argument for, you know, why he could be one of the next top laners coming up in the league. Len's having a fantastic split. And then Toasty, the big, you know, rookie coming in the mid lane. Eyes were on him in the offseason. People were talking about the rumors of potential LCS spots for this kid. So when you looked at this roster, it was like, oh yeah, they should be one of the best. Surprised that they weren't early, but they can still end in top 4.
Yeah, this is definitely a roster, too. When we talk about the America's International Tournament later on in September, this is a team where they could potentially be fighting for that top 2 spot, being one of the 2 teams we send over there. So it is going to be about how well they continue to scale going on into the later stages of our summer season.
Yep, and we're going to keep our eyes on Supernova for, first off, this summer split, how strong they can end, and definitively, if they can end strong, then we'll look to the future of how strong do they actually show up on the Rift against other top teams around the world. But their opponent today, importantly, not having a sub. You were right, Beatdown. My apologies for the incorrect information given earlier, but they did still need time to sort out getting their roster together, which means that I believe they will just be losing a ban. But here we have it. Winnie playing for Winthrop University alongside Denethor top lane, Darkwings mid, Aaron, and Skytech. As Winthrop, a win here will lock a playoff spot. A loss locks Blue Otter. It means that Winthrop will still be fighting next week. Or rather, watching the teams next week, hoping
there you go.
that it works out for them.
Yeah, because just like TLC, this is Winthrop University's last match of the split. So if they aren't able to get the win here, they are going to kind of be watching from the sidelines to see if everyone else can decide whether or not they are allowed to be in playoffs, Steve. And this is a roster that's definitely an interesting split that they've had. I mean, this is most of this SLU roster that won CLOL, Steve, and they've definitely had their ups and downs as the split has gone on. I think partially because this is a team that plays a lot around Winnie and what he actually wants to do. And there are some highs where it works really well, but sometimes it doesn't work out for them.
And as we're getting ready for pick and ban, I actually have some notes that I took down. I like to put down a little bit of information about each player. I'm going to read you what I put for Winnie.
Okay.
This is more advice for opposing junglers, so anybody who might be
I think I know what you're
going
to say.
Take note here as well. He will invade you to get a lead. Sometimes he will invade you and throw his lead. But either way, he's going to invade you, so prepare accordingly. Winnie just loves to live in the enemy team's jungle, and it is where we see their highs, but also where sometimes we see them have control of a game and then lose control of that game. So that's the tightrope that Winnie's always walking on with the team, is finding the right opportunities and the right moments to get aggressive.
And I'm curious how draft is really going to play out for them in particular, because even as we've gone the route of other AP junglers like Brand, Zyra, kind of away from Karthus a little bit, they're still a team who prioritize it quite heavily. Big fans of that Karthus Tristana. Tristana is Darkwing's honestly best champion. Even when he struggled last year, he still looked great on that champion specifically. So I want to know if we're going to see that come out from them in game one, just to get comfort right out the gate.
Yeah, we see the Renekton locked in blue one for Supernova, so let's see what Winthrop want to lock in themselves, because a lot of focus more on the 80 carry pool from Supernova in the first wave of bans. Winthrop University, I expected the identity of the team to be heavily playing around topside, but we do see them quite often blind picking for Denethor. It is still going to be countered this time around because we see the Renekton, but still it's the Gnar pick into the Renekton as opposed to something, I don't know, maybe a little more aggressive like his Camille or something like that, where even if you're losing early, you can still crush him later. But we'll see if it works out for Denethor this time around.
Yeah, it is partially just that you have a great team fighting tool with that Mega Gnar as well, and I think that's kind of the route that they're looking towards here. But yeah, Supernova, understandably, immediately get the Sejuani Yone. This is just peak solo laners for Sej. Melee, you have a lot of all-in potential here. And that's exactly what Zyra doesn't actually like to play against. So it is bold of Winthrop to be able to pick that one there for Winnie. I'm imagining after we get into the second rotation ban, they got to get rid of at least one of those premier engaged supports. The thing is, because you mentioned they lost the ban, they do lose their 5th ban for the delay in starting this game. So they actually will only get to take away one of those options. So maybe it's a sort of ban Leona, pick Nautilus on 4 type of angle, you know?
Yeah, there's still then the Rel, which is that, or Alistair even. There's other options for Supernova at that point. And Winthrop University is still locked in the Varus, seeing all the dive potential coming through. Very low mobility 80 carry. Can do a lot of damage, and if you're able to use your ultimate effectively, you can try and punish over aggressive engages, but still, you're going to have a target on your back this whole game.
Yeah, and I'm imagining Alistar might be something big that Skytech is going to be looking for. Maybe Braum, something along those lines. Something to just absorb some of the engage that Supernova are working with. Because you already have Zyra, you have Varus, you want to poke, you want to play from range. There's really a lot of what they're looking for here.
Yeah, and we see the Callista ban as opposed to one of those engage support bans. I think part of it because there's too many. You can't really ban out the engaged supports, so maybe take away the 80 carry that will pair incredibly well with them. Because of the delay for draft, Winthrop University do lose this final ban, as we had mentioned before. So we're going to see this clock just run out here. And I did look it up because I wanted to know before saying anything definitively. This is the same top half of the map that C9 just drafted in their loss against TL earlier today. So fun fact right there. The Renekton, Sejuani, and Yone. Let's see if Supernova can give us a tutorial on how it can actually look.
That would be funny. They win their game. They ping Cloud9 like, hey, listen up, guys. Take notes.
Yeah. Toasty's going to take clips of this and send it to JoJo and be like, hey,
he'd be the
this
goat
is
if
what
he did
Yone
that.
could do, right?
If he did that, he'd be the goat.
Now watch the lock Lucian Nami. What if we just go the exact same comp? There's no way we do.
No. I don't think that is what we're going to see, but I'm more interested in what Winthrop are going to lock in. Yeah, I mean, you have a couple of options here. I'm liking the Ezreal just because they're already working with so much range and poke. It's probably Ezreal mid for Darkwings.
Yeah.
So you just have a lot of range to work with. They are saving the R5 for support. I suppose this is also kind of partially a deny, because I think you would have just been fine to pick up something like the Alistar.
Yeah, I'm expecting Leona from Supernova here. Caitlyn on top of it. This is a lot of physical damage and not a lot of AP, but there it is. We got Lux support for Diamond.
Wow, you mentioned not a lot of AP. That was a problem with Cloud9's comp. when they ran that Lucian Nami there on 4-5. So now you do have some magic damage to work with here. You do have a really strong bot lane to play through. The only real downside is that you don't really have as much hard engage, but you have Sejuani, you have Yone for follow-up. I think it's going to end up being enough.
The scary thing is the Lux is picked blind, and like you said, the support counter pick is there for Winthrop. Skytech will lock in Leona. Despite the range and burst potential of a Caitlyn Lux combo, they're very squishy, very susceptible to getting dove, and also just getting engaged on in lane. So I do see a world here where Winthrop University can try and punish this and go for dives bot lane. Zyra has very fast wave clear and can provide that extra layer of damage on top of the Leona diving onto these squishy champions. So Supernova, as long as their bot lane can play it safe enough, they should be fine, but they have to play it safe enough.
Yeah, I mean, dive isn't the word I would use. I'd be amazed if Lens and Diamond were under their turret at any point in the first 10 minutes of the game.
That's a fair point.
If they are, something is very, very wrong. But overall, at Supernova, they have lanes that they could play through, top and bot, easily pushing in your favor. So Kenby's kind of going to have his pick of lanes he wants to play through, objectives he wants to prioritize. And if you put that pressure on mid lane as well, you can get this Yone ahead of the curve. Not as much engage as I'd like into a comp with Ezreal, Varus, and Zyra, but they still have some of those go buttons to get on top of these carries in the ways that they don't like.
Yep, seems like Winthrop University can try and kite out these fights as long as they want, but also have engage options with Skytech on the Leona. So arguably more choices that Winthrop could try and make here, but they're going to have to deal with the poke of a Lux support. Diamond is the only AP that Supernova have drafted, so I'm expecting a lot of armor and not a lot of magic resist, meaning that this Lux can look to try and one-shot people during this game. Reminder, Supernova still chasing a top 2 finish going into playoffs. That would be fantastic for their seeding and their chance of making a deep run in playoffs, whereas Winthrop University are fighting to lock in their playoff spot. A loss here in their last series would mean that they are just going to watch next week and see what happens with CCG's games. But here we go, loaded in to game number 1 of a very intense playoff deciding best of 3.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and again, a lot of implications here for both of these teams. I think Supernova trying to play to that level that we expect from them, they expect from themselves, and have their record reflect that. Currently 4-3. Again, that chance that they could move up towards top 2 in the standings, get that better seeding for a better first round playoffs matchup, which is going to sound crazy, Steve, but teams like that.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Well, ain't this just the most solo queue invade we've ever seen? Red side invades through Tribrush, blue side invades through River, and they're going to spot each other awkwardly on the opposite sides of the Rift. Oh, but the ward's not cleared! Advantage to Supernova.
Yeah, they win. Go next, remake.
Yeah. You got a comment proc. That's probably a mana flow ban proc on Diamond. That's when, again, in your solo queue games, you're spamming that to the team like worth. We won that.
Yeah, if we still had like spell thieves and stuff like that too, you'd be pinging that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the extra gold. I mean, I guess it still counts because World Atlas lets you do that, but it's not as fun. And yeah. Anyways, both teams got a ward down. I think that's the real focus. We can't just ignore the fact that there is a ward on Kenby's red buff, so his start has been spotted out. Both teams are going to have a good amount of information, actually, as there is a ward near Witty's wolf camp as well.
Now let's see where Kenby decides to path down to the Krugs. And like you had said, Winthrop will have that information, so Aaron and Skytech should be aware of this. Maybe there's a crazy world where there's a level 2 Sejuani coming at them, but I'm expecting Kenby to head back towards the top half and path towards the top lane, as Faisal is getting a really aggressive trade onto Denethor with the level advantage.
Yeah, that's the thing. The early levels for Gnar are when you're especially most... Oh my god!
What? Almost first blood, but a flash from Diamond.
gone.
He might just go down to Skytech. Has flash available, flash auto. He got it! First blood to the Leona.
Already having blood drawn in the bottom lane here, Steve, and it's Skytech who's going to come out on top. Who cares about those damage nerfs? Skytech does enough damage.
Yeah. That was wild. It looked so clean from Diamond and Lens. The Lux passive being juggled beautifully from Diamond, throwing out the stun
Steve.
auto, then the E-auto. But yeah, Lens even with the trap on top wasn't enough. But here's Kenby at path to top side, looking for the dive onto Denethor, who's going to tank up the turret. It is Kenby, but well played by Denethor, buying as much time as possible. Kenby will probably fall to Winnie here. When he has flash. Flash with the thorns. There we go.
All right, nicely done. It ends up being 2 for 2 flashes, but Winnie is going to be able to get a kill. And that's actually kind of important because we're actually going to talk about that after, because it's replay. We're going to see this fight again, Steve, because, yeah, you have that level 2 advantage. Unfortunately, you get caught out, but props to SkyTech for actually getting Lens's cleanse out when SkyTech didn't even cue him to begin with. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that, too.
This is what matters, though.
All right, yeah. So the attempt to dive, Denethor plays this incredibly well.
I think so. But at the end of the day, Renekton Sejuani, I'm sorry, man. I don't make the rules. You just die here like 10 out of 10 times. Really nicely done by Faisal and Kenby. And it was good of Winnie for to be able to trade up evenly as well. Zyra loves any extra gold she can get her hands on.
You know you're dying as Denethor, but at least you got 2 flashes for your 1 by making that play. Jumping over Kenby and then still flashing back to the other side of the turret. Means Faisal has to flash to catch you. Even if you don't trade the kill, you're still feeling all right about the end of the play. But the fact you're right, when he gets the kill means that the Zyra accelerated as a full clear comes through and picks up a Dark Seal. That's 1 Dark Seal further along than a Zyra would typically be at this position. Fantastic start for Winthrop's jungler.
Yeah, nice thing to get on top of that Faded Ashes, and Winnie feeling very confident about his ability to stay alive and get kills early on. So I'm really interested to keep an eye on that and see whether he's able to actually stack up or not. And even though bot lane technically went the way of Aaron and SkyTech early on, Kate Lux is just doing what Kate Lux does, which means that Kenby, instead of going to Dragon, he's going to dive on top again.
Now, importantly, neither of them will have flashes this time around, so Faisal's got to get away from the turn. Oh, he heals back up and still dices away. That was beautifully executed by Supernova's top laner.
Yeah, I mean, this is... Ooh. I mean, top lane is just collapsing there for Winthrop University. Denethor, he doesn't have the flash, so that whole wave is gone. Faisal, of course, is going to get the Demolish proc off, get his first blade, and this Renekton is going to have a huge lead. He is going to be a problem in this top lane, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, the Renekton Unleashed picks up Depleted Steel Caps plus an extra longsword. Denethor is going to do 0 damage to him and is still always in danger of getting dove again. Kenby could still look for that. He's cleared now the bottom camps here. Kenby, let's see if he decides to go for a reset or play towards the dragon, because when he's focusing on this, seeing the Sejuani up there, expecting that the camps will be focused on the bottom side now. So unspotted, it looks like this dragon will go over to Winthrop University.
Yeah, I like this look from Winnie. I'm just taking advantage of the recall from Lens and Diamond, and it's just going to be easy for him to get that Drake away for free. As Kenby, in response, he's going to do a little bit of a rage gang. Not actually, but you know, he's just hanging around.
That control ward is spotted, so SkyTech knows it's there. Aaron rather can play appropriately given the conditions that he's in. Play under turret, play safe, try and not push the wave as Toshi looking for the play to Darkwings, immediately hit by the Chains of Corruption, should be just fine, has flash available. Darkwings did have to flash to get away from the Fate Sealed, but I like the look from Supernova's mid laner, almost pulling it off.
Yeah, I mean, nice response there from Darkwings, is able to get a lot of damage off, and I think this actually is a pretty big deal, because this, honestly, it should have been Supernova and Kenby's Grub, because Toasty lost all his health, has to back without any teleport. It just means you're in a 3v2, so even though you can see Faisal in the picture-in-picture walking up, I mean, he's just a spectator.
And bot lane, meanwhile, we do have an engage. SkyTech jumping forward. Aaron following up. Diamond has no summoner spells available.
Oh, they got him
with the second Q. Aaron should be traded, though. Lens getting a lot of damage done here. SkyTech might have to flash to survive this, but Ace in the Hole is available. Lens will not continue the chase. Still, though, you're feeling real good if you're Supernova's bot lane.
Yeah, I like that discipline, too, for Lens, just holding on to that ultimate. Knows he isn't going to get the kill. He'll use it later on. I like the confidence from Aaron and SkyTech. Aaron told me that when him and SkyTech are feeling confident, they feel like they can win any 2v2. And I like that confidence, but it's kind of tough because, again, you're into Kate Lux. Aaron is already falling behind a good bit, even though he's going to collect a chunk of that wave that's in the bottom tier 1 turret. He's still falling behind because of plays like this.
Supernova are still mid lane though. Capitalizing, Darkwings does not have flash this time around. It was an investment used, giving up the grubs for the play, and they actually double back to get a kill for Toasty.
Yeah, nice response coming through here, and it is going to allow for Toasty to get some more gold in this matchup. Got the kill, got a plate, going to be able to get a really nice recall as a result here. Still though, gotta say, give props to Winthrop for getting a lot of these early objectives, good responses to what Supernova are trying to do. It'll be interesting to see if they're actually going to be able to manage continuous Drake stacking here. Because I know the first one happened because of a back timer, but you got to imagine Supernova are going to be more cautious of that.
Yeah, as speaking of cautious, Denethor flashing Faisal there as Dominus was popped, so cooldown trade advantage to Supernova's top lane, as bot lane actually going to be slow pushing back, I believe, here. Yeah, you got to get that cannon, so this next cannon will put a lot of work into the wave. I imagine Aaron and Skytech will be just fine while Winnie's hanging out around there. The early objectives going to Winthrop University feels really good for them, as well as the mid lane CS advantage. Bot lane, though, is still keeping Supernova in this. The fact that Len's got the kill and is also about 2 waves up over Aaron can't be underestimated. But now, Lens, no flash available, has the cleanse, will use it, but might just die to Skytech and Aaron. Darkwings gets a kill, but that would have died to the True Shot Barrage. I think Aaron and Skytech actually had the 2v2, and they're definitely going to get Diamond. Darkwings will pick up the double kill, and Winthrop University take advantage of a very squishy enemy bot lane.
And a great roam coming through here from Darkwings. And that's the thing, too, with Kate Lux. You said it. They're very squishy, so if you can get on top of them, especially with a third member, it is very easy to take them down in the end. So Winthrop keeping themselves in this game, keeping the goal just about even. And if we want to talk about scaling in late game, Steve, I'm kind of liking their chances almost purely because they have the Zyra, they have this double marksman comp, and they do have ways to make space for them. That's the big thing. Denethor on the Star Skytech, who's getting gold in the form of KP on this Leona. As long as they can make space for them, Winthrop, the later this game goes, I like their chances.
I gotta say, I agree. The fact that there's so many melee champions on the side of Supernova walking into a Zyra as well, gonna be tough for them. The only difference maker is going to be Toasty with all the long-range damage. A Yone alone is already a threat to a backline, but a Yone with a Lux ult on top of it, with a potential Ace of the ult on top of it, is gonna be a whole different ballpark of threat. Also, we haven't fully broken it down, but the fact that Darkwings is mid lane on the Varus as opposed to bot lane with the Ezreal mid means that the lane assignments are still going to be interesting, because you can always just focus down this Varus in the side lane. No matter who was piloting him,
yeah,
Varus is going to be in danger if we go to a 1-3-1 scenario.
So now eyes are on top lane. A little bit of
this is just what top laners do. They get bored, so they just start smacking each other, but no one's ever going to die.
Yeah, that's true. The picture-in-picture is what I'm really interested in here. The focus on Dragon, I like this from Winthrop. It times pretty nicely with the second spawn of Grubs, which Supernova do not want to allow to go over. And because, oh wow.
Ooh, flash forward, and now Aaron gets on top of Lens, who has no summoner spells. So have to just run back to the turret. True Shot Barrage does not snipe. Lens able to sidestep it. So no kill for Winthrop University. And no summoners out of Diamond either, who was able to walk away.
Winnie?
But maybe Diamond gets a kill here. Winnie's taking a lot of damage. Now can walk forward. Oh, just barely not in range to get that.
And on the other side, too, there is a big trade here of resources because of what was going on. Bot can be ghost top. Denethor wisely backs away, which means he is going to drop a lot. Actually, no, he's just going to shift mid and collect a little golden experience that way. So not as bad as it could have been, even though Faisal is continuing to collect plates on the top side. I still favor Winthrop in this trade just because of how much they've been able to pressure Lens in this laning phase. And Caitlyn is that kind of champion where you do want leads with her early. She scales pretty nicely since they made changes to her headshot damage and how strong she can be in the late game, but she still wants leads. She still wants turret plates, and if she's even or falling behind, especially against Winthrop's comp, it just feels bad.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for her to get through the likes of Leona and a Gnar, although not impossible, she still can do decent damage, but it's not the ideal scenario to be in right now. Speaking of not ideal scenarios, Faisal was actually very far forward trying to catch Denethor, but instead Denethor caught the wave and is able to push this out. So now play mid lane. Lens, still no cleanse available, has to flash basically on cooldown, but the turnaround play here. There's the Lux damage from range I was talking about. Kenvi gets the kill. Either way, though, gold in the Supernova's pocket.
Yeah, nice turn onto what was potentially an angle there from Skytech. And you do get the flash out of Lens, so that is something you could punish in the early minutes. But for now, a good play from Kenvi, a nice look.
We see the lane assignments are actually sending Darkwing bot. I was curious if we would instead see Darkwing stay mid with Skytech and then have Aaron be the side laner, but they are committing the Darkwing side lane on the Varus, or at least for that wave. We'll see if they actually commit to that later on in the game. He is resetting and see where Darkwing decides to head onto the map. Currently looking mid as Skytech's actually dropping some wards down, sees Kenvi around the Herald. And we do have priority for Winthrop University. They have more members in the area, so Kenvi's got to be kind of careful here. Play lands, but he buffers it.
Supernova forced off another neutral objective. I mean, the work that they've done in this early game to pressure...
Darkwings is in a rough spot.
Oh?
Darkwings is in the pit, and he's going to have to flash out of here.
Yeah,
I mean, the
they
team was not prepared for the fight. Throws out the Chain of Corruption.
Oh,
Actually,
you say
never
that.
mind! They can just burn through Kenvi, I suppose. Faisal could not get onto the Varus, and now Winthrop, they will lose their support, but they pushed away the enemy damage dealers. Diamond and Lens can walk back up, though. They do still have a lot of burst, and they're going to find it here. Fate sealed on Aaron. The Ezreal, exactly what they're looking for. Denethor will get on the Lens, though. Big damage. Follow up from Winnie, but Toasty playing this fight amazingly. Double knockup, snap back, take down Darkwings. Will be stunned up by Denethor. Maybe Faisal can land a stun. Faisal and Toasty, the solo laners from Supernova, keeping them in this. How did this happen this way? Winnie will shut down the double kill of Toasty as Skytech gets respawned and back onto the Rift. That was a wild fight.
All right, Steve, that was all well and good and fun and exciting, but Winthrop lost the eye. They didn't actually get it in the end.
They did?
Yes, I saw it there in the corner of the screen. They left it because this fight ends up instantly happening. I like this defense on the Darkwings and that recognition. They just dropped the Strangled Thorns. He's doing lots of damage. But on the back half, Toasty was getting a lot of value as well. And I think what allowed Supernova to stay in this was this play right here. A nice catch from Toasty from Fog made it so that Diamond and him were going to be able to blow up Aaron. And you know, when all is said and done, it ends up being pretty even, but it feels bad for Winthrop that you can see the eye right there, Steve.
Yep.
They just don't get it. God.
Wow. That's rough. And it's crazy that Darkwings was willing to make that play. It was just the bait at the end of the hook. And Supernova, they took that bait. I definitely feel like they could have killed Darkwings faster if they committed more, but then they're in that Strangle Thorns like we talked about. Winnie, speaking of, will drop the Strangle Thorns here. Again, they just don't have the damage to kill the Zyra. Of all champions, Winnie absorbs the engage, and now Skytech almost falls. One more headshot, shut down for Lens, as he will fall at the end of it. Oh,
wow.
And Skytech stayed around to punish Diamond. Winthrop University win another scrap at an objective.
Yeah, this game is only going to get harder for Supernova, Steve. They just have so much pick potential on the side of Winthrop. They have so much damage, and Supernova, they just don't do enough.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Winnie lived as long as he did there. Maybe we can get a replay. I don't know if we'll have the opportunity to do it, but either way, Winnie just did not go down as a pretty squishy Zyra. You do have some health with this build, so it's deceptively hard to kill, but you don't have the resistances backing it up, so a couple headshots means you should die. Kenvi now looking to back up Toasty here as he's pushing in the turret. I don't imagine we actually want to fight this. Just get the objective gold. That is actually first turret gold overall. Okay, thank you for the replay. How does Winnie live this?
I mean, what's the damage coming through here? It's like the ace in the hole, which at this point in time doesn't do a whole lot. You have a Sedge coming at you, and it's just the Luxalt. Like, you have more than enough health being at 2 items here for Winnie to actually survive that until the headshot ends up coming through. But it took so long for that one kill to come out that Winthrop still just run right over this fight.
I'm pretty sure Diamond also did not activate Lucent Singularity in time. I'm pretty sure that the E, which I don't know if he's maxing or not, but the E damage did not go through. Maybe that would have been enough, but as we're back to live here, another play from Kenby, as he will trade his life for Skytech. No, he lives. Teleport from Darkwings, though, means that Toasty will not. Winthrop University will clap back for Supernova's look mid lane.
And nice chain of corruptions coming through from Darkwings, punishing Toasty for TPing quite literally in his face. And the Varus damage, it cannot be underestimated, as we have been finding out time and time again here, Steve. And I think one thing, too, I want to bring up is that Winthrop have gotten every Drake so far. They've gotten most of the objectives. And in a series where it's so important for them, much like Blue Otter, to take their playoff destiny in their own hands, for them to be able to get an advantage like this early on, I think is such a big deal, especially with their soul coming up
Teleport
in
flank.
this time.
This is what I'm talking about. Dangerous for a Varus in a side lane. No splash, no ultimate available means very low chance of survival. He's doing decent damage to Faisal, though. Oh, look at these ultimates on top. It's just not fair. He actually might have won.
I think he would have won, yeah.
I think there's a world he could actually win that, which is insane to think about. Ooh, close for Faisal, but he does get out.
Yeah, not close enough. TP for Faisal will be a success. Would be nice if he was going to be able to also get that bot tier 1, but you know, you can't hope for too much. As Supernova making use of their long-range ultimates there with Lens and Timing.
Yeah, this is what Supernova wants to be doing. I imagine it more with the likes of the Yone, but it also theoretically does work with the Renekton. You can try and lock somebody down in a side lane and then have these long-range ultimates come from mid. And Supernova are showing that they are attempting the 1-3-1. Toasty in the top lane, Faisal back to the bot lane. Everybody else hanging out mid, but as I say that, Kenby actually is linking up with Toasty. They see Denethor up here. They're thinking it's a pretty squishy Gnar, but he's close to Mega. This is very ambitious to try and lay a trap here, so Denethor's not even going to take it.
I think it's more about covering with Kenby being around, just in case Winthrop decide they want to make a play onto Toasty. So I think it's fine. There's really nothing else going on the map right now. Not a whole lot for Kenby to do. And right now, that's kind of tough as Supernova, because I was saying it earlier, and I still think they're the ones who needed to be ahead. But now they're behind in so many different ways. Slightly behind in gold. Winthrop have 3 Drakes to their name. If they get this soul, I think Winthrop will just have everything they need to win the game.
Yeah, and that is not expectations for Supernova. We came into this saying this is Supernova's opportunity to push for top 2 finish. They're locked into playoffs, so it's not like their season's over if they lose this. Or even their next series, but they were a team that we thought had the potential to be at the top of the league. We thought just names on paper, this roster can do a lot of damage. And with the easiest strength of schedule to close out, expectation was high that they had a legitimate chance, but I don't know how the poll went for Twitch chat. I don't know how likely that 50% is anymore because it looks like this could be a very likely game 1 loss for them, even if they win the series. Oh, but a pick on the Winnie would be a great way to start it off yet again. They just don't have the damage. Trinkletorms come down, and Kenby's the one to die. Winthrop teleport Denethor mid, and they are grouped up as 5. Look at that. Dragon Soul in 20 seconds, and there's not even an enemy jungler to worry about.
Yeah, I think that's just going to be Soul. Winthrop, another nice pick coming through here, and again, it's another turnaround. They keep trying to take down Winnie, but that upfront damage just isn't there, especially when Toasty is not on the play. Speaking of, he is here alongside the rest of Supernova. He does have ult, and Denethor's Mega Gnar just expired, so if Supernova are going to try something, it's now.
I think they got to go for a fight, but instead they're getting engaged on. Everybody from Supernova are looking at one side, but Toasty is trying to go for the dragon instead. They'll at least take down Denethor in the side, but they give up the Dragon Soul. Winthrop University, they will sacrifice their top laner to get a massive objective. Oh, Winnie doesn't even want them to back. Stops them. The burn damage might be enough. Darkwings with the snipe of the arrow will claim Diamond's life.
Ooh, that's just insult to injury there. You lose the soul, and you just happen to be backing on a ward. We call that an oofta, Steve. And by we, I mean
yes.
you.
Oh, I love that. I do call those ooftas.
You do call those
Let's get another look at that, though. So, watch Toasty and the rest of Supernova. It feels like Supernova have one game plan and Toasty's got another.
Yeah, and I think honestly, when I think about my concerns with Supernova going into playoffs against higher teams, I think that's the common thread where they seem like they're split up. Toasty sometimes does want to be doing a little bit of something else, or this team find it hard to make space for their carries like Toasty and Lens in these front-to-back team fights, and it's looking like we're seeing a bit of that today as well, where Winthrop are just team fighting better. The early game has been going better for them, and now they have a soul, a Dragon Soul going for them, and it's a Hextech one too. In a comp where they outscale.
We're fighting mid. I think Supernova have identified their only way out is to keep fighting, and unfortunately they just cannot kill with these engages. That is now 3 times in a row. Supernova have spotted Winthrop mid and thought, we can snap engage, we can find it. Maybe they can find it after the fact. Toasty has not used Fate Sealed. Might need to use it defensively to get away because Denthor's chasing him, about to hit Mega stunned into the wall. Chain CC, he's down! Toasty dies back-to-back without using his Fate Sealed. Winthrop University are running away with this game.
And they sure are, and even though in terms of gold it's been relatively even, I think Winthrop have been in the lead for a very long time here in game 1, and now the Baron is really going to go ahead and solidify that one because there's still a lot of easy gold for Winthrop to pick up. Mid-tier 1 is still up, top-tier 1 is still up, Steve. So this gold lead, it's about to explode.
Yeah, they got a lot of standing gold on the Rift, and I think they're picking it up right now. Top turret's already falling. Mid lane, Aaron's pushing in, and there's nobody from Supernova around to stop this. But Aaron, without his own turret to back up on, will actually not siege. So just gonna be the one turret for now, but we expect more to fall in the coming minutes here. Aaron, 8, 2, and 8 on the Ezreal. Just picked up his 3rd completed item. Very far ahead. Winnie, 6, 1, and 7 with 3 items completed, and we just do 0 damage to Skytech. I know that you use Eclipse. That gives you a lot of stats, but wow.
Yeah. Yeah, a damage reduction, more resistances, right? I think that's what it does. It's a good ability. The point is that
armor and magic resist.
That's right.
A whole lot of them.
A lot. And now that's just going to be extra space for Winthrop to take the mid-tier 1. Like we were saying, and now, sure, if you want, but like,
again,
he's
that
tanky.
Was a lot of abilities used on the enemy support, but maybe they can actually kill Winnie this time around. This time, surely they got him. But how much did it cost? It might just be everything. Faisal, can he get a big heal? No, he cannot. Toasty will claim one more, but surely falling here because Aaron wasn't even with the fight. Now that he's joined, a double kill's picked up. As Supernova only have their bot laners left alive. Aaron's gonna try and flank around, and with the Hextech Soul, it's just such a nuisance for Supernova to try and keep this turret up. They cannot hope to do so. Winthrop absorb yet another engage.
And Supernova, they're just throwing stuff at the wall just to see what sticks, Steve. Because at this point, you said it earlier, fighting is your only way out of this one, even though it's most likely not going to work for them.
I just want everyone to bear witness to the fact the lightning binding, along with the Lux ult, landed onto Aaron, and that's how much damage it did right there. So,
yeah,
it was a cool pick. I like the idea from Supernova, but their bot lane just fell too far behind. And let's get another look at this. They used so much into the Zyra plants.
Yeah, and I think that ends up being the problem. Again, finally, the engage onto Winnie actually nets a kill, but he gets his combo down, Stranglethrower comes out, and everything, and there is more than enough left for the rest of Winthrop to clean up.
And I mean, Toasty is at least able to get some damage done this time around, but yet again, the Yone is just struggling against the ranged damage dealers. You're not able to lock down the Ezreal, or even the Varus, which has been the big surprise. The Darkwings only dying 3 times. Very impressive considering the enemy composition. But also impressive for Aaron. This AD carry coming out from St. Louis University, currently playing for the Winthrop University roster here in NACL. Having one crazy game. Engage comes through. This could be the Hail Mary from Supernova, and yet again, this just lessen the take every time they try it. Winthrop have absorbed it every time. Toasty with a big fate sealed. Seals nobody's fate that time around. Denethor is barely inching away. The sliver of a health bar. The Lens is going to go down. Aaron is legendary. Oh, he just got a 2-for-1 right there. Fancy play from the bot laner, and this Ezreal is popping off. present for 21 of 25 kills, only dying twice in this game. I mean, is this the end? No, they're not going to go for the actual game-ending push, but it feels like it.
Yeah, you have Elder in 10 seconds. You have low health bars. Just spend the gold that you earned, and they should have a pretty easy time closing the game with that. Although, honestly, with all the ults they had up, I kind of would have liked to have seen them go for it. You know, we'll do it safely.
That's for sure. Faisal and Toasty getting chunked out there by Winnie. 3 items plus 10 stacks on Darksteel plus the Oblivion Orb. This Zyra is something fierce as Elder Dragon has spawned now. Winthrop University are forcing an answer from Supernova. This is going to be, what, the 6th time that Supernova just kind of have to throw themselves at Winthrop and hope it works. This time with a flank. Faisal gets around there, not immediately grabbed by the Grasping Roots. Stranglethorn is available for Winnie. Watch out for the Zyra ultimate, and watch out for Aaron and Darkwings. They are positioned so perfectly in this fight. There's just nothing Supernova can do, and Winthrop don't even need to accept the dragon fight. Faisal pops the Dominus, and they can just wait it out. Faisal will not have ultimate for this fight anymore. Supernova are just getting run around. As Toasty has to back for the Super's top lane, he's going to need to look for a teleport after clearing this one wave. Winthrop University now know that they have the numbers advantage. They can walk up, just keep Kenby away from this dragon. Faisal can be very squishy. Bullet Flare does miss. Big engage there. They actually got Skytech this time. They will lose their top laner. Toasty trying 1-2.
Oh my god!
Big ol' wallop into the wall! Denethor finds the engage, and Winthrop need to close out this game, and they will do just that. Double kill to Darkwings. Immediate teleport mid with the teleport from Denethor, and Winthrop are doing it. They are keeping their playoff dreams alive as they will take game 1 in this best-of-3 series.
Alive, and I dare say, well, Steve, because this was a convincing game 1 victory from our other collegiate squad here in the NACL.
What a performance from the bot lane, what a performance from the jungle, and what an engage from Denethor at the end. Everybody carrying their weight from Winthrop University's game number 1. And this is a huge win for them because a reminder, if they win this series, they lock a playoff spot. And if they lose, they still have to wait around. They don't get to play any more games. It's out of their control. They're watching next week to see how CCG does. This is huge for Winthrop to guarantee that they can continue playing after the regular summer season. Let's take a look at our player of the game, though, to highlight who we felt had the biggest impact in game number 1, and I don't think it's any surprise. Aaron, what a monstrous performance.
I mean, all the stats for him look great, and honestly, I really like the way, with or without Winnie in that early game, the way Aaron and Skytech were playing around this Kate Lux. They were fighting them constantly, and they actually forced some pretty interesting lane states, which opened up for the early Drake stacking that we saw, even though, you know, usually Kate Lux gets the push. Usually Kate Lux creates the opportunity for you to create that Drake stacking win condition. But instead, I mean, Aaron got that, and he was just everyone's father by the end of the game.
The tests have come back. He is indeed the father. CS difference of 15 was down 6, down a wave, and that is, I mean, it kind of tells the story of how that early game went. It still was the Lux and the Caitlyn pushing wave after wave after wave after wave. But it didn't matter. He was getting kills, and he was showing up huge in the team fights later on. That was, again, like 6 engages in a row where Supernova thought that they found somebody out of position mid lane. They full send it, and they just don't have the damage over the top. I think a big part of that, usually I don't like to point fingers at specific players, but Diamond dying so many times early on the Lux and not doing any damage, the only AP damage on the team, anytime that Lux ult came through, it barely did anything.
It was
like
tickling.
It was tickling, exactly. They didn't have enough gas in the tank to actually get across the finish line. So we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with game number 2 to see if Supernova have any more in the tank or if Winthrop University can lock in their playoff spot today. See you there.
Welcome back, everyone, to your total coverage of NACL 2024 Summer Games. Tonight, our top story, Dragonsteel have seemingly taken the games by storm. We have some live footage from the ground of UG taking home their first gold medal. Let's watch.
Side pin engage. FlyQuest starting to take down the bodies of Dragonsteel. Spyrash going down too. Side sub gets UG 1 though. Bradley still full health. Has
While dragons reign, there are some promising young athletes making their names known. Lens, who has always been known as an ace in his marksman challenges, brought home the gold for Supernova this last weekend, showing off a hometown favorite of his in Callista.
Have the scoop from Young, shoving everybody into Tobo, but they don't have enough damage.
In other NACL games news, there are only 8 spots on the playoff podium. Blue seemingly got their second win, with Quacker having a great performance, Ragnaroking their way to a gold medal in their heat, barely pushing them ahead of CCG for that 8th spot.
Ragnarok singing the song of death of his enemies. The Jed will go down to a double kill to Levite. Blue Otter out of nowhere.
The gold-plated victory was short-lived, however, as CCG showed some serious comeuppance in their recent events. Their mid laner Shochi earning a gold medal for his innovation in his role and putting CCG back ahead of Blue in the playoff race.
South Takeover misses everybody. Now Manu is unleashed with a triple kill for the Ezreal. Oh, flash forward from Aaron will shut him down, but he's the only living member on the team as Shochi will get that juicy passive.
That's it for this week's coverage of the NACL 2024 Summer Games. We're getting down to the wire now with 2 weeks remaining, so make sure you keep supporting your favorite teams.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for Game 2 of our second series of our second day of Week 8 of NACL Split. And Winthrop University showed up to play today, Beat. They showed up a little behind schedule, so they lost a band, but it did not seem like it affected their play at all, as they were able to pretty confidently dismantle Supernova.
I think they're just getting prepared for Game 5 of full Fearless drafts, where like you don't have bans, because it just doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or at least Game 4, where those second rotation bans aren't particularly there, because they got the comp that they wanted. They played out the early game pretty nicely, and Darkwings and Aaron, they were just pumping the whole game.
Yeah, we saw the first 3 picks locked in from Supernova being the Renekton, Sejuani, Yone, which already gives you a really strong idea of what this composition wants to do. Which, spoiler, typically is not
More than
played
nothing.
into Zyra plants. And also, they couldn't kill anybody. Every time they engaged, we just saw whoever they engaged on live way longer than expected.
Or
way
gonna
longer
kill
than they probably should have. And I think it shows you why the damage numbers are the way they are. Bot lane has damage because they were able to poke so much, especially in lane, but everywhere else was not able to get far enough ahead to really make a difference.
No, not at all. I mean, Winthrop had a comp where they outscaled. Dragon stacking shouldn't have been in their favor, but they ended up finding the openings and advantages to make it happen. And they just got everything they could have hoped for against the comp that was supposed to kind of roll them over the first 15 minutes.
And I'm noticing the gold graph here. You see the red when it goes over to Winthrop's side. There's 3 dips, right? There's that initial dip, and then there's still like more dip. Actually, I'd argue there's like 4. I think each of those dips are all the times at the end where Supernova just said, screw it. Full send the engage. Let's try and just jump at them. And every single time they did, they just fell further in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, by that first dip, the game was already almost entirely out of their hands, so they just had to keep sending it. They just had to keep trying. But that's okay, Steve, because we are going into our second game of the match. Supernova have a chance to catch up. They have a chance to play when these champions aren't in the game anymore. Because again, as Lennon would say, we are doing a super special, awesome Omega 50 Fearless. Every champ that is played
I haven't
is
heard
no
all
longer
of
available. Yeah, you know, I'm just putting it all together for him.
That's great. That's fantastic. And also an update on what this could mean for the standings. I'm not going to make any definitive statements because it does get a little wanky with the tiebreaker scenarios going forward. But Supernova, if they win this series still and then 2-0 their next series, even if FearX Starforge picks up a game against Dragonsteel, if they still lose, there's a chance that we could have a tied game record between those two. So Supernova, their top 2 dream, from my understanding of how the current standings are shaken out, they're not out of the top 2 dream. It is still alive, but if they lose this, it's dead. There's no way that they can make the jump at that point. So Winthrop University can not only lock in their playoff spot, but deny Supernova a top 2 finish definitively.
Right, and you got to imagine the stakes are just so much higher for Winthrop University. So for them to be able to perform in that game 1 and get that win and get the lead in the series is a really big deal. Because, Supernova are playing for seeding. Everyone loves good first-round playoffs matches. Yes, that's all well and good. Winthrop are fighting just to be there, just to not go to that promotion relegation tournament, keep their spot, attend the playoffs, fight for that chance at top 2 where, maybe in some alternate reality they would be able to play in that Americas tournament.
True. And it's huge for players like, let's take Denethor, for example, first year playing in the NACL, to make playoffs in your first year, especially off of a big upset win like this. That would feel fantastic for a player of his caliber, because we know what Denethor was able to accomplish in the offseason during tryouts and combines, and there was hype around him coming into the split. I would say, if we're being honest, hasn't fully carried that momentum and that hype into the regular season, but you can always, revert course in the second half and towards the playoffs, and it feels like Denethor is doing that, despite the fact Aaron was the monster carry in that last game. Denethor still found some really good engages there too. So we'll see if Winthrop can do it. But catching up on the bans here, a lot of bot lane focus from both of these teams, and there is a Rumble first pick for Supernova.
The Camille ban kind of makes me think that's Rumble top, even though we know it could be a flex. We know Keel played it in the jungle earlier on. And I think that's something that Faisal has had some good performances on here. I'm wondering if we're going to see that Rel come through because Leona is unavailable. Get a really nice wombo combo right off that.
Ooh, we're just going Cassante. Winthrop just say, all right, Denethor, play the tank.
Yeah.
Don't die to the Rumble. It's going to be almost impossible to dive Cassante, one of the hardest champions to dive. And yeah, just be a space maker later on in the game. I do like that pick here. The Camille is the classic counter that Denethor likes into Rumble, but this one doesn't feel bad either.
Yeah, it's not a favorable lane matchup, but you're still going to be able to make space. You still have playmaking capabilities with your kit, with the all-out, so it's fine. And we're going to see, I mean, with Corki out of the picture, Ezreal is gone too. I think Lucian feels really good there for Dark Wings in the mid lane as that champion to try and probably get you Prio. I have a feeling this is going to be Toasty playing the Zyra, or not the Zyra, excuse me. I don't know why I said that. The Zeri to fight for Prio.
Close
in the
enough.
mid lane. Yeah, true. They both start with Z.
Two letters are correct.
You're right. You're right.
But yeah, it could be Zeri mid lane for Toasty. I'm happy that you're giving that nod because it can all come down to whatever is picked by Winthrop's Red 4 and also Red 3 here. Is that Lucian technically flexible? But you hinted at this last game, and we're getting it now. Winnie piloting the Karthus.
Yeah, this is a champion. He's definitely favored as far as all the magic damage junglers tend to go so far this split. And this is the one where he's had some of the craziest early game strategies. You know, we'll talk about that more as we get into the game.
Yeah, maybe more aggressive than you'd expect on something like a Karthus, but I am wondering... Maokai is not something that I consider a very strong invading jungler, not one that I typically think of as getting up in your face, but I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility if you have the right laners around you to push waves and join you. So I think that could be on the mind of Supernova, depending on where they want to put the Zeri. Maybe try and get something that can... Well, I guess Zeri can kind of push waves a little bit mid lane, but maybe something that can push even harder. We've seen things crazy like Sivir mid lane, so I'm wondering if maybe we go for something super aggressive like that to just give this Maokai as much priority to get onto this Karthus as possible.
Yeah. We're already seeing some engaged support bans. I think both teams probably want a little more hard engage from that support position. I like the Rakan Shao Skytech, very comfortable on the champion. I love the Rel ban because, I mean, it would just go so crazy with the Rumble. And it's just going to see if that's the route we want to go. Just keep pinching the pools there between Diamond and Skytech. Nope, it's actually going to be denying the Jinx there from Lens.
Okay, so giving away, or taking away rather,
yeah,
the reset mid to late game Jinx carry. Yeah, I expected something more like the Alistar, and then you're forcing Supernova to ban the Nautilus, basically, if they don't want to give you an engaged champion. But also they could still just try and play more of a kite back style because Ante's a space maker, not necessarily hard engage, but Nautilus is still banned by Supernova, so Winthrop do have an angle where they could look for the Alistar if they really want that primary engage tool.
I really do think they need engage in the support role, but they are actually just going to save it for R5, which interesting. They could be aiming, they could be angling for a specific counter pick. Maybe they have something that they don't think Diamond is going to play.
I think the tough thing is if you lock in Alistar, Renata Glass becomes a very strong champ for Supernova to lock in. Diamond has already played that. He's played the Seraphine as well. He just played the Lux. Diamond's champ pool and what he's been piloting recently has been very focused on these ranged AP supports that can take advantage of the melee support matchup. So I think it's actually pretty wise for Winthrop to wait and see what Diamond's going to lock in. It's going to be Kai'Sa, which still technically could go into the mid lane, I suppose. Let's see what Diamond wants to pilot with it. We don't have a great tool necessarily to set up the Kai'Sa outside of the Maokai so far.
Yeah, I mean, you could go the ranged angle. Blitzcrank is kind of nice, to be honest. I actually think I like that one a lot, especially pairing it with that Maokai where, I mean, you get hit by that Nature's Grasp, well, guess what? You're the easiest pull target I've ever seen.
Yep. I will say, I think Alistar is now viable here. This would be bold. I'm expecting something to be engaged because we don't really have that hard engage yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Alistar. The Ornn was not real in any capacity. And yeah, it is that engage where, I mean, honestly, if you're Alistar, especially post level 6, you're going to feel pretty fine about getting pulled in, Steve. It's like, oh, you're bringing me closer? Right? That's great. Thank you, sir.
You did half my job for me right there.
Literally. I still have my W. This is great.
And notably, the Blitzcrank doesn't even really set up the Kai'Sa as much. I mean, yes, you can pull somebody in. Kai'Sa can still ult to that target. but at that point, they're already in a position where your Zeri's probably going to be able to hit them, as opposed to something like a Nautilus ultimate that's going to follow it, and then you can dive behind them on the back line. So I'm curious if this might be just more of a poke AP Kai'Sa. They have a lot of AP then, so I don't know if I love that, but we'll see what the choice is, as well as who's piloting it. Right now, Toasty's still on the Zeri, and Lens is still on that Kai'Sa.
That's probably what it's going to be. I'm expecting that to be the turnout. I think the Blitzcrank Diamond, although the setup is really nice with the Maokai, he definitely has his work cut out for him this game, because when you look at the front line for Winthrop University, I mean, you have two tanks who are really great at eating Blitzcrank hooks. You have Denethor. As long as he is on point with the Pathmaker, he literally cannot be affected. And Skytech, as we already said, in a lot of situations, he'll probably love it, as long as his team is near him. So it's just going to be, again, making space for Darkwings and Aaron and Winnie, kind of like we saw in that game 1.
Can they have just as big of a performance as last time around? I think that the fans are currently behind them. You can spam in chat.
Wow.
SN for Supernova, WU for Winthrop University. Currently, Winthrop with 100% of votes. You never know. That could be one vote. I don't know. I'm not looking at chat, so who knows? Maybe there's maybe that's Pilscar. Maybe that's Denethor's dad out there just dropping in the vote. Shout out to all the parents, by the way, that support the kids playing in the NACL.
We love esports parents.
Okay, now we're at, we're more 50. Supernova fans are showing up.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So now, you have a chance these last couple of seconds to influence the fan vote. You think Winthrop are going to clean 2-0 it, give us an early night, or do you think Supernova are going to make this one close?
Ooh. Well, currently, Supernova are up in ward clears. That is the first one picked up right there. Skytech's ward will not last.
Oh, GG.
You're right. Although last time around, Supernova also got the better invade play, if you remember that. The mana flow ban stack. And they still lost that game, so who knows. Reminder that Alistar is not a champion at level 1, as he just headbutted and then walked away. Level 2 is when you are actually considered a champion and not just a cannon minion. So Winthrop will be pushing for that.
I think we actually saw Skytech blow his flash, probably to dodge a rocket grab. And, I mean, you said it. They were pushing hard for level 2, so that's probably why he was vulnerable for that.
I would imagine it was after a rocket grab already hit him, considering his health is below half right now. Probably had to flash away. It happened off screen, so let's see what's going on top side here. Denethor and Faisal are trading. Toasty took a big chunk mid, but now Darkwings might be overconfident to play for this. Flash forward from Kenby with the knockback on the Darkwings, who flashed early to try and get under turret. Toasty has the damage, and first blood to Supernova's mid laner.
That's got to feel so great, because Kenby goes flash for flash. Toasty doesn't have to expend a single thing other than his regular abilities to secure that kill. And that is something that Kenby can look to punish in the next couple of minutes here, because Darkwings, he's going to be flashless.
Kenby used his, but you're right, Toasty didn't use his. So that means Toasty's very safe. Darkwings is not. You do still have some mobility as the Lucian. You gotta respect the potential of the opponent. Now that does put Kenby behind the jungle clear. Look at Winnie. Basically double the clear, as he actually is on the mini-map. Looking for a little invade here, but not going to spot Kenby. I'm just watching where the Karthus and the Maokai are interacting with each other right now, but looks like Winnie's just going to get that top scuttle. Maybe can path towards the bottom scuttle as well, because Kenby's a little slower on the clear. Now, does Winnie want to get more aggressive here? This is what we're talking about. The Karthus invades. This is what Winnie is known for. He'll invade you to get a lead. Sometimes he'll invade you to throw a lead. But he will invade you, plan accordingly. As right now, the engaged bot side, Lens taking a big chunk of damage to start off. Diamond walking forward, gets the rocket grab, but Lens just can't get the damage out onto him. Turn attention onto Diamond. He's zooming away. He's got the flash. Aaron can flash follow. Fourth shot, not enough to kill. Diamond does get out.
A lot of action so far going on in this early game. I want to say the invade from Winnie. It wasn't one of the usual ones where we're like, that's Winnie going for the invade. I think that was just perfectly well within his rights. And Kenby, yeah, he is going to fall behind, but that was always the case. So I think it's nice that he used some time in that first clear, especially to get that guaranteed kill for Toasty. And the hope is just that he's going to keep trying to get value like that.
Engaging on the Skytech. He has the Aftershock. Flash forward from Lens. Is that going to be good for Supernova? We'll have to wait and see. Flash away from Aaron. When he picks up one, can pick up another onto Kenvi as Lens trying to get one. Double kill to Winnie. Lens might just equalize onto Aaron because Toasty is actually the one to jump on top of him. Triple kill to Winnie will finally go down. Lens trades that one, but that is 3 on a Karthus. That is very scary for Supernova, despite the fact that they do get a couple in return.
Yeah, we're just going to go ahead and watch this one again. Skytech, the passive heal goes pretty huge for him, allowing him to stay alive just a little bit longer, forcing Lens to jump in there, get on top of him. I think this was pretty ambitious. I mean, when he has the red buff going, he has plenty of mana to work with. And I think the only thing that really saves it is the fact that Toasty comes in off a rope from the mid lane. Otherwise, this would have been an overwhelming win here for Winthrop University. And still, I triple kill on Karthus. That feels pretty great.
Considering how bad it started, I think Kenvi played that exceptionally well to do a lot of damage to Aaron and Winnie at the end there, setting up the team to go for the final play. But like I said, 3 kills on Karthus. Winnie is off to the races here. Not to mention all the Dark Harvest stacks that were picked up, because you get all the kills, which resets it. So Winnie's got to have like 5 Dark Harvest stacks already. He got one with the invade on Kenvi earlier, so maybe only 4, but I'd say a minimum of 4. That's really good at this point of the game.
Yeah, 100%. And now you're seeing it. Despite the gold, Winnie's just going to continue power farming. You're okay to give away this first set of grubs, and it's going to happen with this top lane matchup you have going on anyway. Now I think we have a fight going on top side.
Yeah, despite the XP picked up, that is still 2-level advantage for Winnie, but we also have a fight bot side. Lens has no flash. Barrier available, and he uses it, but it's not enough. The 4th shot from Aaron will get the kill.
Yeah, it's just a really nice setup there, taking advantage of Lens, who didn't have the flash, and the fact that Diamond was just away. So Aaron and Skytech continuing to brawl it out in the 2v2 and the 2v1 in this series. Just continuing to find advantages because they're continuously willing to fight.
Yeah, Skytech, that was a rookie mistake right there. Walking up past the minions when there's a blitzcrank, so you have to... Actually, it doesn't burn any flash or anything. Probably just fine as on the reset, but... I have done that many a time myself.
Were you getting flashbacks, Steve?
Yeah, a little bit, but it's okay.
It's okay, buddy.
Live and you learn.
Diamond can't hurt you. This. We're just casting. You're not playing. It's all right.
Unfortunately, players much lower ranked than Diamond tend to do similar things to me. But either way, Diamond currently finding Winnie in the river here. The rest of Winthrop University are walking forward. They want to commit onto the Blitzcrank, and now Kenvi is in the neighborhood. Aaron's taking a big chunk of damage. Lens just trying to free fire into him, at least trade one back, but yet again it's Toasty on the flank. Requiem will come down. That's going to be a lot of damage. Kenvi is in trouble. Toasty has to flash. Skytech re-engage. Darkwings goes forward, but there's just no more backup. That's another kill onto Skytech, as now Darkwings trying to get the autos in onto Toasty and will go down. The mid lane from Supernova being the hero that they needed. 5-0 and 2. Toasty with back-to-back roams bot lane, keeping Supernova this gold lead.
And Toasty is stepping it up big time here in game 2, Steve. Big lead in the early minutes here for Supernova, and the majority of it is on Toasty. I mean, look at this. Look at him. He's top in the charts right now. So much of what Supernova have is basically all in his pocket. He already has the static shiv good to go. It means that every objective fight for these next couple of minutes, Steve, as long as Toasty's there, it's a dub.
This area is what we call in the industry a bit of a problem right now, Pete. As, yeah, the first item completed. And even Kenvi, like we were saying, behind in the clear over the Karthus, but has completed an item. The tank build from Maokai is so cheap, so efficient. Here's the engage from Skytech, gonna get Rocket Grab back. Aftershock is now expired, and Skytech will just die here. Curtain call, but Lens with the Killer Instinct will pick up the kill regardless. Yeah, that was another oopsie there from Skytech.
Yeah, just a bit. No level 6. Doesn't have access to that Unbreakable Will, and because Kenvi's in the area too, Aaron is immediately zoned off. He needs to leave. Not allowed to be in this vicinity anymore, and that means Supernova finally going to pick up the first strike of the game.
No one's even looked at this one so far, but now with a 2,000 gold lead and that priority bot side along with priority mid permanently, Toasty having this static shift means that these waves are just going to melt time and time again. So Supernova's jungler can play around to the priority all day long, gets the first objective here. They already had the first 3 grubs, and the second rotation will spawn here shortly, so I imagine it'll be Dragon to grubs. And Winnie's actually taking this opportunity to go for an invade as Karthus.
Yeah, I think it's the only play he really has to him. He is going to be able to grab at least 2 camps as a result. I will say, while Kenby has been doing a good job getting as much value as possible this game, he is falling really behind in farm.
Yeah, but I think it's still about the team more so than himself, as Winnie is actually getting caught out right now. Diamond had a very good read, but it does mean Lens is alone down here. Skytech gonna tank for as long as he can, and he'll even live through it. Hits the level 6 Unbreakable Will that time around. So Winthrop will lose their jungler on the invade, but they will punish the bot laner for not having their support there.
It definitely eases the sting of it a little bit. Again, Aaron Skytech punishing Lens every time he dares to show up to lane without his support. Diamond showing on the other side of the map. Sorry, man. That's a kill.
That is, in fact, one. Let's get another replay of how it happened. Yeah, it's just on site, man.
Jin Alistar, man. There's not a whole lot else to say.
Skytech, you're making up for that last engage onto Diamond earlier on there.
True.
But as we come back to live, nothing has changed on the objective count. That is 6 grubs. Grubageddon has been achieved by Supernova.
It's definitely going to feel good in the side lane. Definitely a chance for players like Toasty and Faisal to be hitting turrets. But it's also nice as a denial, as I think Winthrop would be able to get some of those opportunities too. Right now, things have slowed down a lot. Supernova, 2K up. I think they're in a really good position, even though Lens has been kind of getting run over a lot by Aaron and Skytech. As long as Toasty, again, is in a lot of these exchanges, Supernova are just going to win them outright. He's so fed right now. He's in such a strong position, and they want to just continue leveraging that.
Ooh. Nature's Crash going forward, and it lands onto 2 members. Toasty just blows up Darkwings when he has to flash away, but here comes Skytech trying to lock down Toasty. Speaking of, we have further follow-up from Aaron, and they do finally take down the raid boss. Toasty falls, and it's Winnie that gets the shutdown goal.
Yeah, it is. And again, just continuing to funnel gold onto this card. Oh.
Okay, Diamond getting hit by the curtain call. Double knockup from Skytech. Oh! But not the perfect synergy. Either way, flash forward with the teleport from Darkwings means that Lens has nowhere to go. And the culling on top of it. Diamond will fall too. Darkwings with a double kill.
Oh, a much-needed double kill at that, too. I mean, before that, he was 0-3. He was the focus of a lot of what Supernova's early game has been. So being able to get that is definitely nice. We're going to see the lane swap start to come through. As Darkwing's just going to go ahead and stay on the bot lane, collect some turret play gold as well. So I won't say he's caught up to Toasty. Toasty has a lot of gold, but at least Darkwing's kind of gotten himself back in the game with this one.
Yeah, Toasty's also got 11 stacks left on that coal. This wave will, I believe, put him 1 wave away from completing that. So it's going to be a big influx of cash as well. In fact, Beatdown, I don't have control over it, but if you want to pull up the gold, we can even take a look at how far ahead Toasty still is. Darkwings is at least not completely shut out, though. The double kill will mean a lot, but he's down 1,800, about 2K regardless.
I mean, yeah, we're not comparing him to Toasty at this point. He's just now at a level where, yeah, Darkwings can at least do some damage. But Toasty, I just loving Grubageddon at this moment. 2 plates. I love that he's getting cover from Diamond right now in that brush as well. He just got 3 plates. Is he just going to get this whole turret?
Along with the culling, or the coal completed, rather. I don't think he gets the turret, but he will get another wave after the fact. This is so much gold onto Toasty. That's got to be like 1,000 gold play right there. With all the plates, plus the coal completed, plus the 3 waves, plus now a donated kill from Denethor. Has all out available. Trying to use Diamond as an escape tool, but can't quite get the angle, so he's got a flash, and Toasty will follow up, say, "Where you going, buddy? I thought we were here at a party." We'll jump over the next wall, and Denethor does still get out, so well done for the top laner to survive. It shows how dangerous Toasty is right now.
Oh, very dangerous. And even though he didn't get that last plate, he still got first brick. And I know we keep pulling up the gold, but guys, I promise you're going to want to see this.
Oh, wow. Remember when it was only 1900 like a minute ago?
Like 20 seconds ago? Yeah, exactly. And you called it. He collected like 1,000 gold in that last sequence. And again, Toasty's the man right now.
Yeah, he just got Vampiric Scepter and completed Runaz off of that bag. What is it with Xeris today, man? They're just the main characters in every single series that we get them.
Oh, when you draft around it, you can do some pretty magical things, Steve. Right now, Winthrop trying to magically acquire their first strike of the game, and it's going to take some magic for them to not get engaged on right after.
Well, Skytech can actually absorb a lot of it, so can Denethor. So the front line's where they need to be, the back line's where they need to be. But here we go.
Teleport.
The wrench in the plan. Teleport in from Faisal. He's all alone, though. And he is a Rumble, so he's in danger of just getting popped himself. Drops the Equalizer defensively. Skytech will throw his life away. And the hook!
Wow!
Catches Aaron, threading the needle. Diamond getting a huge engage right there as Lens will follow up on the Dark Wings. Even with a flash, he will still go down. Supernova lose the Dragon, but they clean up big afterwards.
Yeah, what a big resurgence coming through from Supernova. After that first game, Steve, in game one, Winthrop was the one who was finding a lot of these leads. Maybe not necessarily in the gold, but getting all the early objectives, getting all the resources that they could want onto their carries. This time it's Supernova with an astronomical gold lead at the 15-minute mark. 4,000 gold at this stage of the game is no small thing. And again, so much of it is on Toasty, that player who we got a lot of hype for the start of the year, in that conversation for most improved player with the kind of split that he has had just based on, talking with some of the others. Now he's in a position where he can do some real damage here for his team to keep those top two dreams alive.
And the team is playing around him. I mean, it's so clear. First bot side, you already highlighted Diamond was hovering to get that turret. Now top side, Diamond and Kenvi are hovering. This is the Toasty show, everybody. And this is why we are excited for a player of his caliber. Not only what he's able to do with the gold lead, but how much his team trusts him with that gold lead. Winthrop University are not just going to play passive, though. They are walking forward to punish Faisal in a side lane. They drop the Herald. Faisal will trade onto Skytech. I imagine the burn is enough. Winnie will pick up the kill, and Denethor gets the turret gold, but they're just trying to play away from Toasty right now because this area is still unmatched.
Yeah, but it's Grubageddon, so playing away and trading cross-map really just doesn't benefit you as Winthrop University. At least Dark Wings is going to prevent the Tier 2 from going down by clearing the wave. As long as they can defend this Tier 1, which I don't think they actually can, I think the play ends up being kind of fine. Oh, the teleport?
Yeah, okay.
It's
Lens is
canceled.
actually tanking, and now here comes Winnie. Lens took a lot of damage from that turret. Requiem comes down. I don't think this will get another kill, as I believe that was a locket activation from Kenvi to keep everybody alive. But yeah, that was a bold move, tanking turret shot, rather than just clearing out the turret first and then getting almost the guaranteed kill.
Oh man, and Denethor teleporting to a very, very low health turret ends up getting that summoner spell wasted as well, so he's not able to have the impact in that situation whatsoever. So Supernova right out in front again with this ever-growing gold lead, Steve. And 2 minutes till their next Drake. Whether it's that, whether it's Baron, they could just do whatever they want on this map. They could honestly start Baron in 20 minutes. They would take it so fast.
They would indeed. Man, Denethor just wants to participate, man. 0-0-0. It's been a snoozer of a game.
True. How is... Wait. There are 30 kills almost, and Denethor hasn't been part of any of them. That's crazy.
Well, I think he's about to be part of one now, unfortunately on the receiving end, as this is Toasty, and he's got backup. I don't know if Denethor can escape this time around. He uses the all-out. Good damage onto the Zeri, but will fall regardless. There we go, participating in one kill. Unfortunately, it's on the receiving end, but he's on the board.
You know what? Nah, I'm not even going to cope. This is rough. And Faisal, he's just absorbing a lot of the pressure, I think, really well from what Winthrop are trying to do. Yeah, he died once, but they have been trying to make plays on him a lot because they do want to make plays away from Toasty because of how strong he is. I think Faisal, being that player who we know is so good at absorbing pressure, at playing weak side, it continues to prove that here in this game. As not only has he only died once, he's got more KP than Denethor. I mean, what else is there to measure with top laners, Steve?
I believe more than that,
No,
but for the sake of your
no.
narrative, I'll back you up. Yep.
Thank you.
It's only KP.
It's only KP.
And look at that. Faisal's been there for 3 of his team's 19 kills.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
That's not bad.
Not bad.
That's not bad. In fact, it is no surprise the mid laner who's been present for the most with 14. Len's actually there for 13. Ain't too shabby either, but the fact that Toasty now has 3 items completed and has only died once, I would be not very surprised if Toasty just doesn't die for the rest of this game. It is looking like a crushing victory for Supernova as they try and clap back after a pretty rough draft and rough performance in that game 1. Winnie's still, I think, the ace in the hole for Winthrop University, ace up the sleeve, as they do engage onto Toasty. He's right by the wall. He has the flash available, but he is locked down. Will have the flash away. Lightning Storm used. Now Diamond's walking back up. Toasty is able to free fire. He's just drain tanking through it. The Bloodthirster gives him too much healing. Let's see if Curtain Call will catch this. Again, the Locket keeps him alive. Winnie will get the kill onto Diamond, though, with the Requiem, as now Len's in trouble. Denethor wants it. Participated in a kill. There we go. First kill to Denethor of the game, as he will find the enemy AD carry.
That was probably one of the best angles we saw for Winthrop here in this game, too. And the wallet diff means that Supernova shrug it off like it isn't very much, Steve. And this is why this ends up being a pretty nice game here for Zeri overall, because, I mean, you can see the CC here, but it isn't the same kind of lockdown of a Nautilus, of a Vi, things like that. That used to be the bane of Zeri's existence when she was primarily played in AD carry. So Toasty, once that initial engage comes through and he lives, I mean, he's done his part, man.
Yeah, and then he's able to drain tank, I believe, off the Raptors right there, because he comes back to about half health. Go back to the Dragon. He's got the Bloodthirster, so he's in no threat of dying to that. And as we come back to live, the Dragon was secured by Supernova. We're back onto the Rift, though, as it's about vision around that Baron. I think Winthrop had the same read that you just did. If Supernova want the Baron, they can take it very fast with the champions that they have drafted. So Winthrop cannot give them that window.
I mean, once Kaisa, especially once Lens gets the 3 items, you have Zeri almost 4. You have a Rumble, this Baron will disappear. It's made of paper in the face of Supernova, and I think that's why they could just do it right now.
They're not pulling the trigger yet. They do have the vision control, but they're also waiting to see if Winthrop send anybody up to check it. I do like this play as well, but it is the play that your opponent gets agency in. You have to wait for them to walk into the trap as opposed to just taking the agency yourself. They push another wave top, and I think now they might actually look for it. There's that one ward outside the pit, though, and I think that's what's giving Winthrop so much confidence. Now they know that it's being taken, so now Winthrop have to come. For a while there, they were confident to just give the space to
look
Supernova.
at this
There
Baron.
is the ultimate from Maokai, and it's just done. That Baron was taken so fast. Winnie might just die to the Equalizer.
Oh my
It's
God.
actually Equalizer burn plus the saplings, but here's Requiem plus Curtain Call, and Winthrop University still got a little fight left in them. They find the enemy AD carry. Lens goes down yet again, but here's Toasty. Toasty is still the main damage dealer for this team, so if Kennedy finds an engage here, there's still an angle.
Wow!
And a triple knockout from Skytech. Lightning Storm might still be enough for Toasty. Denethor trying to get on top of him, but just can't do it. Toasty alive, a double kill to Diamond of all people, and Toasty wants even more. Flash out from Aaron. Not enough to kill with the red buff, but message sent and received. Supernova are flexing their wallets in these fights.
Yeah, they're on their way to a pretty quick victory here, Steve. We're at 24 minutes. This gold lead is just out of control right now. The Baron buff is going to net a lot of extra gold here for Supernova as well, even getting objective bounties on the board. I got to imagine one more fight like this, Steve, and we're just going to be talking about Game 3.
I know, and a very quick Game 3, because we're only 24 minutes into this one. Supernova have more kills than minutes in the game. I mean, factor in Winthrop, this has got to be one of the bloodiest games in terms of kills per minute that we have had all summer split. Supernova are showing up saying that, hey, Game 1 was a fluke. We think we can perform way better than that, especially with a much different take on the draft. And Winthrop University are just a team that will never back down. They will fight you for every inch of the Rift. We know that about them, and that has led to a very entertaining game too, if not still pretty one-sided. I think that Supernova are on the precipice of a pre-30-minute victory.
Yeah, I don't think we have to play the over-under game for that one, Steve. I think they're going to be perfectly poised to be able to make that happen anytime now. Last tier 2 turret is going to fall. And we still have Baron for 1 more minute too, so keep an eye out for Kenby trying to escort a wave with the all diamond, looking for a hook. You get 1 key pick, you win the game.
Here we go. Which advance used. Kenby still looking for more here. Oh, another hook on the Skytech. Has to pop the Unbreakable Will right away and just limp away. That's the equalizer down from Faisal, but other than that, way bigger cooldowns used by Winthrop's front line, because Skytech can just not tank up any damage now that that ultimate's down, and this cannon minion will be enough to take out the turret. Supernova push for an inhib. Duke University, oh, this is an interesting play. That's actually Skytech going around. Requiem's going to do a lot of damage, and this is a flanking Alistar. Hex Flash over the wall. Triple knockup, just the double, but it might just be enough. Faisal's going to try and turn and burn. He's into stasis. He goes down. Toasty's not with the team. This is the angle, but Lens still almost pulls it off right there. Skytech will just stop Diamond for a few short moments, but will probably get punished here. I imagine Toasty can clean this. Denethor's going to walk up. Lightning Storm yet again from Toasty as he's going to look to continue chasing down. What a deadly flourish from Aaron to save the life of the top laner. Toasty is the objective. Toasty is the mission. Toasty is out of there as he just runs to safety. Darkwings is here. They're actually portaling over. It's Denethor on the flank, but Diamond can just buy space. Flash away from Toasty. Denethor can't quite get in, but Darkwings can try and trade onto Diamond. Denethor falls.
My God,
now
Toasty
onto Darkwings. As solo as the Zeri in a 1v3. Almost fancied himself that fight, but will just trade the enemy top laner for his own support.
It did cost him his flash, but Winthrop finally get a fight going in their favor, but so many conditions. Oh, hold on a second.
Okay, twisted advance. Available, flash out from Darkwings. Kenby can't get in range, and the equalizer will not land onto the Lucian, but it does onto the Alistar. Headbutted back, Kenby in trouble, and Kenby goes down. Darkwings now unstoppable on the Lucian, getting a lot of much-needed gold.
Yeah, I kind of would like Kenby to talk me through that one, because, you know, at first it looked good, but I'm looking at where Toasty was on the minimap, and I was no longer seeing it. It would be really crazy. Okay.
Yep, just walk up, smite, seal it. Winnie just fine to die here as well. Requiem, not quite off cooldown. Actually, no, it is. There we go. Toasty's actually going to go down. That is a huge shutdown. The burn from Karthus is enough. Winnie just walks up, smite, steals the dragon, and then gets a gigantic shutdown onto Toasty. And just like that, Winthrop might have a short window to get back in this game.
I mean, they're really starting to carve a chunk out of this lead that Supernova had. It was a 10K, and Winthrop in the last few minutes have managed to pick up about 3,000 gold off of shutdowns, off of just winning fights and objective bounties. It's going to be tough. They're still going to have to do something like this like 2 more times, we'll say, before I actually think Winthrop are going to be able to win this game. I think the one thing that is possible for them to take advantage of, Toasty has no sums. He is the most fed member on the team. If Skytech can get on top of them, Winnie could just start the fight off with his ult. He is so strong right now, where that will probably have a lot of impact as well.
Void Staff completed.
Yeah.
A lot of magic penetration, working probably towards the Rabadon's death cap, I'd have to imagine. Unless you just complete the Morello. I don't know if they would go for that, but Toasty's got 5 items at this point. 5 items at 29 minutes. And we're just posturing for another ARAM. Games come down to this so often in this league, and right now it is Winthrop University with the initial push, but Supernova now have priority over the mid wave. Diamond taking some chunks here, though. Gotta be careful. Has the Warmogs completed, so you can just back off and try and re-heal it up.
And it's right now, I mean, for Supernova, just trying to see if Diamond can get some kind of pull.
Here's engaged. Requiem again on the top of everybody. Look at that damage! Coming in from Winnie. Denethor and Skytech just trying to play frontline right there. And a re-engage from Skytech. They got on to Toasty. He's over the wall yet again. He's shielded up. Denethor still alive. Denethor not going down. Darkwings dominating as Faisal will kill Skytech, but watch for Toasty. He is healing up so much with the Bloodthirster completed. And now Lens sees the angle. Outplayed into the stasis. Can he still live? No. Just barely goes down, but I love the look. So close to pulling that off and can even pick up the Zonia, so he's got another stasis after this. And with Toasty on the map, there's just nothing Winthrop can do.
Wow, there's so much going on in this game, but I love this look there from SkyTech. Again, it's that focus that we wanted to see on to Toasty because he didn't have any summoner spells, but they weren't able to actually get it. He is just able to get over the wall and heal up again with that Bloodthirster over onto the Raptors. At the end of the day, this is still a really good fight from Winthrop University. Even though Lens goes for the angle, tries to get something crazy done, it wasn't quite enough. The only bright side is that look in the picture-in-picture. You make enough space for Supernova to go ahead and get this Baron. But can it actually be completed here?
Envy gets there in time to smite. Nicely done. Now maybe a re-engage. Can be taking a lot of damage here. Has the flash available. Might just need to use it. Won't use it. Will go down. Now SkyTech on the backline. Buying space. Toasty can only hit the Alistair. And that's great news for Winthrop University. Requiem over the top. Winnie takes down Diamond. Toasty is alive, but it's just him. Lens is now coming up to try and play backup. Has the ultimate available. Does he look for the Void Seeker? SkyTech with another knockup. SkyTech is just finding these back-to-back. Toasty, though, with a double kill and a 1v4 with their shutdown on the Darkwings. He is just too fed. Lens snipes down Aaron, and Denethor will fall. That is an ace for Supernova.
I mean, Winnie is still up and alive, but Supernova, they managed to clutch it out in the very end. They secure the Baron at the last moment as well. Even though these spawn timers are long, I don't see Lens and Toasty being able to actually end the game. Probably that bot, or rather top lane inhibitor is going to go down. But all things considered, Winthrop, they're still in this.
Yeah, Winnie actually only participated with that ultimate. I lost track of where he was on the map, so this could be the defense for Winnie. Gonna lose the top inhibitor. Toasty will try and take down this middle inhibitor on the way out. SkyTech is here. I think Toasty's got this. Yeah, if SkyTech goes in, that might be a one-way trip. So super spawning mid, super spawning top as Dragon number 5 is spawning in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but all things considered, at least for these next 2 minutes, Winthrop are going to be able to turtle a little. It's not a soul that's going over to Supernova, and as long as no real fight happens before the next Baron spawns, I mean, Winthrop with these super minion waves actually going to be able to collect a lot of golden experience. It could be the way for them to kind of get back into this one. Yes, they're down 10k, but their carries are almost at this point of parity.
Yeah, that Requiem's doing a lot of damage. It's now Toasty able to dodge out on the culling damage. Winthrop just threw a lot at the wall, and none of it stuck. Supernova position better in the fight. They kite back, absorb the cooldowns, and they are just sweeping this fight. Triple kill, quadra kill to Toasty, and Supernova clap back in game 2.
I don't know why we end up going for that fight at Winthrop. They really didn't have to, but Supernova happy to take that win into their waiting arms as they are going to win this game and tie the series up.
Diamond stole the pentakill, but it does not matter. A win's a win. Supernova clap back with 39 kills on the scoreboard at 33 minutes and a 66 kill game. That's gotta be one of, if not the bloodiest one of the summer split. An absolute banger between these two teams. Winthrop, they almost were making a bit of a comeback happen, but here's the replay because Supernova, like you said, they just had a much better fight. It felt like Winthrop didn't need to try and go for that aggressive of a play.
No, yeah, I mean, you look at what is left on the map. Baron, I think, was 4 minutes away. This wasn't Supernova's Dragon Soul, so I really just don't feel that there was a purpose for this fight at all. There was a moment where you could have waited, you could have taken a better angle. We saw Winthrop winning some of these fights, but instead they forced this one in not the best circumstances when they didn't have to, and of course they end up losing.
Do you report Diamond? He didn't need to auto there. He autoed.
Yes, of course. Report
I think so, because Toasty is clearly our player of the game. Doesn't get the penta at the end, but 18, 2, and 15. Present for 33 out of the 39 kills that his team picked up. That is absolute filthy damage per minute. 2,000 damage per minute with a 6.6k gold differential. Yeah, that's a carry performance for the ages right there.
Yeah, I think that was just a fantastic game from Toasty, and it's just a lot of what we'd like to see from a young player like him. It's his first year in the NACL. His summer has been better than his spring, and it's really fun to see young players like that continue to trend upwards.
He was on a lot of our eyes, or a lot of us had eyes on him based on his off-season tryouts, Champions Queue earlier on in the year.
True.
And Toasty definitely turning a lot of heads, getting a lot of nods from very high up people in the League of Legends community and industry, saying this guy's got a future. He's got that mentality to be a pro player, 18 years old, and in his first year pulling off performances like that. So shout out to Toasty, very well earned player of the game, and making this series very exciting, because a reminder, it's going to come down to one final game in Fearless Draft Best of 3 to determine if Winthrop University are locking in their playoff spot or if Supernova are keeping their top 2 finish alive for the summer season. You won't want to miss the conclusion, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
You ready, Toasty? A little bot?
Dude, get on these, little bot.
Say something a little louder.
Toasty, you're a bot. You're a bot. You're a bot.
so bad!
Cool. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of NACL's Bot. We have CCG's Esports' Shochi versus Supernova's Toasty. Who is going to be first in line? It's Toasty!
If you miss the first shot, that's a bot-like behavior. I've never seen Toasty and like the biggest bot in the world in the same room.
True.
Yeah, because me and you haven't been in the same room.
Tristana, huh?
Oh my god!
Oh
my god!
Gotta use Ernest Elf Tristana. This is the best
That's the
one.
worst. That's the worst
best
Tristana
one.
skin.
This is
I'm
the
not
best
gonna lie,
one.
it's kind of the worst.
You're such a bot!
There's no way you are W. Okay, you actually. Okay.
He actually did.
I'm gonna make it hard, okay? It's time to bomba. You E-flash ult. Go!
Ooh, a little bot-like, huh? How should I dismantle you? Let me do some like Pythagorean theorem. Wait. Okay, right here. Oh my gosh! My angles are off.
Let me do a zero, alright? You put the one to the right. Oh my god!
What was that?
I need the right skin for this one, Grave Lord, because I'm putting you in your grave. You're going down. Was that corny or was that good?
No, that was actually good.
Okay, here I go.
You're so bad!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
I'm going back to the Gragas. I have to try.
I literally dare you. I literally dare you right now.
I locked it in. What are you daring me for?
For fun?
Are you ready?
E-flash ult.
Pass in.
Careful, bro. Don't get 3-0'd.
Back to you.
You had to get one eventually.
You are not doing the Malphite one.
It's actually so inconsistent, but I'm just gonna run it. Flashback over here, okay?
Okay, fine.
No!
Embarrassing. Let's do some Xin Zhao action. E to this dummy. You're gonna R flash the ball into the net. I'll just demonstrate it for you.
Okay.
Make sure you R flash, not flash R.
Okay. ER flash?
Yep.
Oh
my gosh, you actually
practiced them. Let's
you
go.
Actually first time that? Okay. How should I give you a B?
Bro, you're not even gonna get this one. Like
you made me mad. I wasn't gonna do it to you, but I'm buying the rocket belt. W to this ward, interrupt the W with the Q, proto belt over here, and R flash.
If you get this one, you actually deserve it.
Yes!
You're so bad. You're just gonna Q W R flash, okay?
Oh, that's
Oh
it.
my god, careful, bro.
Bad.
Oh!
I'm not getting swept. I'm not getting 3-0'd.
Yes! How do you get swept? You're such a bot!
That is a T, my friend, and that is bot.
This was pretty embarrassing for me. My stock's not looking so hot after this. I'm doing it again.
Do it again. You're so
bro. It's the same exact spot. It's actually glitch. It's actually glitch.
Your flash is bad. The angle is bad on your kick.
That was good.
The angle is bad on your kick.
Toasty, as our champion here of this episode of Pod, do you have any words?
I'd just like to shout out my enemy opponent for being a bot.
Thank you for the shout out. I'll see you in playoffs, Toasty.
You're not even gonna make playoffs. Like, calm down. Like,
we'll see.
All right, that's gonna be our episode of Bot. Thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game 3, the determiner for if Winthrop University will lock its playoff position or if Supernova can continue their dream of making top 2 happen. We have 1-1 on the scoreboard, and only one team can walk away the victor today, but it is coming down to the wire, and I cannot believe how exciting these games have been, Pete.
No, they have been, and at least in this case of this series, very back and forth. Game 1, Supernova kind of got run over for the most part. In Game 2, they were the ones in the driver's seat. And of course, Toasty, the man himself, while Winnie made an admirable effort, Toasty had the most damage in the game. And that's a big number.
That's a real big number there, Beat. 66.7K in a 32-minute, 49-second game, meaning that was over 2,000 gold per, or 2,000 damage, sorry, per minute. Let that sink in.
Yeah, Toasty was doing a lot that game. And I will say, I'll give credit to Kenvi for how he played out that early game. Again, took the risk of getting outpaced by Karthus a lot sooner than usual by 3-camping into a mid-gank. Got a really nice early lead. That Supernova continued to snowball, both with Kenvi showing up mid, Diamond showing up mid, and then past a certain point, Toasty said, all right, guys, I got it from here. No problem. And then took them to a win.
Toasty was definitely the benefactor of a lot of the action happening bot side because the Zeri was getting out of mid lane into the bot lane and cleaning up the kills. It was like 5-0 by the time 6 minutes rolled around, something crazy like that. Maybe not that early, but either way, it was 5-0 very early in the game. Won't be able to play the Zeri. Again, though, reminder, it's full Fearless drafts, so every champion grayed out under that Fearless bans there cannot be played going forward. So Supernova fancy themselves some Engage to start things off because that pool has been pinched. They go for the Rakan.
Yeah, and, partially a denial. Skytech very partial to this pick as well.
Sure.
And yeah, like you said, a lot of the usual Engage support picks are out of the picture. I mean, there's a world. We've seen Skytech get a little fancy with it, with his support Rakan counter pick. It's probably not going to happen, but he has played Lissandra into it. This did happen last year. We could see that, or we could see, Renata, just the more common counter. But I'm just throwing out some fun things for our Game 3.
Unfortunately, because we saw the Rumble last game, we don't get Skytech's Rumble. That was always a treat to see as well in past splits. But full Fearless means that can't happen. But what we can get is 2 pretty high prio champions from past patches. Some adjustments have happened this week for gameplay, but Tristana and Brand are still locked in regardless for Winthrop University. And the answer pretty fast from Supernova. We're going for Xayah to pair with Rakan and Vi for very clear and direct point-and-click CC engage.
Yeah, I mean, you pair that up with the Rakan. There's a lot of potential to blow someone up right away. So Winnie definitely going to be under a lot of threat, much like he was in Game 1. This time around, though, I think they're going to have an easier time trying to take him down. And I do like the Jinx coming through there for Aaron. I think he's a good Jinx player. And on top of it, you have Jinx, Tristana, 2 reset champions. All you need is 1 kill. And Winthrop are going to start to run through a fight.
Good point. And the Brand is exceptional at setting up low health bar enemies to allow for those resets to come through. Right. So I actually do like these first 3 picks. What they're lacking right now is frontline and engage options, though. So I imagine Supernova are going to take a couple more of those off the table. Things like the Nautilus ban, things like the Rel ban, but instead the Braum ban going to come through, as it does pair very well with the Jinx and is exceptional against the Xayah.
Yeah, and I like the Ahri takeaway too. Honestly, unless you're going to pick... No, it doesn't even make sense because Dark Wings has the Tristana. Yeah, just ban Talia. You just want to remove both of those really powerful pairings away from Kenvi and Toasty, I think. And yeah, I think it's just that simple.
Yep, there we go. I think that makes a lot of sense, and Winthrop agree with your assessment beat down. So now, Winthrop get to decide, are we going to blind pick Denethor, or are we going to blind pick for a Dark Wings? I feel like in the past, what we've seen a lot of is that they will just put Denethor on a tank in situations like this. He can't play
like every situation.
In most situations. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do go for that. So it's actually Poppy ban.
Nautilus
that
is still
is
up,
also
by the way.
Pretty high value.
Nautilus hasn't been played all series and is available. I think that's just freelo. Pretty realistic.
That's a good point.
Skytech.
it's late at night, and there is a Tristana staring at me on Winthrop's
I was
side.
gonna let that
clearly
go.
Darkwing's champ is already locked in. Yeah, Nautilus would make a certain amount of sense here, other than the fact that Xayah can pretty clearly dodge it.
Ooh. Skytech, my man. A Tom
This
Kench
is a fun one. We
enjoyer.
have not seen Tom Kench in quite a while. We assume support technically could go top, but very unlikely.
No, Steve, this is Tom Kench. Just a second. Tom Kench is great against dive comps, especially when you have all this single target damage and engage. It's just so easy. Whoever Kenvi and Diamond jump on, you just slurp them up and they're perfectly safe. I love it. Skytech, my man.
I love this pick from Faisal, though. Gragas, kind of the anti... If Vi wants to target one thing and lock them down, so Tom Kench wants to slurp him up and keep him safe, Gragas says, well, that's a 2-for-1 special right there. If you still land that ult, you're pulling both back into you then.
That's true.
So it's a really cool disruption and answer, because it's also AP. I was worried about the potential of maybe like a Malphite for Denethor, because they need that hard engage. Instead, it's going to be the Ornn locked in for Denethor. Still, that is the engage tool. Very scripted, very easy to tell when this is coming. So Winthrop all need to be in position to back up Denethor or Supernova's comp with all the damage and crazy bouncy house CC. This could be a big problem for Winthrop.
Yeah, and I think Winthrop, again, this comp is pretty stylistically consistent with what we've seen from them basically this entire series, Steve. And this is much like Game 1 where Supernova, you have a lot of playmaking tools, but you only have so much time to make it happen. I'm looking at Ornn, Jinx, Tristana, Rand. Like, 25 minutes is your nightmare.
Yeah, that Dragon Soul fight, that first Baron fight, you better be
Ornn
ready.
level 14, like, any one of those things
Yeah.
is literally just like jump scare.
Unless Toasty has an insane performance on the Azir in a late game situation, then yes, I do agree. Scaling team fight front to back, more traditional for Winthrop University. Not to say Supernova cannot do the same, though. More creativity potentially available when you factor in things like the Vi, the Rakan. The engage options are wider for Supernova. We'll see if that gives them the victory here, as it's 1-1 on the scoreboard. Supernova looking to lock in a chance, at least, at a top 2 spring or summer split performance. Winthrop University looking to lock in their playoff lives.
Yeah, and I gotta say, they gotta feel pretty good about the situation, specifically the draft that they're walking into with this game. They have a lot of what they need to make this one happen. Really, the only goal is that in this early game, just minimize what you lose to Supernova. And Kenvi and Diamond looking to sync up quite a bit this game and are going to be looking to make plays pretty much wherever they can, Steve. As long as Winthrop can make sure that they don't fall too far behind, even if they fall a little bit behind. It's so chill, Steve. It's so chill.
They're going in for an invade, though. So this is not the don't fall behind strat. This is the try and get an early lead.
No,
strat.
Steve, hear me out.
Yeah?
Oh no, they are stealing his camps away. I was gonna say, I had this whole thing about C. You try to minimize your loss by tracking the enemy jungler earlier. And you know what? I will just take it another step further. By by taking away camps, you're minimizing what you lose in the early game. Getting a lead is minimizing what you lose in the early game. So yeah, get him.
And Brand faster. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah, still get him anyway.
All right, fair enough. I probably deserve that. Winnie now going for another camp steal, and so far, I believe, actually does that ward spot it? I don't know. That ward's not around the lip. There's a chance it didn't spot the vision cone.
It's on no ping.
Kenvy's still on the top camps. If Kenvy starts passing bot instead of immediately into Winnie's jungle, then we know that this is unspotted. Darkwing's doing a big chunk of damage onto Toasty mid lane meanwhile. So Kenvy, what decision do you make here? This can make or break maybe the entire early game. Okay, heading top. This is good. That means Kenvy probably has the read that there's no bot camps available. Oh, but does bot lane read that they are in danger? Diamond battle dances away. And Lens has to flash early, still stunned up, still poked down. So Winnie will just do a little walk by chunk onto Lens and set up his bot lane to have a really good 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we often end up seeing from Winnie, even on champs like the brand, not afraid at all to 3-camp into a gank. So now, I mean, this split map has been very effective. Wow.
Okay, another knock-up. There's no ignite in this lane, and Lens does have the barrier, but Diamond does not! Has to flash to safety. And Winthrop's bot lane, you said it, they feel confident that they can 2v2 anybody, and they are doing just that with the help of Winnie earlier on. They are capitalizing heavy on their Summoner Spell advantage.
Oh yeah, they are. Winnie is just perfectly content with this split map, and he's just going to keep revisiting bot over and over again, Steve.
Denethor's in trouble, though. His wave was in a really bad spot and has to flash himself to safety. So the University will proxy a wave down here in the bot lane. So yes, it's good for Supernova to get something topside, but it's not stopping what's happening bot.
Yeah, or mid. And Darkwings is having a really great time so far. In this matchup, he just has constant push. It's easy for Winnie to... Oh, hold on.
Flash available for Kenvi. Wasn't quite in range to Vault Breaker Flash, so Darkwings is just fine.
Yeah, I mean, respect for Darkwings. Not even blowing his flash. Is like, yeah, you don't have this. Sorry, buddy. And it just shows you, again, how comfortable he is on this champion. It's something that he's had several good performances on when he was playing on Wildcard Gaming earlier in spring.
And also taking the press the attack versus Toasty with a grasp means that Toasty actually can sustain a little bit better than Darkwings here. I mean, multiple grasp procs and forcing out the rocket jump from Darkwings. We'll use the last of the mana from Toasty, but Darkwings will not be able to stop this potential mid lane freeze. Actually, Toasty will probably want to hit this and then back, but we'll see what the decision is.
I mean, right now, Winthrop in a pretty good position here. You see that first back come through from Aaron, so he's pretty confident in his ability to fight right now. And again, Winnie maintaining this split and just maintaining pressure on this bottom side of the map means it's going to be easy to pick up this first rate.
Diamond and Lens are walking up to look and potentially contest. As so are Aaron and Skytech. So it's going to come down to which jungler wants to peel off. Winnie's on Dragon, and Kennedy's actually walking into the bot lane. Unspotted so far. Actually, there was a ward there, so maybe they do know that Kenby's here. A big root there onto Aaron. Has to use the barrier. Still flash available, but Kenby's just hitting the wave instead. They know that the Dragon's going down very slow, but they're actually not going to contest anyway. They just get the wave in, and Winthrop will get the Dragon. Interesting series of events right there. Winthrop walk away with the objective.
Yeah, I think at the end of it, I like where Aaron was positioned. It made it harder for that play for Kenby to actually work. He was close enough to his team. And that means that he really only has to expend the barrier, while Winthrop, they pick up their first objective of the game. And because of that commitment, I mean, there isn't really a grub's take either. Because Kenby trying to bail out his bot lane means that there isn't really a trade of objectives. I'm wanting to see Winnie actually path towards the top side and see if he's going to be able to grab those ones. Supernova have responded. They have that lane swap coming.
I mean, we can talk about how fun it was for Winnie to do that little walk by bot lane and get the flash out and then put Lens in a weird spot. But
it was fun.
Since then, Kenby's actually up in clear, and that's very, from my understanding, not expected with the Vi into the Brand. Typically, you see the Vi making earlier plays and the Brand power farming. So the fact that Winnie is behind is a little concerning, and also is not on these grubs faster. Diamond even roams up here well before Skytech is able to, so Supernova have the faster tempo play on the map and will get rewarded. There's going to be a lot of XP into Kenby's pocket. Don't think he's close to level 6 yet, but once that Vi hits level 6, now every lane's going to suddenly have alarm bells going off saying, okay, and we absorb the Vi dive, the Vi engage, the Vi ganks.
Yeah, and I will say, as soon as Skytech hits level 6, I'm not too worried for the most part about this Vi ultimate at all, really, Steve, because Darkwings, he has the rocket jump. He's able to buffer that and be safe. When Skytech has the Devour, he can protect Aaron too. So I still think Kenby has got his work cut out for him here, especially with Skytech making space for Winnie to steal more camps. Again, maintaining this control over this bottom side of the map.
Yeah, this is huge actually for Winnie to be able to get. I think you get all 3 of these camps, and that will instantly catch you back up. Kenvy's clearing the top side, but even if he invades, there's only 1 buff to take away. So okay, and like you had said it before, Winthrop don't even need to necessarily win the early games from your perspective. As long as they just don't fall too far into a hole, they are doing just fine in the scaling department. And the fact that Winnie is able to constantly deny this XP from Kenby, who's currently topside. Denethor's playing very respectable up there right now, playing off of the wave. Means that it's basically a turret race. Top turret will have more armor on it though, so Supernova are going to lose this race if they try and commit to it.
Yeah, you can see Faisal is just getting proxied right now by Aaron and Skytech. Yeah, it's just going to end up being a trade on the other side here, but Faisal's eating a lot of damage. Winnie is here, level 6, yeah.
Oh, explosive cast means that Skytech has to flash and heal as Toasty!
Oh, he got him.
Outplay Darkwings. The turret shot barely not enough. A flash auto could potentially do it as Faisal still trying to survive bot lane. And he does just that. So 2 turret fights happening at the same time. And nobody goes down on either side.
And I like that call from Supernova to alleviate the pressure for Lens and Diamond. Oh. Just have this lane swap come through.
Oh, Denethor! Let's go!
Wow! That's gotta feel
First blood solo kill Roman Orn in the mid lane.
That's gotta feel great, especially with all the attention he's received on that top side. So, and Winthrop with that have gotten their lead in the game. It's only 500 gold, but again, they scale very nicely. I think a 500, 600 gold lead just feels fantastic for this team who are trying to get one of the last playoff spots.
And Kenvy's now level 6, but look at that, so is Skytech. Walking up here is Tom Kench as the support, pushing out the enemy jungler away from the Scuttle Crab because Kenvy knows there's no backup and does not know where Winthrop University's jungler is. Surprise, spoiler, was actually behind Skytech the whole time and will clear out this Scuttle Crab. Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, so if Winthrop want to, they can just go right back to that objective, but no, they might just die. Faisal, they know there's no flash. Explosive Cask is coming off cooldown shortly, but said they're going to hit the wave, I suppose. Above Forge God will be used to clear that wave down bot side. And everyone's just proxy farming each other. This is this is interesting.
Yeah, it is. This is probably the lowest action game, especially when you compare it to what we had in game 2, where it was 2 kills every minute. Now we're at 10 minutes with a single kill coming through here.
And it was an Ornn.
And it was an Ornn. Oh, we got... Maybe we have more.
Okay, Darkwings will...
Oh, that's
not
exploding
actually
cast.
take turret aggro there. Oh! Actually autoed Faisal, so he's taking turret, but now Faisal's in trouble himself. Press the attack coming through. And Skytech uses Devour to save Winnie, who is tanking up the turret. So Winthrop, they pull off the dive eventually.
It just doesn't get any simpler than that, man. This Tom Kench going big here for Skytech in this game, and it's only going to get better for Supernova, or rather for Winthrop University, excuse me. As you can see, Darkwings, he's got a pretty big lead. Aaron has got one as well. I actually think it's worth pulling up the gold, though, just to show that Lens is ahead of Aaron at the moment. I think that's just worth pointing out because Supernova did that lane swap to alleviate some of that pressure he was going through in those first couple of levels. Actually allowed him to catch up and be right up there with Aaron and Darkwing.
Yeah, tied right now, and I think that's mostly plate gold.
Yeah.
As we see Aaron just take it over. Has more CS cleared, about 2.5 waves over Lens currently. I'm catching another wave here. But there are objectives on the Rift, so let's see what the teams want to go for. It's Dragon as the continued stacking option for Winthrop University, or they can go denied Grubageddon from Supernova, because either way it feels like Winthrop have the agency here, but maybe not for long. Darkwings could be in some trouble. Featherstorm used, not in range. Get the pullback. Darkwing sidesteps that one, but does not have the flash. Buys a lot of time. Pyroclasm might do it. Only stun onto one, and when he actually does not have the ultimate, it was used earlier. So Kenvy does get out of there just fine, so does Lens.
Yeah, it's a really nice pick coming through there from Kenvy. Getting some use out of the cease and desist. Still, because Lens and Diamond lost a lot of their health and had to recall, Winthrop will be able to get that second Drake. A little late, so it won't be that super early Drake Soul, but for a team that doesn't even need Soul to win this game, this feels just fine.
a little thing here, but surprised that they didn't pull the dragon. Yeah, actually, as Brand, your auto attacks aren't doing too much, so you can pretty easily aggro it and then pull it back out. But either way, they're not punished for that. The Vi doesn't get over the wall, and they pick up the objective. 2 dragons to Winthrop's side. They keep stacking, and it is going to be a Cloud Soul. Not the best one, really, for any of their ultimate users, but I suppose you can give Jinx more move speed. Let's go.
I mean, that is pretty good. Jinx loves move speed. And honestly, I think it's pretty nice for Winthrop just because, I mean, look at Skytech. He's going to devour someone using his ult to save a teammate. He's going to get move speed as a result. It'll be easier to save them.
I love the little mental gymnastics we do every time we see a Cloud Soul.
Is that even gymnastics? That's just good.
Who can actually pull this off? I suppose. It's just not as fancy as, the...
I mean, like,
Hex
Infernal
Tech.
Soul,
It's like
Hex
chain
Tech
lightning
Skull.
jumping everywhere.
Yeah, just explosions of flame. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's not as fun. It's not as exciting, but it's good.
Good right now. Supernova's focus on these turrets. They want to get that gold from the first turret takedown, the first turret blood. And they're close to it bot side as Darkwings will try and catch this next wave. He even has Skytech in his back pocket, so that means Toasty's not actually going to walk up and threaten that for even more. Winthrop, they get the 3 grubs right at the perfect spawn time here as the Herald is coming up, so they're also going to pick up this objective, wasting basically 0 time because they were already on that side of the map.
And as we've seen before too, I think it's a great opportunity for Winthrop to use that Herald. Oh, hold on.
Okay, Diamond just engaging onto Skytech with the Azir behind him, and Skytech shuffled on back. I believe the Tristana ult happened at the same time. That looked real funny because Toasty followed his soldiers, but it was all according to plan because they find the enemy Tahm Kench.
Yeah, Kenby still has the ultimate as well, so there is an opportunity for a dive, but Winnie is around. There's a lot of damage to play with.
We're going for it. When he gets the ultimate out, we'll do a little bit of damage, but Darkwings is going to have to try and find the resets. Cannot do so.
Oh.
Only 1 kill traded as Denethor will not find any more. Diamond very low, burning down, and Winnie had the bird to take him out. Very, very delayed kill, but a kill nonetheless. Lens has flash, has everything available. Will take down the turret and now can turn back around. Faisal with the body slam means the Skytech has to devour to save Denethor's life. Aaron cannot get the resets. Doesn't quite have the damage with only Kraken Slayer right now. So at the end of the day, kills about even. But the turret going to Supernova means that they have a gold lead.
Yeah, that first brick finally coming through here post 15 minutes. It's going to get a nice amount of gold. And yeah, this is a no Tahm Kench because of the pickoff that happened earlier. And I really like the chain CC coming through here. Winnie, usually what we see from Brands is that if they're not CC'd down properly, they get their ult down, they get their whole combo down, and at that point the damage is already done. Yeah, Winnie got his ult down, but they chain CC'd him pretty nicely to kind of limit the damage he was going to be able to put out. That's why they were in a position to get that first brick.
Will be answered quickly here by Winthrop University as they will claim one for themselves. Gold is dead even, kills are dead even. The only thing differentiating these teams is the dragon stacking in firmly in Winthrop University's favor. 2-0 in that front. And as you had already said, you favor the later this game goes, the more damage Winthrop can do, the tankier Ornn gets. He's going to give all those item upgrades to everybody. This is an ideal situation for Winthrop.
It really is, because again, they've caught up in gold. That bit of a lead Supernova had is nullified. Toasty's going to be able to get it back up again, and it's fine. Well, once we get post 20 minutes, especially with that potential Dragon Soul point coming through from Winthrop, they're in a fine position in this game, I think, and Supernova are the ones who really need to push the pace if they don't want their top 2 dreams to only be memes.
They will still be happy making it into playoffs regardless of the way that the series goes, but again, Supernova is a team with a roster that we had expectations. They could be one of the teams challenging for a top spot, partnering with NRG, one of the LCS orgs during this year. I know it'd mean a lot for them to make, to be able to dodge that first round of playoffs, because top 2 basically just means you seed into round 2 of playoffs, and you get to scout out your opponent in a series before you have to face them. Big advantage for anybody who can get top 2, but as of right now, it's looking like FearX Starforge could be the one to take second place. as Supernova with a composition that is slowly and slowly falling behind the scaling of Winthrop, have yet to really find a purchase in this game. They got another turret top side. They will deny the Dragon stacking now, but I think they're going to lose their mid turret for it. Yeah, the Herald's dropped, so Winthrop University, they might even go for another one.
Yeah, I kind of like this one. It's tough, but... Oh yeah, there's a fight.
It's Winnie. Call the Forge God used. Denethor is going to have to try and get a big engage here. Explosive Cast not using time to stop the Call the Forge God, but the turret is down. Winthrop are fighting in an awkward spot, but they are fighting nonetheless. You got to watch out for Toasty. Flash and Emperor's Divide available, and I think he's going to go for it. Watch for the Azir. The big shuffle. He gets out of 3 of them, and he will probably go down in response, but no, Aaron doesn't have the damage yet again. Finds him with a flash body slam. Aaron's going to go down. A triple kill to Lens. And Supernova collapse onto Winthrop in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a huge fight coming through here. The angle looked good. Trading Dragon for several turrets, but they ended up getting collapsed on from the back. You called out the Azir ultimate from Toasty, and I think a big thing that happens here in this fight is that the cease and desist from Kenvi, it knocks Skytech out of the way. He's not close enough to use the Devour. Look at his position. He can't save Winnie. And because of that, there isn't a whole lot he could do for the rest of that fight because Toasty, again, gets that great shuffle.
And by the time Toasty dies and Aaron gets the Jinx passive, Aaron's already CC'd and can't do anything with it. Picture perfect fights from Supernova right there. The flash from Aaron and Darkwings were spot on to try and survive and turn it, but at the end of the day, Supernova just had too much. Now Lens, 2 items completed on the Xayah, and those are pretty expensive items. The Infinity Edge already done. Means that Supernova can look to use this as a springboard to get more of a lead. It's unfortunately still not like a big gold lead. They're basically tied right now regardless, and they're even down turrets, so it was cool to get that, but it doesn't feel like it actually changed much of their current situation.
Yeah, it got a lot of gold onto Lens, which I think is always good for this composition. Oh, that looks funny. But other than that, yeah, I still think it's Supernova who are on the clock. A lot of things have to go right in that fight for that to work.
Engage here onto Winnie. Saved by the Devourer, now throws out the ultimate. It's bouncing between a couple members. Call the Forge God is used, double knock up, but Riddle will not be taken advantage of. There's no further CC to follow up, as now the rest of Winthrop University trying to run away. And he's probably going to try and heal up on these Krugs, as the mid lane is the focus for Supernova. Aaron's still up. Everyone's engaging here onto Ornn. Denethor played that really well, using the Bell's Breath to dodge out all the CC. And Winthrop even hold on to their mid turret.
Yeah, they managed to hold on pretty tightly there. Supernova not able to actually secure any kills off the back of that, but that's all right. I like that they keep looking for these just because, again, they are the ones who have to be on that offensive. And this is just another example. Kenvi still has his ult.
If he does, and will wait to use it, kiting out the damage of Darkwings. Explosive Cast means that Darkwing's actually still alive
for now.
He hit this wave, and who does he give the kill to? Faisal should just get it. There we go.
Yeah, nice and easy. And because everyone else was on reset, there was no trade in response. I don't think Baron is actually going to be a potential angle for them here, but
I wouldn't hate it, but they're not ready for it. Mid lane's getting hard shoved. And I want to bring also attention to Toasty, rather, build. Has the Leandries and the Frozen Hearts. They're going for a very tanky Azir. Not going to be as fast at shredding that Baron.
No, but I do like the angle there from the Frozen Heart. I mean, you're dealing with 2 marksmen, a lot of attack speed, so that is going to get some serious value in these later game team fights. Just minimize some of the DPS Winthrop are going to be able to do just with your presence.
And they get this turret. Supernova want it so bad. They have not been able to actually get a wave to stick. So hard against a Tristana, Jinx, even Brand throwing damage on top of it. And Denethor and Skytech can just make so much space. These 2 tanks are nigh unmovable on Winthrop University's side. And I want to bring your attention to something. Denethor, level 13 on Ornn. Next level, he starts upgrading other items for his team. Suddenly, those damage dealers are going to be doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, this is part of that scaling I was talking about early on. Yeah, you can see it. Denethor, he's very close to that level 14 mark as well. Faisal already ticking over to that. So this is where things are going to get a little dangerous here for Supernova. I mean, to their credit, They've been fighting pretty admirably, and I'm interested to see what their priority is going to be here. Are they actually going to try and fight for this Drake? Can they set up and find another angle like they saw before? I'm seeing pings there, so the answer is probably yes.
We see that Faisal's Rod of the Ages just hit 10, so levels up, and has now scaled himself on the Gragas. This is about the strongest that the Gragas typically gets with these 2 items completed. You can still keep going, but this is where you really feel like you are now able to tank and absorb a lot of damage, as Supernova are posturing for the fight. It is Dragon that is spawned, but it's currently Winthrop University on the Baron side. Faisal, as I'm talking about it, is taking a big chunk right there. Can be flashing to safety. Still has the ultimate available. Call the Forge got used onto the carries. It's Lens who had the Feather Storm. Flashes to try and get the redirect. Doesn't land onto everybody, but the charm from Diamond is huge. Allows for Kenby to follow up. Denethor is buying space, so the damage dealers cannot follow up Kenby, but he does his job. He just takes down Aaron on his own, as Denethor does live, but what a close fight right there. Supernova, they got the damage dealers on the Dragon, so they win out here.
You say that, but Winthrop, they are going to go for the trade. Teleport is coming out as well. It's a little slow, but as soon as Dark Wings gets here, they might be able to take this one fast enough. Not many ults to play with, and Toasty still has the Emperor's Divide.
He's got to find a huge engage. He can go for it right now. There is no Tahm Kench ultimate, and he's buster shotted away by Dark Wings. Smite secure. Can Supernova win the fight after the fact? Teleport comes in from Faisal. Multiple members will fall. Shut down on the Lens for Denethor, but 3 members walk out. I don't know if Aaron was spawned, if he was there, but either way, Winthrop get away. A couple members having Baron.
Yeah, so it does end up being a bit of a trade.
This is here. Winnie does not land the stun.
Feel like
Faisal could probably pop him with the ultimate. Darkwings does not have butter shot anymore, but they walk away.
Yeah, it's gonna be an easy one. I like the call there instantly from Winthrop to just go ahead and get the Baron. We do see Aaron doesn't have the Baron buff, so it is only 2 available to Winthrop University. Even though they lose the mid-tier 1, and there is that potential if they win a fight. They're gonna be able to do some serious damage as a group to Supernova's side of the map.
And Beat, I just want to take some time to first off get a breath in, and also remind everybody, look at how close this game 3 is. Gold dead even, Dragons dead even, turrets 1 in favor of Winthrop. Even the dang grubs are even. But it does not feel like an even compositional type of game. Winthrop University have the Orin items that are starting to come in now. And as long as Aaron lives, they are in a good position. But speaking of Aaron, it's just getting snap engaged on. Devour is used, Aaron repositions.
There it is.
Can now free fire, even as the flash available. Aaron able to do so much work right there. Toasty's trying to get on top of him. Aaron is burning down, but here comes Darkwings, the secondary boss. Knocked out. JCC, Darkwings still alive! Just long enough, and Winnie was just untouched his whole time. But Toasty with the shuffle for a triple kill. Denethor will flash forward with the big old bog for an ace for the team. But what a close fight. That was a 5 for 4.
Wow, unbelievable. And this is about the ideal fight that you can expect here from Winthrop's composition. You get the Devour on Aaron, so much damage coming through, so he feels really good at just about auto-attacking as best as he can. It's Darkwings getting chunked out by Lens that really made that difference here, because even though he was able to get a lot of damage down before dying, at the end of the day, he still ended up falling, and that gave space for Toasty to make the fight as close as it was.
Denethor played that so freaking well. 4 champ call the Forge God, 3 champ knock up into the wall, a second double knock up into the wall off cooldown, and then on the 3rd charge, gets the kill onto Toasty. Denethor just basically carrying that fight. I know you're not the one dealing the damage as the Orin, but bought so much time and space and ability for multiple rotations of spells from Winnie to come through. But you're right, Darkwings getting hit there by Lens's ultimate was the big difference maker. Winthrop could have gotten away with a lot more, but Lens played that very well as well. And again, it's dead even on the scoreboard. Neither of these teams can find a foothold in this game.
No. And I props Supernova for finding so many good fight angles time and time again to keep this one even. Especially in this position now where we're seeing a lot of those ornaments come through. Supernova are still finding the angles to win out these fights. Still possible.
Oh, the explosive cast into interrupted rocket jump, and now Skytech getting engaged on. Even Aaron will go down. What a find from Faisal and Diamond. Just capitalizing on a greedy Darkwings on Tristana. You see turret, you want to hit it. Well, you cannot do it in that situation. Faisal does TP top, or rather bot side, to try and keep the tempo up. And he pulls down the remaining 2 members of Winthrop University. But with 20-second death timers, this should be a dead tier 2 topside along with the top camps.
And Supernova, I had 2 or multiple big pickoffs. Means they start to really get the gold swing that they were hoping for here, because it's already at 1,500. It's about to hit the 2K mark. And this setup is just in time for their potential soul point coming through here, because we're 20 seconds till the next Drake. They're the ones who have that favorable vision set up on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be hard for Winthrop to walk through, especially when a lot of their team members, they're just getting back on the map, Steve.
We're getting close to 30 minutes. Denethor level 16 is given 2 upgrades, so I want to do some inventory stacking here. I know it's a 2,000 gold lead for Supernova, but let's look at who is actually advantaged in this fight. Flash and Barry are available for Baron. Same can be, or rather, Aaron. Same can be said for Lens. So the 80 carries are in really good position. Toasty does not have Flash, but Winthrop do not have the confidence to walk up and contest the Dragon, nor necessarily the need to. They still can't allow the Ornn items to come through and keep scaling. So it's not like it's Dragon Soul, it's just Soul Point, as Wind will actually clear out a full wave topside while the team catches mid.
Yeah, I mean, giving him a wave, as many resources as possible, I think is good. He's close to that death cap. And there it is, he's gonna get the big magical hat. So that full brand combo, it's gonna do some serious numbers here. Yeah, despite Winthrop scaling really well into their composition, despite almost all these ornaments coming out here from Denethor, Supernova find a way to get ahead of the game. They find a way to stay ahead of Winthrop University. And we're at a point where one more fight win like that, and Supernova win. And Winthrop's playoff hopes just become that much more complicated, that much more difficult to achieve, as this is Winthrop's final game of the split. They're going to have to watch from the sidelines and see the rest of the playoff picture form around them.
Now can Supernova deny them that guaranteed playoff spot right here? We're setting up at the Baron. Winthrop University are currently running away because Supernova are just confidently walking forward. We've seen how have they found this gold lead? It's creative engage tools. That's what we identified coming into the game. The Gragas explosive barrel, explosive cask, alongside the snap engage of a Vi means that at any point if you're out of position, either one of those champions can fully punish you for that. So Skytech, he's got a lot of people he wants to keep safe, but he can only keep one safe at the end of the day. And I mean, we talk about scaling. Toasty's approaching 4 item a 0. I know that you're going a tankier build here with the Riftmaker, with the Frozen Heart, but still you're getting towards that death cap, which means that you still will be doing a lot of damage regardless. And Supernova can use this as 0 to help bridge that gap that otherwise would be a huge scaling advantage to Winthrop University.
Yeah,
Aaron! He walks too far up, devoured by Skytech, but the shuffle will steal
they got him.
Aaron flashes away. Actually, maybe he can reset. Aaron's up! Aaron is still alive. Call the Forge God from Denethor will buy some more space. Aaron lived through it all, but had to use everything for that. But it was Kenvi that found the angle. Kenvi, the snap engage. What did I say it would take? The creative engages from Supernova, and they found just that. They will take the tier 2 turret, they will kill Denethor, and they are running towards this Baron.
Then the crazy thing is it all happened so fast, Steve. Props to Skytech for the instant response, but it really just didn't matter. Look at the huge explosive cast coming through from Faisal. I think that was the big one that just broke this fight apart and made it impossible for Winthrop to play the front to back this comp wants to play so bad. And you see it in the picture-in-picture. It's got them the Baron. One more fight like that, it's going to get them the series.
That Pyroclasm did so much damage, by the way, but it was not enough. Toasty lives through it, and Toasty is able to then seal the fate of Denethor. And yep, Baron secured. Let's see how many people had it, because there were still people in their death timers. So Faisal has it. I believe Lens and Toasty have it. Yeah. So 3 members have it. Kenby and Diamond are the ones that do not. But a minute and a half until Dragon. They can push mid, push bot, while they still have the Baron look to Siege, or if they don't get the Siege pulled off, heal back, get their Dragon Soul.
Yeah, either way. Supernova going to be able to do a lot with this Baron buff. And yeah, 4 Cloud Drakes into a Dragon Soul. It's going to make these team fights a lot easier, Steve. You already get a lot of out-of-combat movement speed with these individual dragons. Now, factor in the move speed you get from casting your ult. It's going to be really hard to pin down the members of Winthrop University. That Call of the Forge God actually going to be really hard to land on such fast-moving targets.
True. Toasty, meanwhile, has finished the Rabadon's death cap, so I'm watching the damage he can do to Darkwings completely outside of Tristana's range to interact with. And it's showing that the scaling does not lie solely on Winthrop's side. The later and later it goes, yes, we can still say that they have great scaling options, as Orin is now level 17. We'll give another item back, but Toasty really is keeping Supernova's damage up. And I mean, so is Lens, too, with a very crit-focused build here. A lot of damage available as Toasty takes a huge Pillar of Flame. Call the Forge God is used. Denethor is going to look for it. Knocks up 3 yet again with the knockup onto 1. It's Kenby as the focus, and he will go down. Azir turret is up, but that is not enough to turn the play. Winthrop University find a huge pick.
And that is a great find coming through here, and it's just in time for the Drake. Supernova, their Dragon Soul's most likely going to be denied.
Fast enough.
Oh, Winnie.
I think that the Dragon actually goes down too fast. Yeah, they shred this thing. So despite losing their jungler, they do not lose the Dragon Soul. Supernova, everybody else, they keep their eyes on the script. And they say, let's get that one. And now, yeah, you're talking about their ultimate's ability to dodge things. How about their ability to engage? Rakan ult plus that giant movement speed buff is huge.
Oh, that's going to just be so insane, Steve. And it's just going to make it that much easier for Kenby and Diamond to just continue doing what they've done all game. Syncing up really nicely to get onto members like Darkwings and Aaron. Skytech has to be so on the ball if he wants to be able to save them each and every time. And that's not even accounting for Faisal, who makes these fights that Winthrop wants to be front to back a lot more chaotic and hard to execute.
And I gotta say, to talk about individual performers, individual players, this is such a great performance from Toasty. Back-to-back games, last time getting the player of the game on the Azeri, this time around on the Azir. 10, 3, and 6. Full item up, or at least was a full item up over Darkwings before that last reset here, but still close to it, as he is just having a fantastic series so far. Really does seem to be the primary carry, but also props to Lens, who's doing a lot of damage, and the engages from all other members. Faisal, Diamond, Kenby, each of them have found different moments where it felt like they were the reason that a team fight went Supernova's way. And now with a 6,500 gold lead, we're in the territory where that is substantial. Supernova can now consider this a sizable lead and look to use it to win another fight, maybe even end the game.
Yeah, Toasty, Lens, this gold lead's reflecting in the items where Lens is full build. Only thing he needs is the Zephyr, that final boot upgrade to really round out this build. And Toasty is really close to being full build as well. And that's where a lot of this gold lead is reflected. Toasty is also remarkably difficult to kill because of all the extra HP, because of the Frozen Heart. So, both him and Lens being ahead of the curve has done wonders for Supernova, on top of everybody just firing on all cylinders.
I will say, though, Toasty does not do a lot of damage to Denethor, who has built a decent amount of magic resist, and there's really no magic penetration yet for Toasty. He's only got the Blighted Crystal, has not finished a Void Staff, which I imagine that's going to be.
Yeah.
Once that is finished, then he can start to do damage, but maybe it's damage on everybody else first. It's Skytech just popped! Denethor now frontlining on his own. Call the Forge got pulled, but it does not matter. Can't even get the second action. Does do it, but still goes down, and they lose Winnie too. Supernova just like that, with everything in the tank. They pull the trigger, and they fight all members of Winthrop University in their own base. That's an ace for 0 for Supernova, and the dream is alive. Hunting for a top 2 finish in the summer season. They have to work for it, but they will get that opportunity as they will topple Winthrop University.
And even though Winthrop, it looked like they were able to grasp their own fate, Kangas, it slips out from between their fingers. Now, they're going to have to watch as their season is over. They just have to wait and see for the rest of the split if the other pieces fall in their favor.
Yeah, their summer split is, regular season rather, wrapped up as this was their last series. They're going to be watching next week's CCG game very closely to see if they get knocked out of playoffs, because this also, with a loss from them, locks Blue Otter into playoffs. But before we get into all the implications of that, let's talk about this game's performance, because I was talking up Toasty, but look at Lens, baby. That damage on the Zaya, almost topping the charts. Outside of a Brand who is just, pyroclasming over all these Melee champions.
It's going to happen no matter what. But yes, I agree with the Len shout-out. I think he had a really great game on the Zaya. And, I mean, this is just what we see from a player like Lens, who is pretty experienced. We have seen some really high highs where he's able to single-handedly win games for the teams that he is on. His teammates did a fair share of their heavy lifting, but Lens really performed on the Zaya.
Fantastic stuff coming in. Supernova, they're in a rough spot. We're not going to lie. We're not going to sugarcoat it. But when it mattered, they showed up and they delivered on their ability to out-team fight and out-engage their opponents. With that said, that's going to be it for our final series. So there's only one other thing to do, and that is get ready for our player of the game interview. So we're going to send it to a short break before we are back to talk with one of the victorious members from Supernova right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to our Rally Cry post-game interview, where I have Diamond support for Supernova coming on to chat about that victory. A close win, but a win nonetheless. So I want to talk about the stress on the team in that Game 3. Walk me through staring down Ornn items coming through, pretty much even gold. But then you and Faisal able to find that huge play top lane. The one I'm talking about is when Tristana, Dark Queens is hitting the turret, Explosive Cast comes, you interrupt the rocket jump, and the momentum just picks up from there. What was the comms like for the team? What were the vibes like overall in that Game 3?
We're kind of chilling. I mean, I think we probably played like one of our worst days like today. Like it was kind of, I mean, not taking anything out of the enemy team. I think they played pretty good. I think we played one of our worst days. I think we didn't scrim this much this week, so it's kind of affected our play. But I mean, it is what it is. I think for us, we knew that with our team comp, like we had a really like cookie cutter engage comp, so we knew that like if we just hit the engage, we'll win. So we're not too stressed. We just, you know, we're talking about condition and we got a good engage, right? It's good play from Faisal.
Okay. Fair enough. So, I mean, your team does have a lot of veteran voices, yourself, Faisal Kenvi as well, but there's also some newer names coming on, specifically Toasty, somebody that we've been talking up a lot, and he had a crazy performance in games 2 and 3. What's it like seeing one of your teammates in his, rookie year competing at this level have such a strong performance?
I think it's good. I mean, it feels good to. I won't take like the credit for him. I think he puts like a lot of work. So for me, like it's good to see my rookies that are like performing well. Like I giving them feedback. I hope that they can improve from it. And I think Thirsty is really good at using that feedback. So I think it's obviously not all me. He's putting a lot of work, but I think it goes into that. I've raised a lot of my little piggies over the years and make them big and strong. I think I hope Thirsty is big and strong at the end of the split. I think he's getting there. He's getting there.
Okay, well, you're trying to not take credit, but let's give you some credit. What's a lesson that you think you can take personal responsibility for Toasty's development as a young 18-year-old mid laner coming up?
I think it's side laning. I think I've always been good at like pushing my mid laners to play side lane better. So I think that's like one of my things that I've been helping out a lot too. It's like side laning. So I think I would say that a lot of the side laning shot calling and like what I help him in the game will be according to that. So, but mid and late game at least. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Love to hear it. Well, I want to ask you a question about the end of summer season and going into playoffs, because you're already in playoffs, but you don't know what seed you're going to be because you still have another series to go. And importantly, so do Furex Starforge and Dragonsteel, who are playing each other. Now, there is still a world where you, as Supernova, can take second seed and dodge round 1 of the playoffs. How much has that been weighing on your mind as an individual player, as the team, or do y'all not really focus on that and mostly just think about your opponents in front of you?
I had no idea until you told me, so not very too much about this one. For me, like I just show up and I play. Like it's whatever comes after that. It's like it's a bonus. It's like if we're making second. To me, like honestly, we're not gonna make first because Dragonsteel hasn't lost and we lost to them. So like we're not gonna make first. So to me, like anywhere that we end up after that doesn't actually matter. What matters is that we actually play good. So to me, like anything else is like fine. If we can make second, then cool. I guess we're like cringe all over the tier list of like all the news that like put us really low. So it's like whatever.
I love it when the tier lists are the most wrong they can possibly be. That's the generally most blessed timeline. Well, here, I'll give you the story. Since apparently you hadn't heard it, if you can 2-0 AoE and then Dragonsteel beats Furex Starforge, then I believe that is the scenario. I don't know if they might need a 2-0, but either way, if that future happens, just focus on 2-0 and AoE. You might be able to dodge round 1 of playoffs. That's my advice for you. Yeah. That's my strat for you.
Like, for like the same amount of wins, like same game record as Fear, like we end up the same. We have a head-to-head against them, so it should be fine. I mean, I don't know how it works.
I think that's how it works, but I can't say anything determinative because I am not looking at the rule set in front of me right now. But either way, it could be the future that you're facing. But that is next week's problem for Diamond and the rest of the roster. For right now, I want to give you the podium. Any final shout-outs that you want to give before we let you get going? Because I know you've had a long day.
Yeah, it's mid 1 a.m. for me almost. Shout out to my team. Shout out to Toasty. Played really good this series. And shout out to Zach. I think he was watching. So one of my friends. Shout out to my boys on my One Piece card group thing. Shout out to I won't say the words because it's a bit. Yeah, but you guys who are. You know you guys are. And shout out to everyone that supports us. Thank you.
All right. Shout out to you, Diamond, who apparently was at a card game tournament earlier today and then came back home and was now playing this until close to 1 a.m. Your time zone. So thank you for coming on, Diamond. I'll let you get going and get some sleep, and we'll bring Beatdown back on to close out the day. Shout out to Zach. Yeah, whoever Zach was. Do you think you just met him at the tournament today, or is Zach like his playtest buddy? I don't know. You got some word there.
You had him with you. Why didn't you ask him?
Yeah, in hindsight, that probably would have made the most sense. But, I'm not known for being somebody who use my brain too much. But Beatdown, there we go. Supernova did it.
They did
Not only do they lock in Blue Otter into a playoff spot, but they denied Winter blocking their own. So now, next week, there's still more playoff implications on the line. Because as we get an update on the standings, unfortunately, we are still out. But look at this clump. 7th place and 8th place tied in series score, but Blue Otter do have a much better game record than CCG, so I don't believe it's possible for CCG to ever catch up to them there. But Winthrop and CCG really fighting for that last playoff spot.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we got to give that shout out to Blue Otter. Before facing our two LCS affiliates, they were 1-5. A lot of teams usually just chalk up the split at that point, just start getting ready for the promotion tournament. But they kept their nose to the grindstone. They focused on getting better, and they looked forward. And they gave us one of the biggest upsets of the split, not once but twice, Steve, to basically get themselves the playoff spot they have now.
Yeah, and the second one even more dominating than the first with a 2-0 over TLC, which, by the way, was revenge for Cloud9,
yeah,
who technically the affiliate org with Blue Otter.
True.
As they've been helping them out. So Cloud9 got the revenge from what happened at LCS.
If any C9 fans are in the chat, go ahead and post that on Reddit or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, and also sign our petition to make Cloud9 change their mascot, or I guess make a official mascot via Otter.
Oh my god!
That would
That'd be amazing. That would be amazing.
I don't know how otters and clouds make sense together, but we'll
Flying
figure it
otter.
A flying otter surfing on a cloud.
Yes.
Hey, there we go.
You
All right,
get
we
it.
got options. We got options here. But with that being said, it's time to close out the week with our Samsung SSD Fast 5, where the fastest stats from the week are presented in front of all of us. And I get to ask Beatdown, what do you think is the most impressive thing that somebody was able to pull off this time?
I'm going to say it's first of all, Yuji is always on this list, and I feel like it's always for fastest level 6. So I'm just going to go ahead and point that one out again. Level 6 before 6 minutes in the game. It's kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy. I think Winnie, that was on the Karthus game, I believe, at 6:22.
Oh, today?
So,
yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, but still about half a minute behind Yuji. That's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, a shout out to Sajed for the fastest AD carry kill. An AD carry that we're still keeping our eyes on very intently.
Oh.
Levitate as well.
Not far
We had a
behind.
couple of the players from today make it onto the list already.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Toasties is from today as well, because 8-minute legendary item, I mean, it was probably that Zeri game where he got static shift very, very quickly.
Yeah. But there we go. That is our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for week 8 of the summer split for NACL 2024. And that will close out our week 8 broadcast. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you, Beatdown, for being an amazing co-caster alongside me and not flaming me too much.
Just a
about
little.
as much as I deserve. We're going to be rating Breezy, longtime member of the League of Legends community, so make sure to give him some 07s when you head on over there, and give 07s as well to our production team and to yourselves for watching along. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for the final week of regular season of the summer.